Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's a beautiful morning. We've got day 2 of this friendly between Somerset and Worcestershire here. If you were here with us yesterday, welcome back. If you weren't, well, firstly, where were you? But no, we forgive you. But it's lovely to have you with us today. I'm Sam Downing. I'm here. We're going to have Elliot Trotman on later on. And we've got Harry Everett next to me. How are you doing, Harry?
Bit of a sore throat this morning, actually, Sam. So I'll be speaking a little bit more quietly and hopefully not as loudly as yesterday.
Right, so we know you've got your excuses in early then, Harry. That's good to see. Well, game situation, as I said, weather is beautiful. Somerset are going to resume on 156 for 8 in the first inning. Young Jamie Baird making his, first team debut, I suppose, even though it's a friendly, is 1 not out. He kept very well yesterday. And Josh Davey, who will resume on 0 not out, he came to the crease when Brett D'Oliveira picked up a wicket with his leg spin late last night. Now, yesterday morning, Tom Abel, the skipper, won the toss and he elected to bowl. And cloudy, and Somerset made the best of the conditions. They bowled Worcester out for 116. Oliver Cox, the young, not so young anymore, actually, wicketkeeper batsman, made a lovely 51. But he was the only one really to get a score. There was nothing much else for Worcester fans to enjoy. Josh Davey took 3 for 36. Lewis Gregory, of course, out of isolation after a few weeks. He came in and took 2 for 7 off his 6 overs, I think it was. Jack Brooks had his first bowl since the Bob Willis Trophy final after having surgery on his Achilles over the winter. There was a wicket for young Ned Leonard, and then Tom Abel, of course, did his thing. He picked up a wicket, but the pick of the bowling from a Somerset perspective was Sonny Baker. Just turned 18, tall lad, bowled with beautiful pace, swung it massively. He took 3 for 22. I mean, he was seriously impressive yesterday, Harry, wasn't he?
That in-swing at pace, unbelievable. Oh yeah, really, really impressed with him yesterday. Just an exciting youngster. You know, we love seeing quick bowling. We've got an obsession with quick bowling in England at the moment, haven't we? And he's the next cab off the ranking. Let's not get too excited and book his Ashes tickets.
Get him on that plane. Well, start that campaign early. Well, as you said, maybe not too excited. But if you didn't see Sonny in action yesterday, I would urge you to go back and have a look at the YouTube videos, because some of those balls that swung in were magnificent. Now, the Somerset innings, there were a few guys got starts. Tom Abel got 20. Lewis Goldsworthy came in at number 4, I think it was, wasn't he? Made a lovely, really tidy 30, played a few nice shots. Lewis Gregory got going as well. He hit a couple of huge 6s in towards the retirement flats, just flicks off his legs. And for Worcester, skipper Joe Leach bustled in and took 3 for 36. There were a couple for Chris Morris. Ed Barnard bowled.
Sorry, was that Chris Morris or Charlie?
Oh, I've said Chris Morris again. I've said Chris Morris. I'm
Exactly
sorry,
same
Charlie
conversation.
Morris. I've written Chris as well. I was so desperate not to make that mistake, but I've made it early. Ed Barnard bowled 11 overs tidily for just 18 runs, and he got a wicket. And there was a wicket for Brett D'Oliveira at the end. So the players are out in the middle. We've got Josh Davey on strike. Joe Leach is going to bustle in. Luckily, I've got his first name correct, and we're underway.
Yeah, beautiful morning at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We got the bustling Joe Leach coming in for the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end. We've got a few comments already flying in on the Facebook and the YouTube. We've got Scott Oliver from New Zealand. He's watching the Black Caps and the Bangladesh T20 with Somerset also on. We've got Tom Hooper in Australia. Orbos Victoria said he's from, and he's enjoying the Somerset live stream already. And a lot of people are saying they were watching last night and catching up on yesterday's play, which is great to hear. You can all do that. Remember, you can rewind the whole 7 hours of play yesterday. I'd particularly recommend the Sonny Baker spell first up. And if you didn't have time to watch all 7 hours, I'd also then fast forward to the Gregory and Van der Merwe partnership. Would be my highlights of yesterday.
Imagine that. You could, some people like to listen to classical music when they're asleep. People could put the live stream on the replay overnight, and they could, if they woke up in the middle of the night, they might hear your voice, Harry, at some point. Wouldn't that be lovely?
That's it, absolutely. Well, I nearly put it on myself, actually. I had to pull out of it. I was thinking, shall I go to bed listening to my voice? But no.
Not tonight, only a few times. You can only do that a few times a season, can't you, Harry?
Absolutely. But no, I mean, yesterday it took a couple of hours to brighten up yesterday, but we're straight in with the sun this morning. Barely a cloud in the sky, as we said. It's forecast to be like that all week, so we're incredibly lucky, and we'll make the most of it.
I know you can't see us, but Harry and I have both got the shorts out today. We weren't brave enough yesterday, but today we've got the shorts. No shorts out on the pitch, of course. Full whites, as you would expect. Beautiful sight. Worcester. What have we got? We've got 3 slips. The keeper and first slip in those floppy hats again, Harry.
We love that. We love the floppy hats.
We did love that yesterday. There's a man at backward point. We've got extra cover, mid on, mid off. A mid wicket, keeping Ian Blackwell company there, having a quick chat with him. Of course, former Somerset star, also played for Durham, England and Warwickshire. And there's a man down at fine leg as Joe Leach comes in again. He bowled from both ends yesterday, actually, but this seems to be his preferred end.
Not at the same time, we must make that clear. Didn't bowl from both ends at the same time. That would be impressive, wouldn't it? It'd be quite useful in cricket if you could do that. But
it would be impressive, though. I suppose as captain, his captain's prerogative pre-season.
Absolutely. No, he was fairly impressive yesterday, but he's not got a vast amount of pace as Joe Leach. He just bowls it there or thereabouts. 3 for 47 is a decent return. I'd say that's the best figures of the Worcestershire innings, actually. But I wouldn't say he pulled up trees. Like Sonny Baker really impressed yesterday. That was a 3 for you'll remember. Whereas Joe Leach just goes back to, well, he can make it 5 if he takes these last 2. Davey and Baird, the 2 batsmen. So, was that a bit of bat pad, was that? Just a little tickle down to fine leg for 1 for Baird. Baird, of course, son of, Gordon Baird, the chairman here. Came and picked him up yesterday. Was a, young lad. What was he, only 17? Can't drive yet, so got his chairman father's come and picking him up.
Oh, you're making me feel old, Harry. Yeah, I tell you what, he kept really well yesterday. There was,
absolutely.
Perhaps we didn't appreciate it early, but Sonny Baker, we were saying that we're not quite in line with the wickets here, so we couldn't quite see, but there were a few straying down the leg side from Baker, but actually he was swinging it so much, I don't think he was necessarily bowling that line. It was those straighter balls pitched on the stumps that were swinging down the left, but Baird was really tired. He got a couple of catches, one that he fumbled and would have been quite relieved to grab onto second time, but it was an impressive performance behind the stumps from the youngster, who must have been nervous.
Yeah, I remember there were a couple, we were talking about Sonny Baker, who started on a bit of a leg side line, and he was swinging it in, so you think of a leg side line that's swinging in, that's effectively going further and further away. So for the keeper, it's a very hard take. And Jamie Baird made some really impressive dive-in stops and takes down the leg side. I was particularly impressed with, because you've got to move fairly well. The amount of pace and swing from Baker was making him stood, 15 yards back, was he? And he's still taking them well. I think that's an impressive sign as a keeper. We haven't really seen him keep spin yet, so that'll be a challenge later on today, perhaps.
No, yeah, we might see Rudolph van der Merwe or Lewis Goldsworthy have a bowl a bit later. So we've got Ed Barnard, who was really, really economical yesterday. Just the 18 runs from his 11 overs. He's going to start from the river end, steaming in from the Ian Botham stand. It's been there for a long time now, the Ian Botham stand. Must be coming up 20 years or a bit longer.
Well, Ian Botham's been around for a long time, dare we say.
Well, does it need updating? It's Sir Ian Botham. I think it's now Lord Ian Botham, is it not?
Oh, yeah, okay. Interesting. You can put that forward to the people that matter at Somerset, to the Lord Ian Botham stand. We could coin it that for this week, I'm sure.
We will do our best. I said, well, I don't know if I can do that because I keep reading out Chris Morris, so me and names aren't going so well. I need to cross that out. I've got. In fact, we'll run.
Do it right now.
I will do that right now. We'll run through the team sheets as well because we've got 13 aside being a friendly. Only anyone can have a bowl. Can't bowl at both ends though, as far as we're aware. No one's actually tried it. But 11 can bat. So from Worcestershire, the visitors, we've got Daryl Mitchell and Jake Libby, Gareth Roderick, a winter signing from Gloucestershire. He didn't bat yesterday, but he's in the squad. For
just pause a second there, Sam. Bit of a wayward. I think it's gone for a cover drive there, Ben. It's just skewed in the air, and I'd say that's our first false stroke in the morning, and got away with it. If there's a tall gully, if we're Peter Crouch at gully, there might have been a catch there. Safe enough for Baird. Who's that's got him up to 5. Sorry, carry on with your team.
Do you think Peter Crouch has got good hands?
Well, I've been listening to his podcast and reading his autobiography lately, so I'm a big fan. I've got to say.
Wow, okay.
In the bath last night, actually, I was enjoying a bit of Peter Crouch while I was reading The Cricketer. I was going to listen to myself back, but I thought, no, couldn't do that.
That's how can you read and listen to a Peter Crouch podcast at the same time? That is.
I'm a multitasking chap. I don't like doing one thing at once. I probably had West Indies Sri Lanka on as well. I was looking out for Joseph, who's going to be Worcestershire signing, you see. And as soon as I turned it on, I remembered it was on. I saw Rakim Cornwall bat, and tell you what, I love watching Rakim Cornwall bat. He's my favourite player of recent times, I've got to say.
It's not bad, because Joseph comes in at 8 for them, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Of course, so Joseph, for those of you who aren't aware, Worcestershire have signed Alzari Joseph, the West Indian. Well, he's an all-rounder, really. Bats at 8.
A little bit generous. Oh, yeah, okay. We're going with all-rounder? Okay.
He's got a couple of Test 80 odds in his last few innings. Did he get a bad decision yesterday?
I can't remember. I think I turned on just as he got out, because I always thought that Cornwall should probably bat ahead of Joseph in the West Indies lineup.
It's not bad to have Joseph at 8 and Rakim Cornwall at 9.
Yeah, totally agree.
West Indies cricket is in a decent place, and so Joseph playing in that Test match as we speak, and then I think he's due to fly over to Worcestershire on the 4th of April. So what's that? That'll be Sunday, Monday, or?
Well, we were trying to work out. So day 1 was Monday. Yesterday, so day 2 today, day 3 Wednesday, day 4 Thursday, day 5 Friday. So if it goes the full distance, he might have a day off. Then he's on the plane packing his bags for what will surely be a cold April, having been such a beautiful March.
Inevitably.
Surely this weather can't last.
Shorts out today, but as soon as the season starts for real.
And any West Indian coming over to England, even when we think it's tropical, we'd probably have his woolly hat on.
Ooh! There's an edge
Just
there.
fell
from Jamie
short,
Benn.
did it?
Yeah, it looked like it did fall slightly short of first
Or was it
slip.
the floppy hat inhibiting first slip from diving forward to take that catch?
No, I think we got an edge. I think we definitely got an edge, and I think it fell just short of the man at first slip there. It's been decent over that from Barnard. Good start. Had that one false stroke that, well, found the edge twice, really. Baird moves on to 5 not out. Josh Davey there. Davey fancies himself as a bit of a batter, isn't he? He used to be a top order player when he was at Middlesex.
He shapes up really nicely, doesn't he? I'm really impressed with Davey's bat in the last few years. He's not going to get much of a chance with the depth of batting resources Somerset have, but when he does, him and Jack Leach, well, it always used to be Leach and Overton who had the previous partnerships that won, but now I reckon Davey and Leach are going to have a few rescue partnerships this year. Look at that solid defensive push into the offside.
He shapes up like a proper batter, doesn't he? And I think it was at Worcester and New Road actually last year. I'm sure he stayed there with Lammonby for a bit, played a few nice shots, and I definitely saw him play some decent strokes. He plays a punch down the ground quite well.
I think it works having a Davey and a Leach in there, although Leach has got the shimmy down the wicket and deposit of the spinner over the top, which he showed in the India Test series a few times, with the likes of Overton, Gregory, Delanger when he comes in, Brooks, all attacking tail-enders. Well, calling Gregory and Overton the tail-enders is a bit harsh, but attacking bowlers when they bat.
Yeah, I'm sure if Lewis Gregory is listening, I'm sure he'll have something to say about being called a tail-ender.
You know what I was getting
But we
at.
do have, as they say, Somerset bat deep.
So deep, yeah. I think you still say Gregory and Overton are better bowlers than batsmen, but Gregory's as close to a 50-50 as you can get, I suppose.
Delanger's going to be exciting. I think he scored the quickest 100 by a
Yes.
Glamorgan player last year.
I was
Absolutely
watching that on the
blitzed
YouTube
it.
live stream. That was a thrilling knock. Bizarre, it's not from the Tom Abel school of batting. The technique was don't need technique, but if you can score 100, then don't argue with it.
We're giving runs away for 4 there through the vacant third man area, giving Davey the
Soft hands.
the benefit of the doubt. He definitely played with soft hands.
Soft hands, caressed through gully.
First
Just
boundary of the
play it.
season for him.
Play a defensive shot late and can't go wrong. Look at that.
Does a
Maybe
bit
not-
bit
I'll
of
read
gardening. I was wondering, do you think that ever does anything when the players are? Is it one of those habitual things like taking a guard? You just go and I used to do it when I played club cricket, but I didn't really know what I was doing. I'd just be tapping
Just
random
copy
spots.
Jonathan Trott. I don't dig a trench like Jonathan Trott does, but I like it a little bit. I think it just gets your mind to relax and think a bit. Oh, lovely shot from Josh Davey.
Doesn't get a run for that, but there's that example of the kind of straight drive down the ground. Shapes up really nicely.
I think it's like I do a bit of the Smith and Labuschagne touching of all the pads and pushing them and poking them into place and redoing the straps. I think it's similar to gardening. It just takes your mind away from the nerves and tasks sometimes.
Now I'm checking the Twitter. Of course, you can get us with the hashtag #WeAreSomerset. We're going to try and keep an eye on social media today. Now, John Hayes, who was with us yesterday, great start as per, but he raises a very good point. As Gerald Leach comes into Davey, just flicks that into the man at mid-wicket who does the fielding. What about flat watch, Harry? What have we got?
Flat watch,
Early
thank you.
doors,
What a
flat
lovely-
watch is back.
I'm glad someone else pulled it up without us having to bring it up.
I know. Well, I'm just having a look without the binoculars, but I haven't got my glasses on. There's a couple on the top tier. Now, on
I'll get my binoculars out.
the middle tier, there's that central
Oh,
flat. We've
That's
got
the
good
best
numbers.
midfield we've ever had, Sam.
I think we've got 4 along the second tier down. We're going from top to bottom here.
Well, do you reckon there was some do on yesterday in the retirement flats? Because the attendance today is 6-fold better than yesterday.
Yeah, we've got a couple on the floor below. I'm just trying to scan. I don't think we've got anyone on the ground floor.
Even at the peak of sunshine at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, there's only about 10 of them out there.
Oh, there's 2 there. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're into double figures on
Oh,
flat
well
watch.
into double figures. I've
Early
just counted
doors.
13 with my youthful eyes, but
Well, your eyes are better than mine, Harry.
no, I just
Look at that flat we've got on the far right there. It's bustling.
Bit of
There's
a
3 or 4
social
people
down
in
there.
there.
If I had a grandparent still alive and I'd ensure that they lived in those retirement flats, I'd give them a pocket money to make sure they got on those flats, and I'd just be staying there all the time. Well, I'd rather be doing this, of course. But
So Ed Barnard again from the River End comes in. Baird leaves it alone. Maybe they were all inside listening to our commentary, and actually they've got fed
great
up
point.
and decided they don't want to listen to us. witter on anymore.
Great point. Thank you, John Hayes. Well, we'll try and keep you updated at least once an hour, once a session.
Yes, please do feel free to remind us here.
Flatwatch. Hashtag Flatwatch. Can we get that trending on Twitter?
Oh, wouldn't that be great? Hashtag Flatwatch.
I just searched Flatwatch on Twitter, and the top tweet was 2009. Flatwatch.
We're bringing it back. It's a lovely shot. Really nice from Jamie Baird there. He just leant into that, punched it through the covers, 4 runs to him. Moved into double figures, 11 not out.
Lovely shot. Yeah, lovely stroke. I've been impressed with Baird so far. We said tidy keeping yesterday, solid enough for the bat.
Shape. Sorry.
Well, it looks a bit like Lewis Goldsworthy. I was going to say, is that right hand, quite small, solid technique. Adidas bat.
Got the Adidas bat.
Yeah.
Well, Adidas didn't make it when I used to play, but yeah, just a little bit full from Barnard. Still shaped away. It was a lovely stroke.
Are we surprised they've gone with Barnard and Leach to open up this morning?
We've got Charlie Morris. Charlie Morris. So I was going through the teams actually.
You were, sorry.
It's a throwback. I'll start again, shall I actually? Because it's so long.
We've
got Darryl Mitchell and Jake Libby at the top. Gareth Roderick, summer signing from Gloucestershire. He hasn't batted, but he is playing. Tom Fowle batted yesterday. Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira, Ricky Vessels coming towards, I suppose the back end of his career, 35, but still a very exciting player. Ben Cox made 50. Ed Barnard, the bowler. Joe Leach, Dylan Pennington didn't have a bowl yesterday. Adam Finch, young seamer who's played England under-19s, was on loan at Surrey last year, and Charlie Morris. I really need to scrub out that Chris from our team sheet.
I think we should have a hashtag for if ever you hear Sam calling him Chris Morris. I think there needs to be a forfeit or a
I'm going to start donating.
Charlie's right.
Okay, every time I call him Charlie Morris, no, Charlie Morris is correct. Every time I call him Chris Morris, I'll donate a £5 to charity.
Brilliant,
today.
Love that, brilliant. And we could have a little poll on the Somerset Twitter, shall we, as to what charity that should be.
Yeah, why not? I'm happy. I'm going to really try. I'm going to try my hardest, but if I have to fail live on air, then at least I can be making a charitable donation.
Hashtag Flatwatch could go along with the charity donation. Just going back to Brett D'Oliveira and Ricky Vessels, both already scored centuries last week. Vessels, of course, smoking it here in the earlier pre-season friendly. Fairly rare you play 2 pre-season friendlies against the same side, but this one you could say slightly more serious with the weather a bit better and a few more players back from isolation and travels around the world and closer to the season, of course. And Ben Cox's 50 yesterday, did you know, came off 54 balls?
Did he? It was quite attacking.
Yeah, we were very impressed with it yesterday, but yeah, he didn't realise it was quite that fast scoring, actually.
No.
Some lovely cover drives, crisp shots, and he played really nicely under his nose, and I can't remember him playing many false shots, actually.
He's a really good player. I was saying yesterday, his batting record maybe isn't quite where he would like it to be for a player of his talent. Fine keeper, and he's extended his contract for a couple of years, which Worcestershire fans will be really, really pleased with. They're going to be a good side to watch. They start, so Somerset are at Lords next, 9 days' time, actually. Season's nearly upon us. Worcestershire start... Ooh, false shot from Davey. Worcestershire start up at Essex. That's a tough place to go for them, Chelmsford.
Well, yeah, just thinking about Cox, actually. I was looking at the Cricketers, 100-page magazine we were talking about yesterday, and their best 11 since 1921. 2 players playing in this game have made the 11, and 1 player who's... I'm not going to tell you much more. There are 3 current Worcestershire players, and 2 are playing today. Who are they? In the best 11 since 1921. I'll give you 5 guesses to get all 3.
I'm confident I can do it in 3, actually.
I can get 2 of them. I'm not sure you get the third one. But okay, go for it.
Darryl Mitchell.
Incorrect.
No.
Strike 1.
Oh, wow.
Strike 1.
I was so sure of myself as well.
Confident.
Okay, so I think Moeen Ali's probably in there.
Yes, he was the third, yep.
And Ben Cox.
Yep.
Given you...
I think those 2 were fairly easy. I think the third one you'll struggle with. I was surprised by the third one, actually. I think in Mitchell's spot is Don Kenyon and Glenn Turner.
Okay.
Which is fair enough. But
I thought it was Mitchell. So I think it's going to be a bowler. A bit more bustling from Joe Leach.
Solid from Davey. Look at that textbook defence. Any top order batsman would be happy with that defensive shot.
And again, got that cable knit jumper on, which
we love.
We do love a
Big
cable knit
fan of
jumper. Right, so hang on.
Surprising.
Okay.
I'll tell you, Ali is batting 7, Cox is batting 8 in this best Worcestershire 11.
Where's the person? So the one we're missing, where is that person?
Well,
batting?
you told me it's a bowler. They're actually batting at 5 in this Worcestershire best 11 since 21.
Is it a surprise? Is it someone like Jack Haynes who they really rate?
No, surely not. Best 11 since 21.
Wow.
Haynes is only about 20, isn't he?
I know, he's only played a handful of games. I don't know, just going on the
definitely
shot
not
factor.
Haynes. Definitely not Haynes.
Go on, put me out of my misery.
Basil D'Oliveira.
Ah, no,
Confusing with Brett.
you've confused him with Brett, yeah.
Just to
First
wind you
name-
up. Just to wind you up.
Ah, I see.
No. So Brett D'Oliveira, we know the leg spinner who is playing this game and scored his 100 a couple of weeks ago. D'Oliveira Senior is actually in the team. That's just a little bit of a wind
So I
up.
was,
to you there.
so I was
You know it's
never
April
going to
Fools.
get that.
You know it's April Fools on Thursday, is it? Yeah, Thursday we're not actually here, so I thought I'd get you in early.
I know we are. Ben not said we've got a really early start
Oh,
on
yes.
Thursday. So you need to be here at 7 o'clock sharp because there's a game at 8 a.m.
Yes. Is that the media versus security staff
Yes.
game on the Cooper Associates County Ground?
You're doing live comms by yourself.
Whilst bowling from both ends.
You didn't get in the media 11.
Sorry. Yes. I'm sure we can do a better April Fool than that. Surely we can think of something a bit more. We'll have to please tweet in some April Fool ideas for us. What are we? We better go through it. What are we? At Harry Everett _14. What are you, Sam?
At Sammy D767. Don't ask.
Oh no. And then Elliot, I'm sure your at's a bit more sensible than Sam's, isn't it? What's your Twitter name that's hopefully more professional than Sammy D's over here?
Just woken Elliot up, the student napping at the back of the box.
You'll see us on the Somerset page. Feel free to get in touch with us today. You got the YouTube comments, you got the Facebook comments, #Flatwatch, #WeAreSomerset, at any of the three of us at Somerset. There's so many different ways you can get in touch. And yeah, it'd be good to interact with you all and see how you're watching it from home or from work, and let us know how you're enjoying it.
Or from both, working from home these days.
Absolutely. I did see a few Twitter pics yesterday of some serious setups, some big screen TVs with a laptop in front.
Well, there's lots of games going on. It's brilliant to have all these live streams. I know it's only pre-season, and I don't know the numbers from anyone else, but was it 81,000 views across Facebook and YouTube this game had yesterday? Day one of a pre-season game. If we don't recommend turning over.
No, we definitely don't.
If you've got a second screen and fancy having a second game on, you could choose from Leicestershire versus Loughborough. Yorkshire are playing the Leeds Bradford University. We've got Essex versus Kent. Lancashire versus Derbyshire. Warwickshire have started a game against Notts. Gloucestershire are playing Exeter Uni. I mean, as I said, we don't want you to change over.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't mention all of them.
Well, I think it's good to promote county cricket.
We can have a bit of Sri Lanka West Indies test match from about 3 o'clock this afternoon as well then, if you're going along with that as well, just to be double and triple screening. Yeah, I actually saw that young Hugo Whitlock, Bobby Tracy bowler, plays for Devon, and I was in the Curious Academy with him, with Keith Parsons a few years ago, training at Somerset, and fair play to the young lad, he got Hassie Hamid out and Ben Duckett twice in the Notts pre-season game. Making his debut for Oxford University.
Decent wickets, those.
You'd take that, wouldn't you? And the ex-university boys have got a bit of tat actually against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire were nearing 400 for 8 when I last checked. But you understand that from a professional team. Putting the uni lads to the sword.
Another beautiful shot there from Jamie Baird on the back foot. It was kind of rising, but punched it away past point. There's 4 more for him. He's played a couple of really nice shots. That first boundary of the morning was a slightly false shot from him, but the next 2 have been really beautiful.
A lot of Tom Abel in that for me. Maybe the Adidas bat. I just think that Tom Abel's back foot punch for extra cover is about as good as it gets in the game. Was it Sangakkara used to have a lovely, obviously left-handed is different, and Sangakkara, any shot he played just looks sublime, but Tom Abel's back foot punch for extra is one of my favourites. Barnard trundling in. Nah, a bit quicker than that. More of a bustle. We're saying Joe Leach is a bustle. Is Barnard a trundle, or is it a bit more than that?
I think he's a bit more.
Yeah.
A trundle. So I think if Daryl Mitchell was bowling, that would be a trundle.
Yeah. I don't think I'd even be quite that generous to Daryl Mitchell. He doesn't seem to bowl as much in the red ball these days, but I remember last year on the T20s, he tied another team in Notts. I don't think it was Notts that he tied in Notts. But
would have been good if he had.
That'd be a great headline. That'd be up there with my cock steers into victory. headline, wouldn't it?
I might even surpass it. I mean, he's been at Worcester. He's been a fine cricketer, Daryl Mitchell. In one-day cricket, he opens the batting, but he just takes the pace off the ball, doesn't he? Bowls those kind of cutters, off cutters, little seamers that are hard to get away.
A fine cricketer, but not as fine as Don Kenyon or Glenn Turner since 1921. Are you happy with that?
I can live with that. Maybe if it's a white ball 11, I'm pretty sure Daryl Mitchell will be getting into there. And of course, he just finished his stint as chairman of the PCA, but what a fine job he has done there. They've done much great work over they always do, but over the winter in supporting players. Marcus Roscovic, of course, has been heavily involved in pushing the mental health support available for players, and the PCA is a really important network. You see a lot of it on LinkedIn. Jack Brooks has been doing it, James Hildreth's been doing it. They've been dabbling in careers outside of cricket, looking at the future, and the PCA has so many contacts and can set up these work experience placements, which is it's really good to see players thinking about what happens next. 'Cause I think that's what it's there for, the PCA, as one of its many roles anyway.
Absolutely. I was talking to the scorer Polly Rhodes yesterday about how, a bit sad, Chris Jones, I'll always hark back to that 130 he scored against the Australian touring 11. What was that, 2012 I think it was, with Mitch Stark and would have been Mitch Johnson and Ryan Harris back then. And he scored 130, and a couple of years later he decided to put his career to bed and was working in the city. Clever chap. Went into business or economics or something like that. But a lot of players now, was it Chris Nash who... Yeah, Chris Nash retired last summer, didn't he?
Well, I think he's still going to play. He's still having to play T20 cricket, but
yes, and he's gone into he's thinking about his work after cricket, and players are a bit more sensible at doing that now. Pete Trigo's been doing his filming stuff and his YouTube channel and interviewing the likes of Azhar Ali, etc.
I think I was seeing Adam Rouse is opening up a gym. I think in London
Chris
somewhere.
Have you seen pictures of him?
Yes.
Talking of gyms.
Chris Tremlett is a big... Tim Linley runs a coffee... I think he has his own coffee business.
Harry Gurney and Stuart Broad with the pubs in... Well, I say Stuart Broad and Harry Gurney. Of what I've seen on social media, it sounds like Harry Gurney's doing a lot more of it than Stuart Broad in recent times. Stuart Broad obviously off playing all around India. Harry Gurney's had a few injuries. Didn't play for Melbourne Renegades as much as he'd like to in the last couple of seasons because of injuries. Or for not, but...
Another decent-looking shot from Davey there, but straight back at the bowler. And I think, Worcestershire, I think, was it Banter and Ollie Westbury was released last year, but they've been... I know Ollie Westbury's been doing a blog with the PCA, and I think they've started a podcast. I actually haven't had a listen to it yet. I've mentioned it. I should probably know the name of it. But
there's so many podcasts going about, aren't there? There's that Stephen Finn one. Have you seen that? No Ducks Given, is it? There's so many different podcasts going about now. There's a Simon Hughes had one. There's a TMS one. There's the Wisdom one. There's so many different ones. I can't keep up with them all, to be honest with you. Leach for the short ball. Josh Davey goes to the pull shot. Got away with it there. 1 bounce 4, but it looked like he was going to pick out the man. Only one man back. Great shot for 4. You can't argue the result, but it did look like he might have just picked out the man. 5 yards to the left of the deep square leg fielder. And an authoritative stroke from Josh Davey, who we've said is generally a defensive player, but he's unleashed a pull shot off Leach, who's sort of thrown his head back and... Oh, I just put it for 1 mark 4 for pull shot by Josh Davey. Don't look too happy, does Leach, who's taken 3 for 55. 3 wickets, but a little bit expensive.
Yeah, particularly in the context of the game. What's he going at nearly 4 and over? Somerset building their lead here, 64 ahead. Yeah, I just found Ollie Westbury's podcast. It's called The Sporting Mind. So it's a podcast on mental health in sport. So that I definitely will be having a listen. It should be a good listen. That 1 episode out already. I think the second episode dropping next week. So
yeah, I also found some on BBC Sounds. I found some interviews with Josh Butler and a few other sporting legends. Gabby Logan was interviewing a few cricketers. We talked yesterday about all my lockdown hobbies. A lot of podcasts. I was going for walks and cycles in the last year of lockdown. A lot of podcasts I've been listening to.
Lovely shot there from Josh Davey, driven slightly uppish, but it's not got hold of it completely, so they're only going to pick up a couple 3 mid-on.
We're going to have to call in a new name. Josh the Don Davey, does that work?
I don't know. I think it might go to his head,
Oh, yeah, we'd better not get too excited, but he's only on 11, but there's a couple of seriously good cricket shots from a number 10 batsman.
182 for 8. Dan at the end of the day. But yeah, my dad this morning, even I was leaving the house, he said, I quite fancy listening to a podcast. I keep hearing about them. So we have got, Dad always refused to have a phone, but we've now got him an iPhone, and he never turns it on. It's a really old one, but so we're going to set him up for the podcast. It's great wandering around, podcast in your ears.
Yeah, brilliant.
Maybe I should plug the one I'm about to start. Well, I'm not about to start it. Annie Che with County Cricket Matters. Going to be talking about county cricket on County Cricket Natters. So hopefully that'll be out in the next week or two. Watch this space.
Yeah, definitely. Feel free to give that a shout out. We were talking yesterday about getting our fancy 11 ready for the season. We're trying to get our best county 11 to get the fancy points in.
You a big fantasy sport fan?
Yeah, I do. I do love it, actually. Yeah, big on the fancy Premier League football, and most World Cups I do fancy football, fancy rugby, fancy cricket. Yeah, sometimes I spend hours on it, but generally it's just a bit of extra fun, really, to while you're watching. You think, I want them to do well, or just predicting and, being a manager, budgeting to get the best team possible.
Change of bowling then. Charlie Morris.
Well done.
From the River End.
Oh, no £5 to charity, though. That's a shame.
He's a tall lad, isn't he? Strong action.
Nearly as tall as Chris Morris.
You said it, not me. Jamie Baird on strike. 15 not out. Still got the 3 slips in. Man at point. Same field, in fact. Man at point. Cover.
Yeah, what are our thoughts on this field? Yesterday I had a bit of criticism for being a bit too defensive yesterday. Somerset weren't exactly whacking it. I mean, Lewis Gregory had a bit of a...
It was when the spinner came on, wasn't it? When
they had 4 men back for D'Oliveira, and I just thought, there's no need for that.
Ooh, good carry there.
Yeah, Cox has taken him at armpit height, and I'm a bit surprised. We haven't seen many really fire through this morning, but Charlie Morris would be a fair amount quicker than the likes of Leach and Barnard.
Yeah, so he's come on to replace Barnard at that end, and he's definitely a yard or two more pace. That one did, as you say, got up, good line, good length.
We're trying to work out who would open the bowling for Worcestershire in a couple of weeks' time. Let's say perhaps Joseph misses the first game, but after that, might it be a Finch and Joseph, a Pennington and Joseph, or...
So Pennington hasn't
Morrison
bowled yet. Maybe we'll see Pennington in the second innings. He's quite sharp as well, highly rated youngster. Short again, and Baird, is he going to get a boundary? No, it stopped just short. He gets a couple, but he wasn't quite in control of that. There were shouts of catch. It just went over mid-wicket, kind of skewed it over mid-wicket's head.
And another wayward throw from the pairs fielders. We were saying yesterday, poor old Ben Cox. A lot of love for Ben Cox with his floppy hat, great wicket keeping, and sublime 50 yesterday, but he's just poor lad having to jump around because he keeps getting throws all over the place. We're getting a tweet through here, are we, Sam? Any chance for a shout out of our pod? Yeah, I'm sure we can give that. Always look on the bright side of life. Apologies for forgetting that. The Somerset specific podcast.
Of course. I have listened a little bit last summer.
Absolutely, yeah. Get on Always Look on the Bright Side of Life Somerset podcast on Twitter and on all good podcast providers.
Any Worcestershire fans with Worcestershire podcasts, forgive us for not knowing about them, but if you're out there,
there's got to be
you want to shout out, then you can always send us some food on Uber Eats, and we might read you out.
There must be a pun on pears, or pears over bears, or surely some.
I like you should be writing headlines, Harry.
I just love a pun.
Nothing wrong with a pun. Good line and length there again from Charlie Morris. Baird gets right in behind it. Oh. This is fantastic, isn't it? It's beautiful. Not a cloud in the sky. It's what you want as a coach. When you're organising pre-season, we always see those games with photos of people in their woolly hats, but none of that today.
I'm just trying to work out, at village level, the laps seem to start very early on in a game of cricket. At county level, do they wait an hour? No one's lapping. Yesterday afternoon, everyone that wasn't fielding or batting seemed to be lapping, including the great Marcus Trescothick. But today, they all seem to be in the changing rooms or in the stands. Maybe they're waiting for it to warm up a little bit. I mean, beautiful sunshine, but I guess it's still a bit of a morning chill at 11:30 on a Tuesday morning.
Exactly. Good first over there from Charlie Morris. I'm going to say his name as much as possible to try and ingrain it into my muscle memory. Yeah, well, they've been out warming up. They've had their vigorous exercise. Maybe they're just chilling out with a coffee.
Well, talking of vigorous exercise, I've never seen a batsman sprint off in a drinks break like Josh Davey is. Is he trying to get his steps up or his Strava pace up? They're not declaring, are they? Oh, I think they might be declaring.
It does look like we've got a declaration.
That's passed us by. It's not a drink spray. I'm pretty sure that must be a declaration. Tom Abel must have called them in. What a funny time to declare. 184 for 8. Dave on 11 not out. Baird on 17 not out. And Worcestershire seemed slightly taken aback by that decision.
So what's the lead? Hang on, quick mental math. 68 ahead?
68 ahead. Yeah,
Worcestershire will come out and have a bat?
That just seemed a bit bizarre for me. Yeah, now the scoreboard's having to change.
I suppose Tom Abel wants to get some overs through his bowlers' legs, and they didn't bowl that many yesterday, so perhaps he fancies having a bowl. Maybe he thinks they can finish it off today.
I wanted to watch Davey and Baird score 50.
Maybe they've all got tea times tomorrow afternoon.
Now we're talking. Even this evening, that is more like it.
That must be it.
Should we ring up Taunton Pickeridge, Taunton Vivory, and ask, has there been a, I bet a Waller's been on it, but I know he's not playing today, but have the likes of a Mr. Abel or Mr. Baird and co. booked a tea time, surely?
Yeah, so if anyone's listening at a golf course in and around the Taunton area, if you've got any names, your tea times booked under the name of Somerset cricketers, please do cancel them.
Please do inform us or charge them extra. But so what a funny time for declaration, and the groundsman's coming out to just give the pitch a bit of TLC, a bit of a brush, and the two Ians, the umpires, Ramage and Blackwell, they're just thinking, I'm not ready for a coffee or a tea or a biscuit or a wee yet. They're just going to sort of stand around the dugout and probably just wait for 5-10 minutes.
Full of surprises. Well, let's run through the scorecard quickly, shall we? 184 for 8 then Somerset have finished. Eddie Byram and Tom Banton opened up. Eddie made 11. Tom Banton got 14. Tom Abel, the skipper, who's just called them in, he got 20. Lewis Goldsworthy, as we were saying this morning, made a really nice looking 30. Will Smead, young talent, who played a few 2020s last year. We're excited to see how he goes. He made 12. Lewis Gregory, 32 from just 45 balls. He hit a couple of towering sixes, just flicked off his hips. Rudolph van der Merwe, 22. He hit one big six down the ground as well, didn't he? That came from nowhere. Sam Young, the young academy player, made 6. Well, no, in fact, he's a professional. I've done him a disservice. One of the youngsters on the staff here. He made 6. Jamie Baird finished with 17 not out. He's had a good couple of, day and half an hour in a Somerset shirt, and Josh Davey 11 not out. So a total of 184 for 8, 9 extras. Bowling wise, Joe Leach, the captain, with his, we're never going to be able to say Joe Leach without saying Bustle, are we? 16 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 57 for him. Charlie Morris finished with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. He's just got warmed up, hasn't he? Bowled his first over of the morning, gone through all the warm-ups, and then
hardly worth it, was it?
That's it for him. Ed Barnard, 14 overs, 1 for 32, 4 maidens. He was economical, although Jamie Baird hit him for a couple of nice 4s this morning. Aaron Finch, no, not Aaron Finch, Adam Finch. It's moved across.
Should we have an alternative 11 based on the surname?
It's gone from Morris to Adam Finch. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39. And Brett D'Oliveira, we saw him, the only spinner to bowl so far in the game. He bowled 6 overs last night, 1 for 9 with 4 maidens. What do we think, Harry?
Well, I think we've got to go back to the highlight of the week so far, Sonny Baker, who should now hopefully be opening the bowling again for Somerset in the second innings. And I've just seen Devon Cricket have put a lovely piece from Conrad Sutcliffe about the Torquay Quick. The 18-year-old, talking about his appearance on Monday morning when he took 3 for yesterday, has entrusted with a new ball, and he took 3 for 22. And I do like it when the local, the minor counties, or what they used to be called, Devon, have picked up on a Somerset youngster doing really well. And Mike Pugh, the director of cricket, has been interviewed, and he said Baker's hard work since earning an academy contract with Somerset last year is paying off. By the looks of it, Somerset's training routines have helped Sonny pick up a few yards of extra pace. Sonny has worked really hard at his game, and everyone at Torquay is pleased to see him doing so well against Worcestershire.
Must be brilliant for the club side to have seen someone come through as a youngster. There's that pride you have of seeing that's what I love about cricket. Is players play at all different levels. You can have Taunton a few years ago, but Tom Abel was a boy from Taunton Cricket Club. Jack Leach, of course, is Taunton Dean, but Taunton had Tom Abel and Marcus Harris, the Australia opener, opening the batting a few years ago, which was, as a club cricketer, you turn up against those two was fantastic. I'm just having a quick look through the comments. What have we got on YouTube?
We've got 109 viewers even during the 10-minute interval on the Facebook Live. A few comments have come up, but YouTube seems to be more of the comments place, I think.
Play will resume at 11:41, it seems. God, there's people that know more than we does.
Gregory just warming up with his backwards cap. He didn't bowl too much in the first innings. Maybe fancied a bit more of a bowl in the second innings. A few catches being taken.
Let's have a look round the ground, shall we? Notts playing Warwickshire. Day 1. Sorry, there's a
bit of radio coming
through from somewhere. Not sure where it is. Yes, Notts playing Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Ben Slater, he's opening the batting with Hasib Hamid. Hamid's 19 not out. He'll captain Notts in the Royal London One Day Cup this year. It'd be good to see. It's nice to see him having a bit of a comeback because he had that great start to his Test career.
Yeah, interesting decision that, but hope he does well this summer. Will we try and sort this radio problem in the back of the press box?
I think it's coming from my speaker.
Oh, so Sam is meant to be on commentary, is ruining the commentary with his computer commentary going off? Anyway, while Sam's trying to sort that out, I'll just talk you through what's going to happen in a minute. So we can have, I reckon it's going to be Gregory and Baker to open up. They're the two that are warming up with the most purpose. Ned Leonard is also warming up in his whites, having a little bowl. Steve Kirby's hanging around, helping warm the players up. Great to see the Ginger Tango, the quick bowler from just a few years ago. Back bowling here. I remember growing up as a youngster watching the likes of Steve Kirby, Jamal Hussain, Alfonso Thomas, Pete Trigo, the great seamers of 10 years ago. And great to see Kirby did a bit of work with the MCC and been travelling around a bit, and great to see him back here. And very happy to be involved. You sorted, Sam?
It was coming from my computer. It's the live stream from Notts. Was going through to my Bluetooth speaker. So yes,
were we watching Notts instead of Somerset?
Well, no, I've just turned it on to get the scorecard. So I've completely lost where I was. I mean, I was talking about Hasib.
That's got to be a £5 fine.
Yeah,
that's worse than Chris Morris.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that. That's my first £5 to charity. Well, shall I keep going?
Yeah, why not? Go for it.
So early start. 32 for none. Hamid's 23 not out. So it's good to see him back. So we've got Cardiff UCCE are playing Glamorgan. They're 247 for 6.
Glamorgan coming here on Friday, of course.
Yes, the next opponents for Somerset. We've got at the Oval, Surrey are taking on Sussex. Sussex made 382 for 5 declared yesterday. Surrey in reply in a little bit of trouble, I suppose you could say. 31 for 3. Mark Stoneman's gone for 8. Patel's gone for a duck. Laurie Evans has gone for 4. So we've got Will Jacks not out on naught. And Jamie Smith, another young keeper batsman who could push into your wicketkeepers 11.
Oh, he could. I was impressed with him. He looked a bit of an Ollie Pope about him, also being Surrey. I thought he looked useful last year. That last year being that breakthrough year, wasn't it? When all the youngsters got to go, and the likes of Tom Lammerby came from almost nowhere from a Somerset point of view, and now is a dead cert to open next week against Middlesex. I mean, maybe JB Smith could become the next new keeper batsman. I saw him play. He played I think he played the first game. He played most of their Bob Willis Trophy games last year. He made 70 odd in the first innings against Middlesex actually, and played some really lovely shots. Young Sussex seamer Sean Hunt's in the wickets there, as is Harry Crocombe. He's got 2 for 12, 1 for Hunt. Where else have we got? Yorkshire still batting against Leeds Bradford. They're at 4, 6, 8 for 5. Johnny Tattersall's 27 not out. Matthew Waite's got 32. That must be the top scorer of the pre-season friendly so far.
I think so. Tom Coda Cadmore made 100 yesterday. Retired not out on 109. Lowton at top of the order. His opening partner made 84. Gary Balance, great to see him back. He took a break from the game last season, but I think he's got a few runs in pre-season. He got 66 yesterday. 76 for Brooke. Will Frayne 61, and then we've got
Brooke in my fancy team. That sounds good.
No points for pre-season games. And Gloucestershire declared 401 for 9 against the University of Exeter, who are 3 for 1 in
Chris
response.
Dent retired on 80 yesterday. I thought that was a bit odd in a pre-season game. Surely you let him get his 100. I mean, retiring the 80s just seemed a bit harsh on the man.
And Ryan Higgins finished 93 not out as well, so no centuries in that scorecard.
Gloucestershire have no sentiment for scoring hundreds.
Decent runs all round. It must be great. Young Mr. Barlow, 3 for 47 for Exeter Uni. Good fun to have these pre-season curtain raisers against the university.
Good to see different names, isn't it, and different teams.
And then Leicestershire taking on Loughborough University. Leicestershire are 398 for 6. Welsh is 17 not out. Young keeper Harry Swindles, 17 not out. Runs for Colin Ackerman yesterday. Lots of retired outs yesterday. For Patel retired out for 46. Colin Ackerman 77. Harry Dearden 55. Evans, well, he made 81 before he was dismissed. So their runs against the students there. And then we've got Lancashire batting against Derbyshire. They're 13 for 2. Derbyshire 2. Well, here's an interesting scorecard for you. 2-4-4 for 13 declared. Derbyshire.
Oh, wow. We've got 13 aside at the moment, but we haven't got 15 players.
I was hoping we'd have someone with like 11 wickets, but we haven't. They were spread out. Billy Godalman made 44. Anuj Dal 30. Matt Christie had 20 runs. Finn Hudson Prentice, he's a good young player.
Good young player, yeah.
23. I've enjoyed looking at these scorecards when they don't know or if it's youngsters. So we've got A player, Z player, F player, and Y player all batted for Derbyshire. And I think, it's probably time for a change. I think I'm going to dip. Am I dipping out or are you dipping out? I think it's me, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll dip you out after your error with the speaker.
I know.
I think that's a good punishment.
I will go and take a look in the mirror and count some pennies to have my £5 in the charity pot, and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Elliot Trotman.
And brilliant timing. Gregory just bowling the first ball to Daryl Mitchell and Jake Libby have come out to bat. Just made me laugh as Sam was faffing about with all the scores from around the grounds. Poor old Gregory and Leonard and Baker were having a nice little warm-up, bowling through, and then they had to sprint all the way over to the Colin Atkinson pavilion for a 20-second chat with Tom Abel, and then run all the way back out to then come in and bowl. But I guess they've got to warm up the bowl, and then they've got to have the team talk, then they've got to actually be ready to bowl. But anyway, Elliot, what are your thoughts on the first half an hour play and the slightly surprising declaration?
Yeah, I think actually the move from Tom Abel is a good one. I think he's probably confident going into this morning, especially seeing the bowling attack and how they performed yesterday. So, in my opinion, it sort of made sense. And as you said, I think he's probably got a tea time this evening of some sort, and he wants to get this game over with. Long way to go, though. Long way to go.
There are some good golfers in this Somerset side, in most cricket teams, to be honest with you. But so Lewis Gregory's just allowed Jake Libby to get a little tickle. Was it Daryl Mitchell? He just tickled it down the fine leg for one. Both right-handed batsmen with a green helmet. Trying to distinguish between the two of them. Jake Libby of Cornish descent, as we mentioned before, and seems to often score runs in the white ball matches against Somerset. Daryl Mitchell, we know, we've talked about a lot. Solid opening batsman. Good opening partnership, this really. I think you'd say Daryl Mitchell and Jake Libby are one of the more solid partnerships around in the County Championship, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And, yesterday, as I said, they've got used to some of the bowling yesterday. We've mentioned him again, Sonny Baker, that I think they'll be looking forward to facing him again today.
Well, yeah, he's not. Did he take the first over yesterday, or did Josh Davey take the first over?
I believe Josh Davey took the first over.
So it might still be Sonny Baker from the River End. We're yet to see as Lewis Gregory's bowling this first over. A little bit of shape away. Well taken by Baird, just running across in front of first slip, which is Tom Banton. In a big sweater, Tom Banton.
I was going to say that.
Move. Yeah, I'm not sure it needs
Opted the long sleeve.
I guess at first slip, he's not going to move very much. He's got three fielders around him that can do the chasing the third man. Maybe Tom Banton, even at his young age, has pulled rank and said, look, the 3 or 4 lads who are even younger than me can do the run into the boundary. I'll just stand at first slip and talk Baird through his keeping. Maybe that's his thoughts.
Probably hasn't acclimatised to the English weather.
No. Compared to Pakistan, it's a lot cooler even when the sun's out.
Nice day, though.
Absolutely. Beautiful. We've got a few Worcestershire players just appearing from the Ondarchie Pavilion. The Ondarchie Pavilion being their changing room for this week, as it was at the end of the COVID cut short Bob Willis Trophy season last year. Hoping we can have a full season, although it's going to be behind closed doors for the start. Fans should be back in a couple of months' time, and hopefully we'll have cricket all the way through to October. Well, end of September at least. It was a bit funny, wasn't it, that October game, the Somerset-Essex? Well, it always seems to be a Somerset-Essex game at the end of any season, late, and always end up with Somerset being runners-up, but we won't open that can of worms yet. But yeah, October last year, I was at that finals day in October, and the first Saturday was rained off, then the second Saturday, did we end up playing on the Sunday, was it? No. We were going to play on the Saturday, then we did play on the Sunday, and then we nearly had to play on the Wednesday. All right, bucketed it down all on the Saturday, and we didn't start till 1 o'clock on the Sunday. Played on to about 10:30 Sunday night. And had to do a 2.5 hour drive back to South West, but it was worth it. Cracking finals day. Shame that Somerset weren't there, but the likes of Trigo and Jamie Overton were on show, so good to see them performing well for Notts and Surrey respectively. an October finals day was a bit odd, but it was good in the end. So, Sonny Baker it is. 1, 2, 3, 4 slips. Banton, Gregory, Abelin, Roller van der Merwe. Same slips as yesterday. Oh, just a Bortz's run up Baker. Don't fancy that. May as well get it right first ball. You don't want to mess up your run up, continue through, and then bowl a full toss. Like it when a tennis player, they do a terrible toss and they let it bounce and think, I'll just start again. Sensible decision rather than trying to go with a terrible toss or a wrong-footed run up.
I just tweeted out if Sonny Baker gets 5 today. Very exciting. So I've just...
Oh.
Okay.
Well, you don't mind 2 abortions if he then gets his 5, I suppose. You can actually see some of his hooping in-swingers on the Somerset have tweeted and Facebook post, and Devon Cricket has shared it. A lot of excitement around this lad. We've got to not get too excited and big him up too much and let it all go to his head, but hopefully he continues to impress again today and wasn't just a flash in the pan yesterday. What do we call that? Sort of defensive stroke that nearly rolled back onto the stumps. I'm not quite sure about why he bowls with a watch on his left wrist. When I was a PE teacher myself now, and having gone through school, been always told to take your watch off. What's this all about? I know Jofra Archer does it.
Probably a Fitbit.
Yeah,
measuring his steps. He's got to get his 10,000 steps in today.
I thought professional athletes have these things that go on their chest. A lot of footballers and rugby players I know use them. But no one else in the Somerset team's doing it. But I just would find it really annoying. You get a terrible tan line as well in this sunshine with the left wrist covered up with a black watch. Again, straight down the leg side early from Baker. Baird again 3 or 4 steps to his left. I mean, it seems a bit harsh to be critical of the young lad who bowled so well, but I like to see him just, start further outside off stump and then let the in-swing come into the batsman and make him play it. At the moment, he's starting on Midland leg and the ball's then swinging away to leg side and just easy for Libby or Mitchell to just leave it.
He'll be thinking about those LBWs yesterday. Certainly trying to get it on the batsman's pads.
We got our first lappers. Looks like Leach down below me, having just bowled, the captain of Worcestershire. And a little lap, and Baker, that's 3 times in this over. He's not got it quite right. Quite often when this happens, you see the captain change him over. To a couple of overs, he'll put someone else on the bowl and then bring him in on the other end. But Gregory won't want to swap after only bowling 1 over for 1 run to start the day. So Baker's either got to sort it out at that end, or maybe Abel will have a word with him. He's bowled 2 balls, but he's run in 5 times so far. Maybe he's just getting in the head of Daryl Mitchell.
This is why I bowl spin. I can never get my run up right.
4 steps. Yeah, I never need to mark my run up out.
It's just like...
Never bowl on an over in your life if you bowl spin. Should be the way, but... Abel and Banton just getting their hands loose. A bit of slip catching. They probably weren't ready to come out and field, really. Unless Abel told them the plan was to bat till half 11, but... Did seem to take some of the Somerset players by surprise. Jason Kerr just starting to be the first Somerset man to have a lap. I'm watching his players have a go at Worcestershire. That's better, isn't it? That's what we want. The line we want. Attacking the stumps. Bit of bat, bit of pad. Umpire's giving its leg byes. No bat then. Just wrapped into the pad and a little one squirmed into the leg side.
As the players, it must be so nice to just walk round the boundary of a pre-season. Just watch some good cricket.
Absolutely.
Can't do that in these county championship games, fans. Badgering you for an autograph. Sure, you're one of those fans.
I've got a few signed bats from over the years. I think now I'd almost rather have... This day and age, people rather have photos than autographs, though. Perhaps. Oh, cheeky single. I think that's out the direct hit. Well, obviously we're trying to commentate without the benefit of replay straight away, but seemed a little bit unnecessary from Mitchell there. Possibly stitching himself up rather than Libby. He was running to the danger end, and the left-handed throw coming for mid-wicket. Nearly ran himself out of the non-striker's end. Good backing up, just the 1 run. But
You got any really famous autographs, Harry, with your bats as a fan?
One of the first Somerset games I ever came to, when I was a real youngster, was a mate from Cub Scouts. I think we might have been 7 or 8. and I can't remember the exact title of the game. It was like an England 11. It must have been like some charity game of some sort. And I'm pretty sure Ramprakash and Jack Russell were playing.
Nice.
So I think, and back then they gave you a little picture scorecard thing, which was really nice. You can still get them, but less common, less popular. And I think I had Jack Russell and Mark Ramprakash into the names I remember. I'm sure Sam will tell us about it at a later date, but I think it was an England 11 from over the years against a Somerset 11, and I would guess it was about 2006, 2007, but maybe someone on Twitter can tell me the exact game and who else might have been playing. What about yourself?
I was at the Swallow. Ooh, it's not the Swallow anymore, is it? It's the
Swalek.
The Swalek. I call it Swallow. Swalek. Yeah, sorry.
I'm not sure it's called either of them, but I've never heard it called the Swallow.
I think it's the West Countries or
the Swallow. I had to think about it.
What is it?
It's scary that I knew what
Gardens
you meant,
now, though, isn't it?
Sophia Gardens.
Sophia Gardens.
That could be it. Always seems to be
I
windy
was at
there.
Sophia Gardens back in 2011, watching. I believe it was England versus Sri Lanka. In there, it was one of those when they came over for the summer. And
I'm going to guess you're going to say Jai Warner and Sangakkara.
What was autographs?
Yeah.
No, it was actually Jonathan Trott.
Jonathan Trott.
Yeah.
That's right up there. I'll take that all day long, actually. Read his autobiography, actually. Great read. I really like Jonathan Trott. He was, probably as a teenager, he was probably my idol, actually. As a right-handed batsman, batting number 3 and just solid. I was always a bit of a boring defensive batsman. Well, I still am, really. But just loved the way he went about his business. He was brilliant. And in ODIs, back then, he was a good ODI batsman. Nowadays, he'd never get in the ODI. You know, the pace he batted at, he wouldn't get in the modern ODI game. But the way he used to just drive through mid-on, mid-wicket, I used to love that on-drive was just stunning. Oh, that shot's not far off.
Fantastic shot.
We saw that yesterday from Libya Mitchell, didn't we? Drop short and a back foot punch was probably the most prolific way of scoring runs, actually, yesterday, in a pretty low score for Worcestershire. Only the 116 they managed as an 11 batting.
Here it's on replay.
First short ball from Gregory.
Really nice.
Short boundary, just needs to beat the man, it's 4 runs.
And as you said yesterday, not really moving across, just simply holding it, playing it late, flick of the wrist and it's gone.
Yeah, well played.
And they've lost the ball here.
Is it because it's a blue sheet, which is quite unnecessary because it's not going to rain, but maybe it's there just in case of a bit of morning dew, I suppose, and it's flicked off the blue sheet and then into the picket fence. And that often happens, isn't it? The first fielder spends a couple of minutes looking around, then someone else trots over and picks up straight away. Village cricket, picky out the stingers, as they say. Here it's in the green seats of the Somerset stand, and the first fielder didn't have a clue. I think it was Sonny Baker actually went over and picked up straight away.
Was it Goldsworthy just climbing up?
Goldsworthy didn't have a clue where he's going, yeah. Certain people are just better at looking for balls. It's always seemed to be me, when we play football in the park, it always seemed to be me that volunteered to go over the barbed wire fence into the cow field. Don't know why. I think maybe it's because I was the impatient one. I just wanted to get playing as soon as possible. Other people would, last one to sit down. Did you ever play that when you play football or cricket? Last one to sit down has to go and get the ball. Yeah. I thought it was fair. Whoever hits it or kicks it has to go and get it. I thought it was the rule, but then I'd just be like, well, I want to play as soon as possible again, so I'll just go and get it. Not normally the case in county or professional cricket of any sort, really. Normally there's a fan who can flick it back, but now, whether it's football or cricket, if a fan touches the ball when the fans are allowed in, or if a media person will touch the ball, they have to wash it, don't they? Just in case that person has any germs, I suppose. Got to be careful.
That was something last summer. Used to the cleaning the ball every 6 overs.
Yeah. God, I didn't like it. And then they put the antibacterial gel up against the stump, and I thought, well, one game there's going to be someone going for a direct hit run out, and it's going to, because sometimes they didn't put the gel right against the stumps, and that used to really annoy me. As a fielder, I would go and put the gel up right next to the stumps, because I thought one time someone's going to go for a direct hit run out, and I bet it'll be me batting, and the ball will be about to miss the stumps, but it'll flick the antibacterial gel pot and knock the bails off. And I thought, besides all that, be me, and I'd be fuming. So I thought set the precedent. I would always move it right next to the stumps. Yeah, reading the ECB guidelines last night, and the Devon Cricket website reposted them. Sounds like until June we're going to have no teas and a bit of washing of hands. Hopefully by June, when more people have been vaccinated, we'll be able to get on to more normal cricket. And our first pre-season friendly is a week on Saturday. We've been told there's going to be no fans, but then after April the 12th, we are allowed fans to come in and watch and sit on the benches and have a pint outside.
What's your go-to sort of village tea?
Village tea?
Or just match tea?
Yeah.
I thought that if you play the more village cricket you play, the better the teas get. Do you know what I mean?
I like a bit of a surprise hot a bit of hot food. North Devon, Instow, I've got where the home of Overton's and Tim Groenewold played there a couple of summers ago. They do cracking teas, bit pasties, bit pizza. I do like a bit of fruit in a tea actually, because so often the tea is full of carbs and a bit stodgy in it, and I can't say no to food, so I eat absolutely loads and then struggle to run around. Not being a quick bowler, I've always managed to cope alright whether I'm batting or bowling my loopy spinners. I can normally get by with a full stomach, but it's nice to have a little bit of fruit to wash it down. A bit of grapes I quite like. What about you?
I like a pork pie.
Pork pie.
Yeah, I do like a pork pie. And you know what? Even if I'm batting next, I'll still have a pork pie.
I know some people who used to take a plate and then put it in the change rooms and eat it after they batted, but no, I just, even when whenever I open the bat, you just got to shove it down. Sonny Baker charging in. Wait there, blocked into the offside by Jake Libby, who's on 6. Worcestershire 8 for none. Yeah, no, it's going to be a few more meal deals then. There's a bit of an argument on Twitter I saw over which supermarket has the best meal deal.
I go Tesco.
Summer. Yeah, I normally go Tesco. I didn't bring enough packed lunch yesterday. Obviously, we're not being fed at the moment while we're commentating, very sadly. But as the COVID rules say. But yeah, I was about to got a cheeky Sainsbury's meal deal on the way home last night. My third visit to the petrol station yesterday, having needed to get food and then actually needed petrol, and then bit of a shambles. But yeah, enjoyed it. What did I have? Cheese and tomato pasta was quite nice. But no, I'd go Tesco. Yeah, I love the chicken pasta in Tesco. That was my go-to meal deal for cricket teas last year. I'd always get 2 of them. One £3 meal deal wasn't enough. You think playing cricket from 11 till 6 or
long day?
Yeah, you need more than one meal deal. Come on.
Fortunately for myself, our team had many a batting collapse. So
feel free to tweet.
I was in the bar at 4.
Yeah. Any suggestions of teas? Any great thoughts or ideas that we should try for home teas this year? Then do tweet them in. You might have seen some adverts pop up in between overs or in the interval. There's a few things going on the Somerset website. Do check it out. There's a WPA Predictions League, which we mentioned yesterday, about predicting your top run scorer, your top wicket taker, a few other questions on there you can fill in for a bit of fun. And also there's a few get on the Somerset YouTube channel. Yesterday we enjoyed the Ollie Sale inside training video. We enjoyed the Abel Waller fielding masterclass. They're both good watches. So feel free, if you're bored this evening or anytime, really get on the YouTube channel on Somerset and watch a few of those clips.
Just looking at some of the Facebook comments. Got one from Jackie Tackle, I believe. I'm pretty, by pronunciation of words today, it has been poor.
The Swallock.
Swallock or the Swallock. Loving the live feed sitting in the garden in Devon.
Brilliant. Yeah, you need a Wi-Fi that carries out to the garden. I'll tell you a little tip. This is free of charge, this tip. Feel free to tweet me if you've got a better idea. But what I get is a shoebox, because you often find the glare. If you want to have it on your iPad, your phone, your computer, I put my iPad generally in a shoebox and have the lid up to protect you, so then you're still enjoying the sun. You can be sunbathing with the lid of the shoebox covering up the screen to take the glare off it. That's my little tip. Try it out. Let me know what you think. Yeah. Baker charging in with his hooping in swing. It's down the leg side. Oh, Baird did that a couple of times yesterday, didn't he? Where he sort of fumbled it, but then still took the catch. I guess he parried it up. Quick bowling from Baird. Quick bowling from Baker, sorry. And Baird just parries it up in the air and then takes the catch still. Didn't drop it, so no worries. But you'd rather he takes it cleanly, I suppose. But as long as he takes it, it doesn't matter. I was checking the cricket websites and social media overnight, and bit of a laugh at Dulverton Cricket Club. I've got a few friends who play there, and they were selling some bags of moss. So if anyone wants any bags of moss, then the typical Devon or Somerset village cricket, isn't it? Little things like that. They got some moss they dug up off the square, and some farmers might find it of some use. So I think it's brilliant how the cricket communities really get involved, and it's that normally you'd have that NatWest Cricket Force, wouldn't you, where everyone comes and helps out, and it's just great to see the communities and when everyone gets involved.
Something that's nice to see, it's expected really, I think, in the professional game, but the wicketkeeper, running between the wickets after overs, like That's something we always used to do at school. Got very competitive. Stop.
Yeah, I love my fielding. I'm always pretty keen and buzzing around, but I would tend to sort of save my energy between overs because even if you do, I always find it annoying. Like you'd run between overs, and the captain told you to run between overs. You'd run, and then you'd have to wait 2 minutes for the bowler to faff around with his run up, then change his field one more time. I mean, you could argue that the fielder's be in position to see what the field is, but so many times I'd run to position, stand there, and the bowler's still not trotted up from fine leg, and then someone else is getting a drink, or there's a bat change or glove change. So why have I just run for absolutely no reason? But interesting. We're talking about the watch wearers. Lewis Gregory's a Fitbit or a Apple Watch step counting club by the looks of things. As he's bowling with his right arm, he's got the watch on his left. Maybe there's more players than I realise that do it. Another defensive stroke into the offside. Libby and Mitchell looking solid here, aren't they? No alarm so far. 4.3 overs in, 9 for none. They just want to get through and bat a bit longer than they did yesterday, I suppose.
Yeah, we've got obviously lunch at 1. They'll be looking to sort of bat through. It's completely different yesterday. They've seen what they're sort of facing. Weather's lovely today. Sit around and get some time in the middle.
We haven't had a flat watch in a while, have we? Have we lost a few?
I'm sure this is like the 4th flat watch of the day, isn't it?
No, only the second. We've got to keep the hashtag. We've got to keep the fans engaged. We've got 4 on the top in the sunshine. That's the best view. The communal area at the top as Gregory comes into Libby again. Just tucked into the leg side. That's a good shot, that. That's going to be at least 1. Good tumbling save. Stopped again to the boundary. Yeah, easy 1 there. And then we got what have we got? 3 on the second tier. And then another 5 on the tier below that. So
I like that flag.
Yes. Is that the Wyvern? I think
that is indeed.
Yeah. Good. That's brilliant, actually.
Proper supporter.
Proper supporter, yeah. I do remember a few... Was it a Surrey T20? It's always Surrey when it kicks off because, well, we can't say we dislike a county, but something always happens between Somerset and Surrey. We talk about the Batty incident or the Tom Curran incident. But I remember the retirement flats getting quite rowdy. It's quite funny, actually. Politely rowdy. You know, West Country, just funny comments. Not abuse. Nothing below the belt, but just a bit of a joke with some of the Surrey fielders during the T20. And Tom Curran, of course, didn't particularly enjoy it, but... No, I love it when there's a full crowd here, and I suppose you call it banter or the chat, but it doesn't have to be rude, or it's not like football abuse. It's just the funny West Country way of saying something to the fielders in front of them. I think it's brilliant.
I think you get that at every club locally. Big call, there it is.
The umpires haven't messed about, have they? Whenever there's an LBW shout, it's been straight up or not out.
First wicket of the day for Lewis Gregory. Daryl Mitchell walks.
Yeah, just seeing the replay on your screen now, it must be fairly plumb for him to give it so quickly. Yeah, I guess when it's that full, I guess, it's an easier decision to make. Lewis Gregory's moving it a little bit, played it full. It almost looked like the bat got stuck behind the pad there. And you often find that, often in this day and age, you see batsmen opening up with a more open stance. I'm just doing a little demonstration in the commentary box. I know no one can see me, but it helps me think of my thought process of what I'm trying to say. With that left, especially right-handed batsman, with their left foot opens up a bit to allow the bat to come through straighter without the pad getting in the way. Perhaps that time Mitchell, he almost had to play around his front pad, which is where the front pad got wrapped, and the LBW decision was given.
Lewis Gregory didn't even turn round to look at the umpire.
No, you could see him opening the bowling and looking good. So Worcestershire are 10 for 1. Be interesting to see if they go with the same lineup today, the same batting order, the same personnel, because as we said before, it's a 30-man squad, but 11 will bat. So be good to see quite who comes out to bat. Your guess is as good as ours. Who do you reckon? Who's your money on, Elliot? Who's coming out to bat?
I wouldn't know. I'm just looking at Baird and Baker having a little chat with each other. Probably talking about their A-levels. Studying. How much revision have you done?
Did you do your homework last night? Yeah. Maybe on Easter holidays now. It's alright.
Did you ever at school, did you ever play a cricket match and revise during a long Saturday?
Yes, 100%. I remember a pre-season game in April at Cheriton Fitzpaine away. The groundsman walked up and down the wicket in wellies, and the the water was seeping up above his ankles in his wellies, and he still wouldn't call it off. No way were we ever going to play. So I sat in this freezing cold, wet pavilion reading my AQA GCSE PE textbook, revising, and we're never going to play this pre-season friendly at Cherwin Fitzpaine. But he wouldn't call it off. Eventually he called it off, and I'd done 3 hours revision, so I'd done quite well, actually.
I remember I was batting at 4 in a game on a Saturday, and the openers went in, and one of the openers went early, so I was like, right, okay, I'm going to be in probably soon.
Tom Fell it is to Baker. Tom Fell, what a lovely
Nice
shot, first ball. That's the shot of the morning so far from the first ball of Worcestershire's number 3 batsman, Tom Fell.
Is it Fell, was it Libby?
Or was it Libby? I could be wrong. After all that, building up Tom Fell. Oh, yeah, sorry, apologies. Gregory's wicket came off the last ball of the previous over, didn't it? So Baker's actually played that to Libby. Oh, I've given Tom Fell some credit for Jake Libby's shot. I'm sure they won't mind. Sharon's caring. Libby on to 11. Go on, where are we going with your...
No, I was just saying, I remember the man, number 3, going in before me in the 3rd over. And so it's a 50 over game. And I ended up going in the 48th over. So I sat around. Could have done some revision, however I didn't. And only came in and faced 2 overs. And even then, it was only a few balls.
Bit of pad rash.
Batsman 1, 135, and I think batsman 3, I should say, 120 something, and there was me, 4 not out.
Yeah, I've done that and gone and got a duck many a time, or gone and not faced the ball, waiting about 3 for about 30 overs, and then go in and just run for a partner and don't even face the ball. So that's the joy of cricket, all the quirks that we love about the beautiful game. So Sonny Baker charging with real vigour, real purpose. Just left outside by, definitely fell this time. Just the 3 slips in. We did have 4. With an in-swinging bowler, you'd have thought you don't need 3 or 4 slips as much. Maybe there for the one that goes straight on. But what do we got? A square leg and a mid-wicket in the ring, as well as a mid-on, mid-off and point. The covers are still vacant. I suppose, if there's one that's outside off stump, you invite him to drive and then get the 2nd or 3rd slip catch, perhaps. But with his, I think Baker more seems to go for his LBWs with his in-swinging Yorkers. There you go. And what do I say? In-swinging Yorker, right on cue. Good youngster, listening to my commentary, and there he goes. Produces a perfect in-swinging Yorker. Well played by Tom Fell. That's a good read. We've got Ben Warren's got his brilliant toy of a slow-mo camera, so hopefully we'll get to see that in action later on. And there you go. Look at that LBW from Lewis Gregory. That's a perfect example of it. Some great facilities here and great technology that we can bring in the beautiful game, beam to your living room, on your telly, on your laptop, on your phone, wherever you are. Jason Kerr just perched on the edge of the Marcus Gothic stand. That's Baker. Well, that looked a better shout. That's an in-swinging Yorker that's probably more middle leg. That Fell's just falling over a bit, falling over to the offside. And a bit of a shout from the Somerset team. Not a really loud appeal, but enough of a shout to make the umpire think and have to nod his head. Have we got any other comments coming in? Any other engagements from home? Feel free to tweet us or comment on YouTube or Facebook Live, and we'll try and read out any useful, sensible comments. Well, not that we always only talk about sensible things, but Baker looks like he's running an even faster today than he was yesterday. Even more purpose, really sprinting in. Well played by Fell. 15 for 1. I'll wish you after 6 overs. You probably have me for another 10 minutes, then I'll hand over to Sam to take you through to the lunch interval with Elliot.
Some comments here on Facebook. Maurice Coombe, good morning all. Live in Wellington now, but lived in Dolverton till I was 21. Nice to hear my old town mentioned.
Lewis Gregory again to bowl from the Marcus Gothic end. The Marcus Gothic pavilion end, that is, not the Marcus Gothic stand end, which is where Jason Kerr is. So So Lewis Gregory has bowled 3 overs, 1 wicket for 7 runs. Baker's 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 6 runs. Lovely delivery from Lewis Gregory, just outside off stump. So just to remind you of the first class averages of Fell and Libby. So Tom Fell has played 84 first class matches. He scored 4,144 runs at an average of 30.47. And Jake Libby, before this week, has played 60 first class matches, 3,072 runs at 31.03. Fell who can also keep, and Libby bowls a little bit of part-time slow right arm. Lovely shot there, 4 cover drive. Jake Libby looking good, isn't he? Good touch, Jake Libby so far.
Yeah, definitely. See this shot here on replay. Really nice.
Worth mentioning last year's Bob Willis Trophy that 4 of the competition's top 15 batsmen came from Worcestershire. Mitchell, Jake Libby, D'Oliveira and Tom Fell. Jake Libby was second in the list. Only Sir Alistair Cook scored more first class runs in the Bob Willis Trophy last summer. Alistair Cook scoring 498. Very impressive on his return to Essex full time, having retired from England. But yeah, that's really impressive stat for Worcestershire, who struggled in the 29 championship season, finishing next to bottom, and then last year did really well in the Bob Willis Trophy. There was that sort of inverted commas semi-final against Somerset and New Road that we talked about a lot yesterday when Tom Lammerby batted superbly. I mean, it could be a transitional season for Worcestershire actually. Senior members like Mitchell, Ross Whiteley and Ricky Vessels are all entering final months of their contracts. So, as we just see just short of third slip, wasn't it? A false shot outside off stump, bounce just short of third slip. Flicked up quite cool bit of fielding actually there. I think Roloff van der Merwe flicked it up off the bounce, and then Tom Banton caught it off the bounce, off van der Merwe's parry. And Libby survives. Yeah, so, I mean, exciting that Ben Cox has agreed to another 3 years, making New Road his home, but the likes of Whiteley, Vessels and Mitchell are important players for Worcestershire. No Whiteley in this game, but Worcestershire wouldn't want to see Mitchell and Vessels go quite yet. They've got a few years of service left in them, I'm pretty sure. Lewis Gregory again, the swing down the leg side there. That is going to be at least 2 byes, I think the umpire's going to give here. We were saying earlier how Baird's done well to get across to some of them, but you've got to put the pressure on the bowler there to bowl a bit more accurately, haven't you?
I think there's only so much you can do, especially the way these two are bowling. They're not exactly slow, are they? And they're swinging it a lot. I like how they go in for the stumps, though. As we said yesterday, they're making them play. They're not leaving it out there on offside too much.
Yeah, Gregory's normally a fairly consistent bowler. There he is, back on it straight away. One slight blemish, and then he's back on it. Blocked.
Decent over that?
Yeah. Yeah, Daryl Mitchell's decided he's not going to feature in 50 over cricket for Worcestershire this year. So he's opening up opportunity for more younger players, which is great. Yeah, a big move. Talk about the 50 over competition this year is going to be slightly different. Probably more youngsters are going to play in it. But yeah, Worcestershire is exciting. We talked about Alzari Joseph. Wayne Parnell has actually become an overseas player with Northants for this summer. So Worcestershire will have Ben Dortchus in the T20 Blast. You might remember he was a Big Bash champion with Sydney Sixers over the winter. He was actually the second wicket taker, the second highest number of wickets in the Big Bash last year. You see much of Ben Dortchus for Sydney Sixers?
I haven't. I was just going to say on the T20 Blast though. Like we've got going to be a busy summer here, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Got a few crackers and fixtures.
Lovely shot that from Tom Fell. Not far away from the square leg fielder. There's a square leg and a forward square leg / just behind mid wicket, both in the ring, and he's picked about a 2-yard gap, slightly in the air. I mean, it's a lovely shot, but very close to both fielders. He's done well to squeeze that 3 for 4. Sonny Baker, I suppose he knows now. Tom Fell is setting up for Sonny Baker's in-swinging Yorker, or in-swinging full ball onto leg stump-ish, and he's played that really nicely. But yeah, feel free to peruse the Somerset website. You might see the advert in between the overs, but get online and buy your Somerset T20 tickets for later in the season when fans are allowed back in.
Nice shot again there from Tom Fell.
That's 2 cracking strokes and consecutive balls. This one's going to be hauled in by Josh Davey. Josh Davey running out to extra cover and keeping that to 2, rather than the 4 that fell, struck through the leg side of the ball before.
Looking forward to that Middlesex replay here at the county ground over the summer in the Blast.
Yeah,
we know what happened last time they came down here for a T20.
Yeah, what a game that was.
As a Somerset fan, it was probably the best, worst night they've ever seen of cricket.
Yeah, I think we mentioned Abel's turn yesterday. What a knock that was.
It was special.
Yeah, and that Waller catch off A.B. de Villiers, one-handed up above his head in front of the a packed Somerset stand. He just turned around and opened his arms and celebrated in front of the home faithful. And then Mohammed Hafiz was struggling a bit, but then Van der Merwe, that amazing run out through his legs. And then Morgan and Milan went ballistic, and well, it's just an absolute run feast. But poor old Abel to score that innings, that 100, and to end up on the winning side, just felt sorry for him. But then Owen Morgan, England captain, just took the game away from us with a, well, very good knock of clearing the ropes and range hitting, I suppose. We've seen a lot of runs in white ball cricket over the years down here. I remember those Nottinghamshire, the 50 over quarter final and the T20 quarter final. I think the 50 over quarter final saw 850 odd runs. Both teams got over 400. Remember Jamie Overton whacking it in that game. Yeah, we like to see exciting, high scoring batting down here, don't we? Like to see high scoring games.
Would love to see Somerset go back to finals day. Certainly got a team to do it.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Guess key to keep banting as much as possible. Not having played too many England games would help. Nicely blocked 2 into the offside there. Quite full from Baker. Baker's gone for a few more runs today than he did yesterday. I suppose not the element of surprise. A bit fuller today. I think yesterday he was bowling. We talked about him bowling a few down the leg side, and then he would wrap him on the pads for the LBW. Today he seems to be more consistently full. But maybe you have that when a player's new and young and up and coming. Worcestershire wouldn't have ever seen him bowl. Probably they probably wouldn't have had videos of him bowling for Torquay. So for them, it's that. Oh, I don't know what he's going to bowl, you know. Whereas today they've got a bit of an idea about what he's going to bowl. Well played by fella. I thought there might have been a 1 into the leg side there. He got mid-on tumbling round to his right. I thought they could have pushed a 1, but decided that no run. There'll be 29 for 1 after 8 overs. Fell on to 8 and Libby 16.
It's been good though from Worcestershire.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just give you one more over for me and then I'll hand over to Sam. Remember, Worcestershire will have Mo Enoch hopefully come onto the field at some point this season. Obviously very busy with the IPL and England commitments. But he might be able to come and play a few games for Worcestershire. It's always great to see Mo and Ali back in a Worcestershire shirt, isn't it?
Nice to see Mo and Ali play some cricket, you know.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a bowling change. I reckon it's going to be Ned Leonard at this end. Yeah, Ned Leonard did right arm, medium fast. Does bat a bit down the order. Didn't see much of him yesterday, but he will come on to bowl in replace of Lewis Gregory from the Marcus Scotland Pavilion end. What a lovely back foot punch there from Libby first up. Doesn't find the gap, but just times it. Josh Davey thinking he fancies a bowl, just bowling it around the field. It's always a hint, isn't it? When you fancy a bowl, especially if the captain's at mid-on, you bowl the ball back to him rather than underarming it.
Just giving him those signals that
Yeah. I fancy a bowl.
get me on, Tom. I'm guilty of it so many times. Start warming up. And when I do that, I usually don't end up bowling anyway, so
I always try it, but often
backfires.
ignored. Leonard just charging in. Well played by Libby. Solid back foot punch, back foot defensive shot. Doesn't look in too much alarm so far, Libby. Looks fairly comfortable at the crease. Still beautiful sunshine around the Cooper Associates County Ground. Forecast like this all week. Don't forget that there's a Glamorgan game starting on Friday, so your Easter weekend, you can have Good Friday, Easter Saturday and Easter Sunday. Listening to our commentary on the Somerset Glamorgan game.
I think it was a good decision going with shorts, H.
Definitely. I look at my forecast, I look at the Met Office app every night. See, I think later on this afternoon when I'm not on, or I'll see if this microphone stretches, I might have to be outside on the balcony enjoying the sun whilst watching the cricket.
You must have a full Somerset kit at home.
Oh, I have
Being
actually.
the badger you are. I know you're wearing the hoodie.
Yeah, I've got the t-shirt underneath actually.
Nice.
Tim Coronavol's actually Somerset T20 shirt has got an
Fantastic.
appearance today. I think when he knew he was leaving for Kent at the end of last season, he chucked it over the balcony to me. Unused actually, brand new. Very good of the man to give it to me. But yeah, I quite miss Timmy G actually. I used to quite enjoy watching him bowl. Doing alright at Kent though. We've had some good fast bowlers over the years. We talked about Steve Kirby coming back, saying I remember him bowling with Jamal Hussain, and Tractor Driver would be shouting, "Come on, G, come on, G." We miss Tractor Driver, don't we? Hopefully he'll be back. He'll be back in a couple of months' time with a cider mug under the scoreboard. Leonard to bowl the last ball of his first over. Jake Livy looks for one in the offside, but chooses not. And I'm going to now sub out for the lovely Sam.
Thanks, H. Really nice to be described as lovely there. Doesn't happen very often, so I'll take what I can get.
I'd say good morning, Sam, but it's afternoon now, isn't it?
Yes, we're well past midday.
Yeah.
Am I going to get to see a bit of Sonny Baker? I had someone just sent me a message trying to tell me he was Danny Baker, i.e. the radio presenter's son. I'm not sure if they were trying to wind me up. They sent me a link to his Wikipedia. So look at his son's name, but I have had it confirmed. There is no relation between the two. But he's going to continue from the River End, Sonny Baker. Nice shot there from Fowl, flicks away onto the leg side. They scramble through for a single. A few fewer jumpers out today. We've got Lewis Gregory and Tom Abel there in their short sleeves in the second and third slip. Trying to see who's in at first slip there.
Tom Banter, I believe.
Ah, of course.
With the long sleeve jumper. I think he's got a thermal on underneath that, or is it a long sleeve? If he's got a thermal on, he's a madman.
Why not? Each to their own. Brings Libby back on strike, as H was saying. Had a wonderful season last year, Jake Libby. Flicks that one down to fine leg. They take a single. Yeah, he was. I mean, he got outscored by Sir Alistair Cook in the end, but you know, Sir Alistair played one more game. It was, of course, as we remember that. Well, I shouldn't say we. As Somerset fans will remember the Bob Willis Trophy final at 500 from Sir Alistair Cook. There were many, the few in the press box, many observed who had seen him play a lot of innings. So they've watched a lot of England, said it was one of the finest knocks they've seen him play. And that took him ahead of Jake Libby. But a really good signing, I think, for Worcestershire. Show of intent. You know, he wasn't quite getting in the side at Notts, but has shown what a good player he can be in red and white ball.
He's certainly looking solid today.
It's a run machine. A Cornish lad, another one from down in Cornwall. Hotbed of
They're
cricket,
down
isn't
there.
it?
They're down there. They're not just rugby players.
Well, you know, he's one of those that came through the university system. He was unattached in a cricketing sense, at least, when he went to Cardiff Uni. A couple of years later, you know, they have it's almost a professional programme they did have, training full time, and Notts picked him up on a contract on the back of that. So yeah, a Cornishman at heart. Tom Fowl plays a nice stroke out to the leg side, but it's straight to the man. Kind of in for the catch there, do you think? Isn't it short mid-wicket-ish? Hoping he's going to just scoop one up off Baker.
Happened yesterday, didn't it? Trying to pull away. Who was it? Joe Leach trying to pull one?
Yes, I think it was Joe Leach. I think you're right there, Elliot. We'll find out the beauty. I've had tweeted from Dan Kingdom. Daryl Mitchell is Lewis Gregory's bunny. I make today's dismissal the 6th time he's got him out since the start of 2018. Good numbers there from Lewis Gregory. Well, he takes lots of wickets, so I'm sure there are other batsmen he's got out 6 times since then. Fell leaves that one alone.
Just looking whereabouts Jake Libby exactly is born. He's actually born in Plymouth.
Ah, okay.
So similar to Lewis Gregory.
How old is he? What, 26, 27?
28.
28. So coming into the peak years of his career, I think he showed against Somerset last year actually in that T20 hybrid game as Baker comes in and foul leaves that one alone. Good line from Baker, he's bowled this morning. Outside off stump. Good pace. Someone, Robert Blackwell were trying to ask us we don't have the speed gun, but say how fast do you think Sonny Baker is bowling? I mean, I'm not very. I don't know. I think what you can do is compare to other bowlers in the game, and I think he's the quickest that is out there at the moment.
Jake Libby played for Callington as well, so on the border, sort of near Saltash. So, bit of Devon, bit of Cornwall.
Yeah, he's found a home, nice home for him down at New York. I mean, it's a lovely place, Worcestershire. But that partnership that him and Daryl Mitchell formed at the top of the order really did serve them well. Some guys scoring big runs for them last year contributed massively to their success, and they'll be looking to kick on this year. Oh, beautiful stroke there from Libby. Just a bit short from Ned Leonard. Libby back on his toes, punched it through that cover boundary for 4. Moves on to 21 now. Bit of action outside the Colin Atkinson Pavilion there, Elliot. There's a few of them out, aren't there?
I'm amazing they're all in tracksuits. I just think, get your shorts on, lads. Come on,
There's a couple in shorts, but then there's always a few people that are in shorts consistently, regardless of the weather.
It's like the PE teacher look. Yeah, I've been told that. I've said
the same pair of shorts it usually is, and never. Good zip.
Wear them 7 days a week.
Good pace
quick wash on Sunday night, and then they're back on again on Monday.
If anyone didn't hear, Harry's in the back there confessing that's his modus operandi at school. But yeah, a few of the guys there out for a lap, and why not? It's a beautiful day. 2 academy graduates bowling, no finer sight. Ooh. Has a little waft at that one, Libby, and he knew he'd done wrong there, didn't he? Immediately kind of just scuttled away towards square leg. Probably has a bit of a word with himself. You're going to leave those alone, haven't you?
You can see he's looking down where the groundsmen are about, like that shot there. No cover.
Short boundary.
Certainly tempting. Yeah, nice line that.
Yeah, it's good over this from Ned Leonard. Strong action, repeatable. Quite a tall chap. I'm not going to guess his height because yesterday my height estimates were way off the radar.
I can imagine if you said Tom Abel was 6'3", you'd probably look at Ned Leonard and think he's 6'7".
Yeah, that's about right, I think, for me. You said it, Elliot. You heard that. Elliot Trotman talking about Somerset 6'7" quick bowler.
Andy Caddick, isn't it?
Got the number 19 on the back of his shirt. Libby gets right in behind that one. Pushes it back towards the bowler. Impressive stuff. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? What are we, 9 days away from the start of the season? 6, 7 seamers doesn't really go into 4. There's going to be there's a lot of competition for Somerset this year. It's always good to have depth. Both clubs really. Worcestershire have got their list of seamers. I think Pat Brown and Josh Tongue not playing today. Pat Brown, well, he starred a couple of years ago when they won the T20 tournament. That's a lovely
Fantastic shot there.
Jake Libby, just over pitched there from Ned Leonard, and Jake Libby has pushed up through the covers, raced away for 4.
Wonder what Tom Abel's thinking there.
Looking forward to his lunch.
Have
we got?
Declared with a lead for about 60 odd. Worcestershire 35 for 1, trailing by 33.
Got a few of the lads not involved today, just in front of us. George Bartlett, Ben Green, Marchand de Lange, speaking of quick bowlers, he's a big lad. He is not quite 6'7", but he's probably the tallest of the bunch.
Looks more like a rugby player from here.
He does, big strong frame. Going to be exciting for Somerset fans to watch him bowl. Quick break for drinks. The players, 2 Ians, the umpires coming together. Oh, Ian Blackwell, was one of my favourites growing up. As you keep reminding me, I'm a little bit older than you two. Blackie, he could. You know what? He had this. So in fact, he played one Test match out in India. I think he did quite well I think he got 80 odd in an ODI against India, and he would have played in Jimmy Anderson's debut series, I think, in 2003 over in Australia. Jimmy Anderson got called up to play ODI, still going, of course. But yeah, Blackie, he could play amazing cricket. Like, he was a proper player. He hit a hard ball, but his punch through the cover was glorious.
When Jimmy Anderson, he had in that like sort of craze for him, like, that the hair dye, like the blonde sort of stripes in the hair. KP, Anderson had it for a bit, I'm sure.
Yeah, he did.
Flintoff had some sort of, I don't know, really.
Maybe we should encourage to bring it back amongst the Somerset bowlers. We've got a change down at the River End. Josh Davey coming on for his first bowl of this innings. Opposite end to where he bowled yesterday. He took 3 wickets, opening up with a new ball. Coming on second change today.
He bowled really well yesterday, Josh Davey.
Fowl just opens up the face and runs it down for a single. Smead does the fielding. Wearing the number 23, Smead, a popular number in sport.
Very popular.
It's exciting. It suggests he's an exciting player, doesn't it? Number 23 in there.
Big in the North American market, number 23.
Probably one we need to tap into, really. We'll get Ben Warren into that. USA going to be playing some international cricket, so... Well, they already are, but they're looking to push it over there and have their own leagues, T20 leagues, as Davey comes in. Libby gets right behind that one. He's kind of just ticked along onto 25. Jake Libby, 40 for 1. Partnership of 30, and these two will be looking to spend a good period of time at the crease. They didn't have not many Worcestershire players spent long in the middle yesterday morning. Conditions were much more difficult to bat.
Going back to the number 23. Good delivery there. I could talk about the North American market all day, but I won't bore the members.
Well, you can talk about it, but
and
just not on the microphone.
I dare mention the 100, but we saw a draft system, and imagine a draft system in cricket. Like,
no,
county championship just doesn't happen. Doesn't happen.
Don't want to.
Imagine being the worst team in the county championship and getting the best player the year after.
I mean, I'm going to put an end to this conversation right now.
Maybe in Somerset and Essex wouldn't be at the top all the time.
It's not happening. Wow. Essex, of course, is Worcestershire's opening game. They head to Fortress Chelmsford, as they call it. Simon Hart, I mean, they're brilliant side, Essex. You've got to give them their credit. It'll be a tough ask for Worcestershire going there.
Got a few mates from Essex, real proper Essex boys, and you mentioned cricket to them and they go, oh yeah, no, don't fail to realise that their team has been one of the most dominating sides in this competition over the last few years.
Oh, I've got a few friends who are in Chelmsford. Ooh, well bowled from Josh Davey. Libby just take a step forward towards him. We saw that a little bit yesterday, but beats the outside edge. Straight through to young Jamie Baird. Yeah, it's similar to... It's just nothing better. They'll be looking forward to getting their fans back as well. You know, the kind of Friday night at Chelmsford T20 is always a fun occasion. Difficult for teams to go and play there. Libby just fends that one out to Smead in that 23 shirt. Does the fielding, end of the over, 40 for 1. Josh Davey, tidy first over for him. Does the 1 run off it?
Seeing some of those lads down there now, as you said, marching the Lang.
Oh, they're being told off. God, come on, lads. Ian Blackwell is telling them to move. School kid error.
Probably talking about his initiation with Jack Brooks.
Yes, that video was on yesterday lunchtime, I think, wasn't it? Is it a bit of Thatcher's gold? Didn't he have to taste?
As a young lad, I used to be a fan of the old Thatcher's Haze.
I don't like the way you use the past tense there.
Yeah. I still am to the Thatchers. I still am a big fan of Thatchers.
Leonard continues. Lewis Goldsworthy in at backward point doing a fielding. Couple of slips still. Man in at gully, backward point. Smeed in front of us at mid-off. He hasn't had to move far. Jack Brooks, number 70. Back on it was great to see him bowling again yesterday after a winter recuperating from injuries. But he'll be looking to probably for it to come out slightly better today. There were a few looseners in Jack Brooks' spell yesterday. Tom Fell gets right behind it. Scored his first class 100 in a few years last year, Tom Fell. Very good player. Was on the radar of England Lions 4 or 5 years ago. He missed a chunk because he had to have treatment for testicular cancer, but came back quite quickly. Hasn't quite scored the volume of runs he'd scored before that, but still a youngster. Relatively, I say that, they're all younger than me now.
27 sounds young, but
just to me,
when you've been playing cricket for so many years.
It's 5 years ago. A few claps of encouragement out there from the Somerset boys, always lively in the field as Leonard comes in again. It's a nice area he's bowled some good deliveries in that area outside off stump, getting good carry through to Jamie Bird. It's been impressive from him so far this morning. 2.4 overs into his spell.
I think with Baker taking sort of the spotlight yesterday, Leonard's probably no one really heard a lot about him, but like now, bowling very well at the moment. Great delivery there.
Yeah, plays his club cricket at Bridgewater. Another really good club. A very good, very close-knit club, I think, up at Bridgewater. Nice ground.
Really nice place to play. I've played there myself a few occasions now, and it sort of pops out of nowhere, doesn't it? And then suddenly you've got this lovely.
I know what you mean.
Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. It's just hidden, kind of almost round the corner. You go up that drive, and then you have this huge open space. Really nice place to play cricket. Good quality side. Very lucky in Somerset. Some beautiful places to play cricket. Well, the West Country.
Wemden, another cricket club up there. Lovely ground.
Players running through there's Harry Everett's pet hate. Players running through. They're there well before the bowler. Tom Abel leading from the front, first man to get down to the other end, take up his position at second slip.
I believe Tom Abel's probably the fittest player in the club. I know they did the bleep test.
Yes, I remember those from school days.
God, grueling.
I wonder how he'd come up against the man we were chatting about a little bit earlier, Sir Alistair Cook, who just keeps winning it for Essex. Every year he's by far and away the fittest man on the circuit.
I think it was very funny on social media over the winter, over the lockdown. I think last summer with Tom Abel and his brother playing a lot of cricket inside.
It's Tom Abel here going up against Maxi.
bit of debate going on YouTube. People trying to work out at what age they can become eligible to buy one of the retirement flats. How are we looking on Flat Watch, Elliot? You've got a better view than me. As Davey continues.
Just have a look now, really.
Libby flicks it out towards mid-on. He does the fielding.
A couple people, they're sitting down hiding. They sort of blend in with the chairs. Gentleman at the top. He's having a great time. Just sitting there. Wife's got the kettle on. Probably going to bring her out a nice cup of tea in a bit.
Josh Davey, now one of course, the first names on the team sheet for Somerset. Really has done well in the, it must be 5 or 6 years he's been at the club now, as Libby plays that one out towards Smeed, does the fielding at backward point. Yeah, he came in having played a little bit of first-class cricket, but certainly not a regular anywhere. Had a go at Middlesex. Was playing more international cricket, really, than he was first-class cricket. Played a very experienced ODI player and T20 player for Scotland. I think at one point he was one of the leading I think one of the World Cups he played. He's played in a couple of World Cups. Was
Back in
10, 12 wickets. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it must have been Australia, the one that Australia won 6 years ago yesterday. In fact, it was. But yeah, as Libby plays that one back down the ground, it takes the bails off at the other end, but I don't think Davey got a hand in it.
Has that ever happened to you, Sam?
Run out backing
up.
I'm never backing up. too lazy to back up. It looks the expression on your face, Elliot, tells me it's happened to you though.
Actually it hasn't, but I've seen it happen to people and I've just laughed when it has happened. Looks like it's happened to Harry.
Without facing the ball, having waited for an hour and a half to bat in the rain.
Of course, it's happened to Harry. Libby comes down the track there and plays that one out to mid-wicket. Yeah, not a man who bowls at any kind of express pace. Josh Avey, kind of about 80-mile-an-hour mark, but real accuracy. And he's really improved over the last few years working with the likes of Jason Kerr. It'll be Steve Kirby now. Consistent wicket taker. Played a lot of one-day cricket. I think he was a bit... Did he break his hand in the 2019 final, I think? He picked up an injury. Or did he... He took lots of wickets. He played all the group games, but I'm sure he got injured in the final. Maybe he did his hamstring. I think I might be wrong to say he broke a bone, as he just finishes off with a dot ball there, Libby. He's looking more and more settled as the overs go by. He hasn't really looked in much trouble the last couple of overs. 40 for 1 though. That's been the score for the last couple of overs. Bit of pressure. A few maidens there from Somerset. Davey and Leonard bowling well. Worcester should be looking to bat time, as we said.
Davey's had a long international career as well.
Well,
made his debut against Netherlands on the 15th of June 2010 in ODI. Opening the batting, scored 24.
There we go. We said he was a batter. There's proof. Opens the batting in ODIs. Or maybe he doesn't anymore, but he certainly has. But I know he's settled in Somerset. His girlfriend is I think a teacher in the area. He's bought a house down here, so he loves it down in the West Country. And why not? Big
cool.
shout. Half an appeal. There was certainly two noises there. I don't know if it was bat on pad or bat on ball. Might have a look at the replay, but probably strained. The way Felm was playing that shot, he was looking to flick it away on the leg side, suggest it was a leg stump line. Ooh, got in this time. Found the edge. Couldn't hear it from up here, though we have got the window closed. Tom Fell has to go. He's gone for 10. Ned Lennon has a wicket. Jamie Baird another catch. Worcestershire are 40 for 2. Great, and Ned Lennon's deserved that wicket this morning. He's bowled really well. Constantly outside that off stump.
Ball didn't seem to do too much there. Maybe nipped away slightly.
Sure.
Poor Tom fell out.
We'll have a replay in a minute, but yeah, that's the end of probably Fell for the game.
Just to let you guys know, while there has been a wicket, At lunch, Somerset will be replaying a virtual quiz featuring Marcus Trescothick, Lewis Gregory, Vic Marks, and Gordon Hollins. It's an opportunity for you guys to test out your knowledge. Make sure you stay tuned in for that.
Oh, are we going to have a go? Test out our Somerset knowledge. Some great names there as well. Trez, can't keep him away. Are we going to get a triple Trez Tuesday? We're sat in his pavilion, looking at the Marcus Trescothick stand. The man himself was here yesterday. If we do see him today, it will be a triple Trez Tuesday. Try saying that quickly 10 times. Let's get that hashtag trending. That's what we live for. Somerset and Worcester fans alike. Jack Haynes, then, youngster, England under-19 player, comes to the crease to join Jake Libby. Made his maiden first-class 50 last season, I think, Jack Haynes. It's impressive stuff from Leonard this morning. He's one of those, we were lucky to get any cricket at all last year in the end, but for those guys who would have been in the second 11, there were of course no second 11 fixtures, and what's been brilliant is those are back, of course, this year, but not much cricket at all to be played. If you're one of those people in the second 11, and in a year you would really be looking to kick on.
Absolutely. I think as well, though, you look at the positives in these things. It was an opportunity for some players to spend more time with their family, not have the worry and stresses of professional sport, which you could argue it's a nice stress to have. However, for these young lads, they could just focus on themselves, focus on those little things. As our Spy used to say, the 1%ers.
Played in all the pre-season games so far, though, Ned Leonard. Comes in and Haynes leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Good carry from Ned Leonard.
There was an important wicket as well from Somerset, especially the time it's fallen.
Yeah, the partnership's going. Of course, Somerset's still in the lead.
About 12 minutes until lunch.
What a Worcester up to 156, all told. So still 28 behind if my quick maths works. A bye there through to Jamie Led just fumbles that one off Ned Leonard, and they get through for a bye. Takes Haynes off striker. He remains on 0 not out. Local boy, I think he went to Malvern College in Worcester. So always nice for a club to have one of their own come through. I think his dad played 100 odd games for Worcester as well in the 90s.
Family affair.
Yeah, so a couple of decades break, and then Haynes back in a Worcestershire shirt, which is nice to see. Got the 10 first-class games, couple of 50s under his belt, so it's a promising start. Both of those half-centuries coming last year. Played 5 games in 2019, but played the entire Bob Willis Trophy last season. Averaging 40, that's a decent start. So he takes guard. Ready to face Davey for the first time, makes his mark. Again, as we were saying yesterday, are the marks already ingrained? Is it habitual?
Nice delivery that from Josh Davey.
Yeah, he gets right in behind that one, Haynes. Eyes over the ball. Pushes it out to Smead, who does the fielding. 15 overs in. What we got? 10 minutes till lunch. We'll get a couple more, I would imagine. The players all head into their respective pavilions. There's no communal lunches at the moment.
Just a reminder, if you think Josh Davies going to take some wickets today, and you think Josh Davies going to take a lot of wickets this season, get on the Somerset website and go to the WPA prediction.
Yeah,
sign up, test your knowledge. Well, not so much your knowledge. Think, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I suppose you can
Yeah, I
call
guess
on
you
your
are
past
not,
knowledge.
yeah. Of course.
Predicting the future, you're using
Exactly.
factual evidence of the past. But yeah. Predict what? The leading run scorer? Will
Leading
there be
run
hat-tricks taken? Various different questions for you. It'll all come out at the end of the season. We'll see who's got closest. We had a couple of hundred people joining yesterday. Good numbers, but I'm sure we can push that up again today.
Exactly. Something to test out with your mates.
Bragging rights.
Exactly.
If you change your mind, can you remember what you said? Is it one of
Yeah,
those
so
you-
Craig Overton, leading wicket taker. Tom Lammonby, leading run scorer. Will there be a hat-trick? Yes. So if I ask who's that hat-trick going to be from?
No, who do you think? I know it's not asking the WPA, but you can still... You tell us who's the hat-trick's going to be from. Because presumably when you're going through that process, you're thinking, as Davies comes into Haynes and she gets in behind that one, when you're going through that process, you must have in your mind someone who's going to take that hat-trick.
Could Jack Leach be a shout? Especially down here. I feel like it's got to be a seamer though, hasn't it? It's got to be a seamer.
Tom Abel comes on and mops up the tail. 8, 9, 10. Thanks very much, guys.
Consistent line of length.
Beautiful. Left alone by Haynes.
Worcestershire trailing by 27 here. Tom Abel would like a couple more wickets. They fell quickly yesterday.
Like the pun there. Tom fell quickly. Harry would like that one, I'm sure. Oh yeah, to be fair to it, Elliot hadn't seen the YouTube comments, I don't think.
I haven't. I've got the Facebook up.
That was that was straight from Elliot's mind, that one. But there are like-minded people on the YouTube.
Scenario: Sonny Baker takes 12 wickets in a match. Baker's dozen.
How long have you had that one?
Just thought of that,
yeah.
and I'm actually really proud of it. I'm really proud of it.
The smile on Elliot's face right now.
I am chuffed with that one. Will it happen? We don't know.
Although, actually, factually inaccurate. Because it's a Baker's dozen, not 13.
Oh, yes.
So there you go.
Ooh.
Oh, the smile's gone.
No.
The smile's gone.
Of course it is. It's 13, isn't it?
It's all right. Nobody heard it.
Yeah,
It
it's
wasn't
not
on
like
air.
60,000 people probably heard it.
Ned Leonard continues. I think you've opened up a world of puns now. I fear there's going to be a
You've
raft
just
of
got to
them.
take 13 wickets in a match, and that's all we're...
Won't get there today. He had 3 in the first innings for Baker. Leonard's got 1 already.
There'll be a
Gregory had the other.
Going back to that, there'll be a commentator in a few years' time, and it will happen, and he'll think of it, and he'll go, "I'm a genius," and he'll go, "No."
Get that tweet written out, ready to go, ready to press the send button. It's impressive stuff from Leonard. Into his 5th over, he has been bowling. Found that line of length outside off stump beautifully. Getting good carry through to Jamie Baird.
Already getting a bit of abuse for that comment.
Oh, I'm sorry to have. At least it was me who told you, because
Yeah,
otherwise
exactly.
someone would have picked it up. At least you wouldn't have. You have to read that on social media. Right in behind that one from Jake Libby, really solid. Just the way, I mean, that's a defensive shot, and it's almost flown out towards mid-off. It's all about timing, isn't it? Makes his mark again. Has a wander towards square leg, has a little look around. Oh no.
Just got a brilliant message from a former photographer at this ground, Mr. Alex Davison. You just weren't able to deliver it properly. Abell. Very, very funny, Mr. Davidson.
You've got a full crowd. I mean, so over to our right from where we are in the commentary box, there's a big area. The boundary's well in, and there's a big area, and there's almost a full contingent out there ready for lunch. There's what? Must be 15 players from both sides. Bit of football. Looks like there's a few trundling over towards the nets as Leonard bowls again. That's really good carry. Jamie Laird had to take a step to his right. Jamie Laird. I'm useless at names. Jamie Laird is a footballer. Jamie Baird.
It's always entertaining back in 2019 when the fans were in watching the pre-match football match and seeing who had the skills. Hildreth looked quite a tidy footballer.
Who backs himself as the best footballer, do you think, in this?
I
In
think
both sides. Who would you have in your five-a-side teams for?
I feel like Tom Banton, he really likes his Liverpool Football Club, which is
Right.
weird because he's originates from Warwickshire. So he looked like he fancied himself.
Haynes faces up, yet to get off the mark to Davey. Pushes that down the ground. There's roars from the slips, but he'll scramble through for a single. It was not timed. Maybe it was in the air. Slightly errant throw. But Tom Banton backing up. Stops before there's any further runs scored. It's good to see Harry Everett. There's no resting in the back of this box. He's seen the YouTube comments in relation to the qualifying age for the flats, and he's sent out the details. It's brilliant. So this could be our last over before lunch. Don't forget you've got that quiz. Marcus Roscovic, Vic Marks, Lewis Gregory, all set to be asking the questions. Gordon Hollins as well. He'll be setting you a few questions. Somerset-based quiz, but Worcestershire fans would love you to join in as well.
Absolutely, get involved.
Always nice to have a little bit of competition at lunchtime. This will probably be the final over. Davey, good running there. Flick towards mid-on by Jake Libby. Saw it with Jack Brooks and back a little bit. Called for the run straight away and they've gone through for a singles. Good show of intent there from Libby. He's been on 25 for a while. Scoring slowed down a little bit in the last few overs. Davey is halfway through his fourth over. Just considered the 3 runs.
Wouldn't expect anything less from Josh Davey. And again, nice delivery.
Well, that was it. I think that was a lot of the success. Both of these attacks last year is when there's no drop off. You have your opening. There's a lot of county teams where you have your opening bowlers, and then by the time you get to your third or fourth seamer, they're obviously still quality cricketers, but not quite at the same level. But both these sides, there's no pressure. There's no end where you think, oh, okay, we can score runs from.
As you said, you can take your pick as well. And again.
Well, it's, Craig Overton and Josh Davey had the new ball for Somerset last year, but the year before it was Brooks who took it with Gregory. So, and it's the same with the Worcestershire seamers. Any of the 4 playing are potential new ball bowlers. And actually, not many sides have that. Josh Davey taking his 24 wickets at 13s last year, 22 at 15s the year before. It's his last 3 years. 2018, I think, was his break for a year for Somerset. 34 wickets as he finishes the over there. 43 for 2 at lunch. Jake Libby's batting nicely on 26, not out. Jack Haynes is 1 unbeaten. A wicket apiece for Ned Leonard, who's bowled really well this morning, and Lewis Gregory. Somerset will be quite happy. Worcestershire, they've had a better morning. And I think we're going to head over to Dan for a quiz.
The first round is, I'm told, my responsibility, and it is all relating to the Cooper Associates County Ground and the history of that ground. And the first question for you to write your answer down to was, in which year was greyhound racing first held at the county ground? In which year was greyhound racing first held at the county ground? Was it A, 1955, B, 1961, C, 1965, or D, 1971? So it's A, 1955, B, 1961, C, 1965, D, 1971. We move on to question 2. What year was the Somerset Pavilion, now known as the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, officially in use for a cricket match? What year was the now named Trescothick Pavilion, previously named the Somerset Pavilion, first officially in use for a cricket match? No clues on that one. No options, it's a straight question. Question 3. How many floodlight pylons are in place at the Cooper Associate County Ground? How many floodlight pylons are in place at the Cooper Associates County Ground? Moving to question 4. As I said, recently we announced the Somerset Pavilion would be renamed the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. But what is the Marcus Trescothick stand now being referred to? Marcus, is there anything that hasn't been named after you? We've got a bar named after you, or is it just stands and pavilions? What is the Marcus Trescothick stand now being referred to? Five. What year was Somerset County Cricket Club formed? What year was Somerset County Cricket Club formed? Was it A, 1871, B, 1875, C, 1881? What year was Somerset County Cricket Club formed? Was it A, 1871, B, 1875, or C, 1881?
Sorry, Gordon. I was on mute. I couldn't get myself off. I was listening.
Was there anything that hasn't been named after you, I think was the question.
Well, it's just the way it should be, isn't it?
Right. Question 6. How many grounds in Somerset, this is a tricky one. Geez, I couldn't get this. How many grounds in Somerset have hosted a first-class match? How many grounds in Somerset have hosted a first-class match? Was it A, 5, B, 9, C, 14, and D, 19? How many grounds in Somerset have hosted a first-class match? A, 5, B, 9, C, 14, and D19. There's nothing that asks how many Vic Marks has played on either. Question 7. True or false? Betting company William Hill were once ground naming partners of Somerset County Cricket Club. True or false? Betting company William Hill were once ground naming partners of Somerset County Cricket Club. Question 8. How many seats are situated in the Somerset stand? This is the stand located in front of the flats, which were built 10 years or so ago, I think it is now. How many seats are situated in the Somerset stand, the one located in front of the flats? Is it A, 1,234, B, 1,798, or C, 2,341? Is it 1,234, 2,398 or 2,341? Question 9. Who are the St James Street gates named after? Who are the St James Street gates named after? Question 10. Another true or false one. There used to be stables situated at the ground, with horses used to assist the ground staff in rolling the pitch. So it's straight true or false. There used to be stables situated at the ground, with horses used to assist the ground staff in rolling the pitch.
So the first one, I mean, these are easy questions, provided you're over 60. So, question 1. How many trophies did Somerset win between 1979 and 1983? Question 2. How many overs per side was the Gillette Cup final of 1979? Question 3. Who played more one-day games for Somerset? Ian Botham or Viv Richards? Number 4. What was Dennis Breakwell's nickname? And you've got a choice of 3 here. Twitch, Snitch or Titch? Well, you certainly wouldn't have answered to 2 of those. He might just have answered to 1 of them. Twitch, Snitch or Titch? Number 5. Who took incredible figures of 5 for 14 from 11 overs in the 1981 Benson and Hedges Cup final? 1981 B&H Cup final. I can tell you we're going to win. 5 for 14. Now we have a true and false. True or false? I promise you I didn't make this one up. True or false? I was man of the match in the 1983 one-day cup final. True or false? Number 7 is another multiple choice. How tall was Joel Garner during his time with Somerset? Was it A, 6'4", B, 6'6", C, 6'8", D, 6'10"? So you've got a choice. 6'4", A, 6'6", B, 6'8", C, 6'10", D. Number 8. Ian Botham made 96 not out in the semi-final of the 1983 NatWest Trophy. What was unusual about the score? Was it A, Somerset won the match by losing 1 fewer wicket? B, it was the first instance of Duckworth Lewis being used in the UK? C, both sides recorded their highest List A score? D, it was the highest amount of extras recorded in a List A match? Good luck with that one. Do I have to repeat them, Ben? A, losing 1 fewer wicket. B, first instance of Duckworth Lewis. C, highest score. D, highest amount of extras recorded in a List A match. Number 9. Which bookmaker was responsible for Viv Richards signing for Somerset? Name of the bookmaker responsible for signing Viv Richards. And number 10. In 1983, Somerset played Sussex at Hove in the quarter-final of the NatWest Trophy. We bowled them out for 65 in 40 overs. There were 4 wickets for Ghana, 4 for Botham, and we won by 7 wickets. Who was man of the match? That completes the 10 questions from that era. Good luck. They're all very easy, really.
Thanks for this again, Ben. Some good questions again. Straight into it.
Go for it, mate. All yours.
Okay. In what year did I make my Somerset debut? Who scored the winning runs in the 2005-2020 Cup Final? Question number 3. It's an A, B or C. Somerset reached the 2002 C&G Trophy Final after an incredible 5-run victory against Kent at Taunton. But who took the final wicket in the match to wrap it up? Was it A, Stephen Jones, B, Matt Bulbeck, or C, Keith Parsons? Question number 4. True or false? Peter Trigo once scored a goal for Chippenham Town in the FA Trophy tie against Hemel Hempstead with a 70-yard free kick from the edge of his own area. True or false? Question number 5. How many first-class wickets did Andy Caddick take for Somerset? A, 850, B, 875, C, 1,050, or D, 1,075? It's a lot of wickets, whatever it is. Question number 6. Who scored more runs for Somerset across all formats? Graham Smith or Ricky Ponting? Question number 7. Who took the crucial wicket of Shahid Afridi in the 2001 C&G Trophy Final? Question number 8. How many Test match wickets do I have? Question number 9. On June 27th, 2006, Somerset smashed a club record T20 score against Gloucestershire at Taunton, with Cameron White and Justin Langer putting on an incredible 186 runs for the second wicket. What at the time was the highest partnership for any wicket in T20 cricket anywhere in the world, what score did Somerset end up with from the 20 overs? And I want both runs and wickets lost. Question number 10, which is one I've just plucked out of a quiz that we've done with the players. Bar myself, can you name the other Somerset English player to be involved in the 2005 Ashes series? And who did he catch?
Yes, we shall do. Evening, ladies and gents. Hope everyone's well. So we'll kick things off. Question 1. Who has more first-class wickets for Somerset? Myself or Jack Leach? Number 2. Who was man of the match in the 2019 Royal London One Day Cup Final? Question 3. Nice long one for you. Due to a poorly parked car in an urban area, Somerset's team bus got stuck in the road during last year's Royal London One Day Cup as we went from the ground to the team hotel. This resulted in traffic being backed up and several players failing miserably to find a solution of moving the car. Which team were we due to play the following morning? I do believe Trez was running down the street knocking on plenty of doors.
Tried to bump the car in the end, didn't we?
Question 4. On what ground did I score my maiden first-class century? On what ground did I score my maiden first-class century? Little clue, it was not the Cooper Associates County Ground. 6. True or false? I have a black belt in Taekwondo. Question 7. Which current member of the Somerset squad has played tennis at Wimbledon by invitation ahead of the main tournament? Is it A, Steve Davis, B, Josh Davey, or C, Tom Abel? Question 8, another true or false. James Hildreth has played football for Bristol City. Question 9, on which ground did Max Waller take his 100th T20 wicket for Somerset? A, Sophia Gardens, B, Hove, or C, Bristol? Of the modern era is who scored the most runs for Somerset during the 2019 Vitality Blast?
Hi to all the Somerset supporters, Justin Langer here. I hope you're having a nice night. I've been asked to ask this question. I'm a bit embarrassed really because I didn't even know the answer myself. But here we go. How many first class matches did I play for Somerset? Is it A, 28, is it B, 48, or is it C, 78? Good luck. Hope you have a great night. Hopefully see some of you soon.
In which year was greyhound racing first held at the ground? 1955, 61 or 65 or 71? The answer to that is 1961. 1961. The second question, so that was B, 1961. Second question, what year was Somerset Pavilion, now known as the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, first in use for a cricket match? Was 2016. So that would have been the year before the International 2020, wouldn't it? 2016. How many floodlight pylons? Answer is 5. I'll bet there's a few that said 4. Question 4. The Somerset Pavilion would be renamed the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. What would the Marcus Trescothick stand now be referred to as? And the answer is the River Stand. The River Stand. Question 5. What year was the club formed? Is 1875. Everyone must have got that because it's plastered everywhere around the ground. 1875. Number 6. And this was the tricky one. Number 6, how many grounds in Somerset have hosted first-class cricket? The answer is C, 14.
Can you name them?
I can.
Please.
I have them written down, and anyone that got these would have done well. So the Cooper Associates County Ground has staged 886 matches. Bath has staged 255. Weston-super-Mare 191, Frome 18, Glastonbury 18, Yeovil 12, Wells 11, the Imperial Ground Bristol 9, West Henford 5, Knowle Cricket Club 3, Taunton Vale 2, Downside School 1, Lansdowne 1, and Millfield School 1.
Wow.
So you'd have done well to get all 14. Vic, how many of them did you play at?
Not that many. I'm not that old. But probably, if you take in one-day games, about half a dozen, I think.
About half a dozen of them.
Yeah.
Fantastic question. Right, what number are we on now? True or false? Betting company William Hill, was it named? That's a false. That's never been named the William Hill ground. 8. How many seats are in the Somerset stand? The answer is C, 2,341. 9. Who are the St. James Street gates named after? Is Jack White. Not Lewis Gregory. Jack White.
I've been there most days and not remember that.
There you go. And question 10, true or false? there used to be stables situated at the ground with horses used to assist the ground staff in rolling the pitch. That is true. Is that where the museum is now then, Ben?
Credit to Sarah Trunks for this question. I believe she mentioned it was out the back of where the Colin Atkinson Pavilion is now situated. There's sort of like between there and the road, way back, I believe.
Back in the day. Fantastic. Back to you, Ben.
Great, thanks, Gordon. So, whilst we're not doing this formally, if people want to just pop their scores in the group chat there, they're more than welcome to. We can give shout outs if anyone's done particularly well as we go through. So feel free to share your scores in the chat if you'd like. We're going to move now to the glory years and Vic Marks.
Okay. Well, here we go. How many trophies? The answer was 5 between 79 and 83. 5. How many overs per side? Well, it was 60 overs per side. Seems unthinkable now you get 60, 120 overs in. The first Gillette Cup season, it was 65 overs, I think. But it was 60 in 1979. Ian Botham played more matches, one-day matches for Somerset than Viv by 230 against 218. So quite close. Dennis Breakwell. Well, he was called lots of things. And I think Twitch was amongst them. He was also called the Severed Nerve for some reason. He was a nervous cricketer, but a good one, and a great coach too. Well, I'm sure you all got incredible figures of 5 for 14 from 11 overs, 1981, Joel Garner, very predictably. Joel never won a Man of the Match award at a Lord's final, and he always bowled brilliantly, but Viv usually got 100. Except in 1983, I was man of the match. Well, I was, curiously. And I won't talk you through that now. Number 7, how tall was Joel Garner? It was C, 6'8". 6'8". The 1983 NatWest Trophy match, when Ian Botham made 96 not out, it was the semi-final against Middlesex. And the unusual element was that Somerset won the match by losing 1 fewer wicket. And it was an incredible last over, because I think when the last over started, the scores were level. But Both decided he was going to be, and he was on 96 not out as well. But Both decided he was going to be clever, because he knew that if the scores stayed as they were, we'd win through not having lost as many wickets. So he blocked out a maiden and was very pleased with himself for doing so too. The good thing is we won. Which bookmaker? Well, it was a chap called Len Creed from Bath. It was quite a punt he took on Viv Richards. No one knew he was any good. But Len Creed's toured the West Indies, and someone told him that you ought to have a look at this bloke, and he brought him over to Somerset. Oh, and the final question, who was man of the match? Remember, Garner took 4, Ian Botham took 4. One of my favourite men was doing the man of the match award that day, and it was Arthur Milton from Gloucester, who was doing the Man of the Match award, and in lovely sort of West Country fashion, he said, well, I just couldn't separate Garner or Botham. They both bowled really well. So I'm giving it to Trevor Guard, he said, who took 5 catches. So the answer to that was Trevor Guard. And that completes the results from the glory years.
like the football results, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, good.
Thank you very much, Vic. So now on to 90s/early noughties and Marcus Trescothick.
Okay. I just wanted to point out the first round, Max Waller only got 5. I thought it was disappointing for him, so I think he needs to up his game. How did you get this time, Max? Let's have a look. Right, let's go. In what year did I make my Somerset debut? That was 1993. Who scored the winning runs in the 2005 T20 Cup final? Was James Hildreth. I got that wrong. I thought that was Graham Smith.
He's English.
Anyway, Somerset reached the 2002 C&G final. Who took the winning or the final wicket? It was Stephen Jones. True or false, Peter Trigo once scored a goal from his own area? That is, of course, true. If anyone knows Peter, I'm surprised it wasn't from the penalty box or something like that. How many first-class wickets did Andy Caddick take? 875. That was B. Who scored more runs for Somerset? Either Graham Smith or Ricky Ponting? That was Graham Smith. Who took the crucial wicket Ashide Afridi in the 2001 C&G final? Richard Johnson. How many test match wickets do I have? Just the one. It was a good one.
Full cover. I mean, it was hardly an outside edge.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's still one though, isn't it, Vic?
Yeah.
And question number 10. By myself, who was the other player to play involved in the 2005 Ashes series and who did he catch? It was, again, James Hildreth. And he caught Ricky Ponting. He came on as 12th man at Lord's.
You missed question 9, I think.
Did I? That's not a surprise. I did, yeah. It was a long one, wasn't it? On 2000, June 27th, 2006, Somerset smashed a record. What was the get? The answer was 250 for 3. Job done.
Thank you, Marcus. Brilliant. We're going to now move to the current era and Lewis Gregory. What I'm going to do as well is I'm going to unmute Max Waller for this round because there's a question that relates to him. So
I'll just see how many Max got in the last round a minute. Hang on. See what he's got. Oh, Max Waller, 4. So he's got 9 out of 20 so far.
16 now out of 30.
Well done.
Lewis, over to you, mate.
Lovely. Right, question 1. Who has more first-class wickets for Somerset, myself or Jack Leach? The answer is myself. 250 v 222. Had a bit of fun with Leachy with that one today. Question 2. Who was man of the match in the 2019 Royal London One Day Cup final? The answer was Jamie Overton. Question 3. The poorly parked car on the Royal London One Day Cup game was at Sussex.
It's a dreadful bit of parking. It's like watching Waller trying to park.
Sounds about right, to be honest. Question 4. On what ground did I score my maiden first-class century? The answer is Lord's. I think we're in the bush a little bit. I think Trez shinned one early on.
Again.
Which IPL franchise was Tom Banton picked for in the most recent auction? The answer is Kolkata Knight Riders. Question 6, true or false? I have a black belt in Taekwondo. The answer is true.
No way.
Yeah.
No, you do not.
I'll bring it in, a show and tell for you one day, Trez.
I'll see some moves tomorrow when we're in.
I was a lot younger and a lot more flexible. Question 7. Which current member of the Somerset squad played tennis at Wimbledon? The answer was A, Steve Davis.
Any idea how that came about?
Not a clue.
Okay.
Not a clue. I know him, Max and Abe's, I think, play quite a lot of tennis together or have done.
I think Max is the worst again.
I'm
Never. I will bite.
Question 8, another true or false. James Hildreth has played football for Bristol City. The answer is false. I believe he was on the books for Luton Town. Lovely footballer. Better than Waller again. Another one.
Oh, it's too easy.
Okay, your question, Maxi. What ground did you take your 100th T20 wicket for Somerset? You'd like to give us the answer if you know it?
That was Fire Gardens, Lewis.
It was indeed.
Hope you got that right, Max.
Guilty.
Can you remember it?
Yeah, I can. Just ran past you. Screaming.
I do remember it.
Absolute pie caught long on my slip cordon.
Shock. Question 10. Who scored the most runs for Somerset during the 2019 Vitality Blast? The answer is Baba Azam. How'd you get, Goose? 10 out of 10?
No, only 6 again.
Wow.
You've had a bad night.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Lewis. So that last question, the Justin Langer question, and we're going to award 5 points for this one. The answer was B. Justin played 48 first-class matches for Somerset. He averaged 51 and with a top score at 342. That was at Guildford. So 5 points if you got that one right. So add up your scores, everyone. And I say if you want to pop those in the chat, we'll give some shout outs if we see some decent answers and things. I hope everyone found that really interesting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, or if you've just joined us, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Worcestershire, 43 for 2 in their second innings. The players are back out there. The sun is shining. I'm Sam Downing. I'm here with Harry Everett here after lunch. How was your lunch, Harry?
Oh, beautiful sunshine, a little stroll around the county ground. I love it here. I love to be walking around the pitch as we could back in the day, but there's not. Normally you're gonna have a chat at lunch. You're gonna have a chat with your friends. You might go to Gimlet's Hill and sit on the benches. It's not quite the same, but this glorious sunshine, you can't go wrong.
Oh, yes, it's looking absolutely beautiful. As I said, Worcestershire 43 for 2 in their second innings. Jake Libby scored big runs for them last season in his first year, having come down from Nottinghamshire. He's 26 not out, looking good. He's going to be on strike. Young Jack Haynes is 1 not out at the other end. We're going to have Lewis Gregory from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, not the Marcus Trescothick stand end, as Harry has pointed out. We haven't seen the man yet. We haven't had our triple Tres Tuesday, but we're still hopeful for that. What have we got? Just the one knitted cable sweater out there. That's the important news. Tom Banton, the only man, he's in at first slip. He's got his knitted cable sweater. 4 slips then as Gregory starts, or 3 slips in a gully.
As Morris Coombe on Facebook comment says, "Come on, Somerset." Not Somerset, you got to remember it's Somerset.
That's with the accent coming through, isn't it?
That's it, Somerset. And again, I might go into it.
What have we got?
Hope you enjoy the quiz at lunchtime, though.
Yeah.
Gordon Hollins asking a few questions on the...
Good to see Vic Marks in there.
Oh, legend.
Oh, Somerset legend indeed. Another one, Marcus Trescothick.
Talking of Vic Marks, I've actually been working with his daughter the last week. His daughter's a PE teacher at Blundell School, where I've been working the last week in the department, and didn't even realise different surname. She just dropped in the conversation with my dad Vic, and I was like, "Oh, what? Oh."
What a moment, and what a shot that is from Jake Libby. Short outside off stump from Gregory. He was kind of in a weird position when he played it, but he was on the back foot, punched away. First boundary after, I nearly said after Christmas there. I don't know why that came into my head.
Well, it was
lunch.
Christmas Eve on Sunday night, with the excitement of Monday being Christmas.
And it's Christmas Day in Yorkshire. There's a bit of a stir on social media. I don't know if anyone has seen it, but Yorkshire have put out some photos and videos of their new, is it T20 shirt and one-day kit?
Yeah.
It's certainly getting a lot of attention. It's an interesting one, isn't it, Harry?
Bizarre, I would say, yeah. I mean, I'm not quite sure where they're going with it, but I've never been a fashion icon myself, so I can't really talk. There's no point me commenting on it, really, but people just laugh if I try and... wearing my salmon pink shorts on today.
Yeah, I know. I am definitely not a fashion icon, but it's different.
Different. That's a good way to put it.
Is a word for it. There's a picture. The players don't.
Is this Lauren Winfield Hill and Adam Live?
Yes, they're not smiling. I don't know if that's deliberate. Is that the somber? I think that's
just
deliberate look.
It's sunny everywhere else in the country except Headingley. Maybe that's more the point.
They were the ones that weren't able to run away quickly enough, and someone was trying to get them. For the photos, as Gregory continues.
I'm quite happy with the Somerset T20 shirt from last season I'm sporting today.
Oh yes, of course. We got the Timmy G one on.
That's it.
Oh,
lovely purple and black colour. We've even got players walking around the boundary wearing the same top.
There we go. And Libby takes a single there to Jack Brooks. He was doing a bit of limbering up. We might see Jack Brooks have a bowl after lunch.
Yeah, he looked a bit stiff running to chase that mid-on, didn't he? Just running from mid-on round to mid-wicket. He did look like, well, he's a man in his 30s, but hopefully he'll be a bit
loosen up
smoother through the crease. Yeah. Louis G just tops in the ball in his right hand and charging in from a pile of sawdust, which I don't think you need a pile of sawdust today, but there just in case. A couple of wide ones today. There actually is a wide. Thank you. I mean, I'm not trying to make Somerset have wides to the Worcestershire total, but even though it's red ball cricket, I like it when an umpire wides it. You know, sometimes they go into this habit thing, it's a 3 or 4 day game. You can bowl it really wide and it not be a wide. But if the batsman can't reach it, I always think it should be a wide. Maybe I'm just the batsman talking, but
no, I'm with you. But he didn't have much choice there, Ian Ramage. That was very wide. It was almost on another strip for Louis G, who hasn't quite got his. I don't know why I started gone into Louis G.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
It does sound. It rolls off the tongue.
It's tractor drivers talk, isn't it?
Bit better there. Haynes leaves it alone. Still quite wide though. Jack Haynes 1 not out.
I was just thinking over lunch actually when I was there.
Well, that's dangerous.
Well, so when I was having my bath and going through, refreshing my memory yesterday on what we talked about, I found a nice little thing on Twitter from Andrew Sampson. Do you remember when I was telling you about Craig Overton's hat-trick, all caught by Marcus Trescothick yesterday?
I do remember that.
Do you remember that? Well, Andrew Sampson, not sure why, he must have been listening. He must have been listening yesterday. Well, he happened to tweet last night, perfect timing, really. We'll just watch Louis G, or Lewis Gregory, as we call him professionally. Lovely, another back foot punch before. That's a bit sloppy from Louis G this first over after lunch, I've got to say. He's bowled a wide and 2 short wide balls outside off stump, and he's now kicking at the dirt and trying to sort out his footing. Poor start after lunch, and Libby's just cashed in. No, Andrew Sampson has listed here first class hat tricks with the same outfielder taking each catch.
Right.
How about this? So not including wicket keepers, of course.
I can name one.
Go on.
Craig Overton, Marcus Truscothic.
Against?
Nottinghamshire.
Year?
Ooh, 2018.
Good, very good. So that was what we were talking about yesterday.
Yes.
That shows that Sam was listening to me whittling on yesterday. I mean, 1914, caught G. Thompson, bowled S. Smith, not Steve Smith in 1914, Northants v Warwickshire. 1946, caught C. White, which probably wasn't Cameron White in 1946.
Or Craig White.
Bowled R. Beasley. 2014. Other names you probably never have heard of, as we just see this bowl come in from... Is that a lesser spotted Tommy Abel?
I think it is. The skipper's gone for a bowl at the River End.
Still Josh Davey on the scoreboard, but we'll give it a bit of time to catch up. Yeah, Tom Abel, you can't miss his action. The point I'm trying to make here is it actually happened. Caught D. Phillips bowled M. Ray Otago versus Central Districts in the New Zealand Plunket Shield just this week.
Oh, did it?
Having happened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in Andrew Sampson's great knowledge and history of the game. Craig Overton and Truscothic being one of them that we were talking about yesterday. And then another one happened this week. So there you go.
So what are we looking at? Total of 5 times in history, is that? Or is it 4?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in history, yeah. And Craig Overton, Somerset's own, and Marcus Truscothic are on that list.
Truscothic in the history books yet again.
Of course, of course.
Libby then facing up to Tom Abel. 31 not out, looking good. Charges in Abel, and he reruns in Tom Abel. There's nothing that he doesn't do without putting full effort into it. Touch quicker this season, do you think?
Definitely. I was just writing that in my deep extra cover Somerset season preview, actually.
Have I stolen your line then? Have I revealed
Slightly,
all?
slightly,
I'm
yes.
sorry.
I was just saying that were we to lose Overton or Gregory to the England squad, that we've got all these seamers this year, an abundance of seamers, and a Tom Abel who's getting quicker and better with the ball year on year. Looks like a proper seamer now charging in. He went from a batsman who can bowl a bit to a dibbly dobbler sort of medium pacer, and now he's accurate and he's getting quicker. Just picked up a few handy little threefers last season, and I reckon he'll do that again this year.
So what? By 2023 you'll be opening the bowling, do you think?
Wow. Just seen someone mention Ian Botham in the Facebook comments, and people talk about Botham, Stokes and Flintoff. Well, we never know what Tom Abel might become. I'm not saying anything more.
Lordy and Botham, of course, as we
Lordy and Botham
mentioned.
Who
this
knows
morning.
no boundaries on the stand in front of us.
Libby and Haynes batting together. I was reading over lunchtime. I was doing a bit of research over lunchtime.
Good to hear.
Read a nice interview with Jake Libby, actually, who was talking about Jack Haynes as one of the most talented
England
youngsters he's
under-19s
played
batsman,
with.
yeah.
Really does rate him.
Player I haven't seen that much of, actually.
Scored lots of runs at schoolboy level. He was he's got a cricket scholarship at Malvern College. There was a nice piece in the Cricketer about him, and he was called up. I think he joined at about the age of 14 and was called up and made 100 within a couple of weeks, playing against chaps 3 or 4 years older than him.
Could refresh you of his first class stats before this week. Only 10 first class matches played by Jack Haynes. 404 runs at 28.85.
Couple of half centuries came last year.
Yep, yet to bowl in first class cricket, but this is batting that he's in the team for. Batting number 4 today? On 5, but
yeah,
plenty of time left to bat.
Just played the one List A game, played against West Indies A couple of years ago. This is Gregory. That's a better line from Gregory. Lewis Goldsworthy does the fielding at point, just juggles it, but there's still no run. Got the long sleeve shirt on there, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, Lewis Goldsworthy, who, we thought was a spinner, then possibly a spin bowling all-rounder. Well, batting number 4 and looked pretty good for his 30-odd yesterday.
He did. He was tidy, wasn't he? He played some nice shots. Compact.
Compact, good word, yeah, absolutely. A little bit of work being done on the pavilion sort of balcony in front of us. A few workmen polishing solvent off the glass, I think it is. Have you seen that? Crunched into cover point. That's a good stop. Is that Goldsworthy again?
Yeah, he's got away with one there a little bit, Lewis, hasn't he?
Yes, similar ball to the 2 that did crash to the cover boundary in the last innings. We've got John Hayes, who's not related to Haynes, different to the batsman. I suspect in this glorious weather that there are more people on their balcony than wickets taken in the match. He wants a flat watch update, Sam.
Right, so how many wickets have we had in the match? For a start, we had 10 in the first innings. Somerset were 8
declared.
down. So
18, 20.
We've had 20. I think John Hayes is going to be disappointed then, Harry. 'Cause
Yeah.
I can see 1 on the top floor as Haynes flicks that one out. Jack Brooks, a little less stiff this time around, does the fielding. He's ended up on the floor.
Did tumble, yeah.
Always good to have some mud on your whites. So we've got 1 on the top. Your eyes are better than mine. I can see only 1 out in the middle.
Yeah, very. They do like a long lunch in the retirement flats, though.
The problem is, John, they're not actually in the sun.
I was about to say, I think that's the main deciding factor. If the sun was the other side, if your east and your west were the other way around, then we might have some of them. But if you're really, really keen to hear about this flat situation more, go on to my Twitter page, Harry Everett _14, and you can see I did tweet just before lunch, actually, after popular demand in the YouTube comments, with 2 girls in their 20s trying to work out when they could get in a retirement flat. So I found the document that actually tells you all about how you can get into those retirement flats, what makes you eligible. I didn't bother reading every single page of the document, but it's quite a hefty document.
You got the gist, have you? We need one of those websites. You know, sometimes if a football team doesn't win for ages, or how many days since X team have won, we need kind of eligibility. You'd be able to put in your age, and it tells you how many days and years until you're eligible to buy one of the retirement flats. Then you two could feature on Flatwatch.
That would be it.
It's a lovely stroke from Haynes. He's leant into that one, stroked it away through the covers, races to the shortish boundary, but it's always going for that.
So that's 3 times in just 11 balls after lunch. Gregory's been hit to the cover boundary, twice off the back foot, now off the front foot with a cover drive, and there was another back foot punch cut shot that was hit straight at Lewis Goldsworthy.
Just a bit too full there from Lewis Gregory. You can see what he's trying to do. He swings it, moves it away from the right hander, has that lovely shape of his action.
I think he'd rather see Haynes drive him on the front foot like that for 4 than play him off the back foot off a long hop, though, really.
Agree, and he's tried to straighten up there a little bit, but he's overcompensated. Strayed onto the middle and leg stump, flicked away. It's not going to go for 4, but I think they'll scramble through for 3.
I'm really surprised it's not gone for 4, actually. We talked about the sand down below us yesterday. The sand's more along on, but at mid-wicket it seemed a bit to slow up, didn't it?
It's this side of the pitch. I know that's a shorter boundary, but actually as we're looking at it towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion, it's that side of the pitch where the ball seems to slow up and the ground
But that surprises me even more, because this side gets more sun.
Yeah.
There's no shade from the sun from the retirement flats that we've been talking about.
I mean, the pitch on the Cooper Associates County Ground is looking pretty glorious, isn't it? Scott Hawkins and his team.
I'd love to play a bit of lawn bowls on there, really.
They always do a wonderful job, but it is looking magnificent for March.
Lovely stripes, isn't it? The dark green and the light green.
There's a bit of sand down here right in front of us in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, but I think that's because they were doing outdoor nets, weren't they, quite early? They get them outdoors quite early. They used to do it over at Hamilton Park. I'm sure they used to go over there and train all in their football boots.
Yeah, saw some volley sales training video, and they were running the local park as well.
Tom Abel continues. Haynes just flicks it into the leg side. Quite a straight ball. Ned Leonard there, sporting the number 19 shirt, does the fielding.
Yeah, we saw actually, you've seen that Ollie Sale training video. You saw the Somerset players doing a bit of fitness when we were still in lockdown and the weather wasn't quite good enough for netting. A lot of clubs got these marquees, haven't they? That infamous video from was it 2 Marches ago it might have been, when Trescothick was marching out to bat in the snow. Solidly in behind that is Haynes to Tom Abel. Yeah, we've got 2 Louis G's on the pitch today, Lewis Goldsworthy and Lewis Gregory.
There's only one Louis G.
Only one Louis G.
2 Daryl Mitchells, though.
Well, we were saying yesterday there's 2 OA Shahs.
Well, yeah.
That's even more convenient. Lancashire have signed the youngster who's, not even related to the other OA Shah, but same name.
Well, I saw he's been there a year or 2 and it confused me because OA Shah occasionally, as in former England and Essex OA Shah. Oh, it's in the air there from Haynes.
If there'd been a backward point, not an orthodox point, there would have been a catching chance. But instead it's just retrieval from the boundary job for the point fielder.
Yeah, he won't mind that, Tom Abel, though, will he? That's gone. We'll just see the replay now. But it's gone up. He's not in control of that, Haynes.
But that shows his pace, that a medium pacer is an attempted cover drive has flown and raced off the bat.
Well, it's you want your man Peter Crouch in there at Gully.
I'd love to see him play cricket. I did watch that A League of Their Own special when James Corden was playing cricket and had James Hansen caught first slip by Freddie Flintoff first ball. That was a great watch.
It's well bowled there from Tom Abel. Back outside off stump. Yeah, 2 OA Shahs. I did wonder if it might have been the former England player, OA Shah, making another comeback, because he's played a very successful T20 player, OA Shah.
Talking of comebacks, you'd probably know the name and you'd probably remember his career better than me. Who's this spinner who got himself in the IPL auction? The older chap. Did you hear? You must have read about that.
Yes.
What was his name? Do tell us in the comments on YouTube if you beat us to our Googling. Lovely shot from Haynes. Tell you what, runs are flowing after lunch. We might have to get Ben on commentary to get us a wicket first ball.
Well, speaking of the man himself, Mr. Ben Warren coming up at 3 o'clock.
Set your alarms.
A real treat for all Somerset fans. And Worcestershire fans. Just for everyone, really. Any time Ben Warren speaks. Warren's wafflings at 3.
He even got a shout out by Mr. George Dobell. He even gave Mr. Warren a shout out in the cricketer preview of Somerset season, saying what wonderful work he does. Well deserved.
Nyan Doshi. I don't think he got picked up in the end. 42-year-olds, but he played for Surrey, hadn't he?
Yes, and after years out of the game, decided to get back into it.
Why
Told
not?
his dad he fancied it again. He said, yeah, go for it, son.
It's prolonging your career. Why not? It's the end of the over. 68 for 2. I always think that, people criticise some of the tennis players for continuing to play. But why wouldn't you? I think Leighton Hewitt said it. I can play at Wimbledon. There'll be many years where I physically won't be able to, so I'm going to keep going.
Well, Wimbledon, they have those outside courts where the old experienced play the old experienced pros, as I stumble on my words. I watched there a couple of years ago.
June 2008 was the last time Nyan Doshi played a T20 game. 6,076 days.
Imagine if Darren Stevens had that gap between playing. We'd have missed out all his great years. If he can play at 43, then why not?
Flicked into leg side. Well, Darren Stevens, he didn't really start bowling until then. He was up at Leicestershire. Not really. Leicestershire had a very good side at that point. Lost to Somerset in the C&G Trophy final 2001, but I think they'd won the championship a couple of times in the late 90s, and they Vince Wells, Darren Maddy, and Stevens couldn't quite get in the side, but he went up to Kent and turned himself become a bowler who just rips through county top orders.
Oh, a good shot through the covers and nice one for Libby. Yeah, it got to the stage now where ever I'm netting and I want to sort of change up from bowling spin against some mates in the net. So I'll bowl a bit of Darren Stevens now. It's become the phrase. When I was a kid it was bowl the Malinga. Now, a lot of youngsters try and impersonate Bumrah. If I'm ever bowling sort of medium paces, Steve-O's into the attack.
Well, there's a couple of We Got the Chocks, I think, podcasts run by a few Aussie, Sam Hazlitt and James Basley. They some of them are
Brisbane
in BBL
Heatlands.
sides, and so they're very good sportsmen, and they're good friends with Marnus Labuschagne, and they play indoor, kind of your garage cricket. Yeah. And Labuschagne talks about bowling like Darren Stevens when he's inside. So, if Marnus Labuschagne's pretending to be you when he's steaming in, can't be a bad thing.
Glamorgan legend, you could say, Marnus Labuschagne, couldn't you? Well, almost got his Australian... Well, it was that concussion substitute for Steve Smith, but he wouldn't have got that without his Glamorgan form. I thought he came over here, did so well for Glamorgan. Him and Billy Root, I remember, had a few partnerships.
Yeah.
Labuschagne was just, superb. Was that two summers ago?
2 summers ago. We won't see him on Friday. Andrew Balbirnie, the Ireland captain, is over there for a couple of games. Great to see some Irish players getting more of a run in first-class cricket over here. Well deserved, as Haynes just gets onto the back foot. He's moved on to 20 quite quickly here.
Yeah.
Jack Haynes, as you said, runs coming a bit more freely than Tom Abel would have liked after lunch, but the Worcestershire dressing room will be quite happy with that. We're getting closer. Almost gone past Somerset, I think, in fact.
Doing a bit of quick maths. I was just going back to Balbirnie. Played well in the T20 last year, actually. Played a few games. I'm scoring some runs here. Paul Sterling was in that T10 league. I remember watched a few of the Ireland ODIs against the UAE. They were a good watch a couple of months ago. I do like Irish cricketers. Just something about them. I just really like the way they play. Love the action as well. I mean, Kevin O'Brien. Maybe that's the influence.
That 100 really got it.
Yeah.
Going, and of course he played for Somerset. Niall, you mentioned yesterday, played over here. Ed Joyce, Owen Morgan,
Tim Merter,
Boyd Rankin's back there playing. George Dockrell, speaking of left-arm spinners,
Wow.
Somerset love a left-arm spinner.
Yeah, he's still playing club cricket in Dublin.
Well bowled that from Gregory. Last 2 balls have been a bit more on the money end of the over then. Worcestershire 69 for 2. I make it they've got a lead by 1. I think they've
Do you want me to check your
above.
maths?
Please do check my maths.
So 116 Worcestershire's first innings, plus 69 makes.
I'm going to sneak in there, Harry, because we've got, of course, there's an opportunity to become a sponsor at Somerset. A couple of spots left on the sleeves. If you and your company want to get involved, you have the opportunity to be on one of the Somerset shirts. Different sponsors for different tournaments, of course, but you could see your company's name up there. There's details on the screen now. What a chance, to be a sponsor at Somerset County Cricket Club.
If I had the money, I would love to. More runs flowing. The runs after lunch, I tell you what.
Couple for Jake Libby there. Yeah, I know. If I had the money, I'd be involved in that.
Who would you sponsor? Would you sponsor the club or a player?
Well, I think this is for the club, so you get your name or your company's name on the entire, basically everyone's shirt for that particular competition.
Which competition would you go for?
Oh, I'm a purist.
Yeah, you'd go for.
I'd be on the white shirt, I think.
Yeah, I like it.
First class cricket. How about you? You the same?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, luckily there's 2 sleeves, so we could have one
Sleeve each.
Beautiful. But yeah, contact the club's commercial department if you want to have a chat about that. An exciting opportunity. Of course, you'll be featured on the live streams all this year.
Well, you want to be. Everyone wants to be in the live streams, especially when you've got some dulcet tones talking over the top.
I know. We might even say your company's name, Harry.
Oh, how nice would that be?
Wouldn't that be?
Although you'd probably say it wrongly.
Well, no, as long as there's not actually someone's name involved.
There was no Morris's.
As long as no Morris's.
You still haven't crossed out the incorrect
I know.
Morris name written in front of you.
I thought that would be cheating.
Okay, fair enough.
I've just about ingrained Charlie Morris, but I moved in. I don't know if you heard before. I called Jamie Baird Jamie Laird, who was a former Bridgewater Town footballer who went on to play in the Football League.
Yeah, we'll forgive you.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
No worries. As Tommy Abels coming in again. Solid. I think that's the word for Haynes at the moment. Looking very solid.
Yeah, it really is. Good partnership, this. 32. Sun's out. Much better afternoon for batting than it was yesterday morning. So Worcestershire will be... Well, these two will just take their time. Well, scoring quite quickly, but they'll be quite happy if they're still there at tea. Put the mockers on them. Come on then, you've got your Tim Groniwald shirt on. What's your favourite Somerset kit from the years?
Oh, that's a statement. Back in the days of the old Blackthorn Cider t-shirt and the T20, that's a top that I think of straight away. You know what? I'm trying to think actually what my favourite. That's a big statement, isn't it? My favourite. It's more certain kits you associate with certain innings or certain memories.
Quite. His Abel continues. Hainsley, don't want that one alone. Good line of length. End of the over. 72 for 2. Go on then.
I know. I'm just going to pass the back on to you on that one.
Well, I've got back in the day, if that's the phrase we're using, when the players used to be in the old Colin Atkinson Pavilion. At the end of the season, there would always be a scrum, for want of a better
throwing
word.
The kit over
Shirts
the side,
being thrown down. Paul Ballbeck would be overseeing the whole operation. So I've got myself a Richard Johnson one-day shirt, one of the old maroon ones, and I think basically everyone had a double XL. The shirts were huge. They weren't particularly conducive to moving around quickly like they are now. So it's maroon, but it's got like grey under the arm, or silver. Maybe we should call it silver. So that one I quite like. I wasn't a big fan. Do you remember when we went red and blue for a bit?
I wasn't a fan when we went yellow. There was Hampshire, Gloucestershire, Glamorgan and us all in yellow.
Yes,
I was like, oh, come
I do
on.
remember that one.
It was only 3 or 4 years ago perhaps. I thought I didn't like it. I just didn't like us playing in yellow when all the other teams... I liked, this is our colours. You're talking of that scrum at the end of the season. That reminds me, actually. I got hold of a Moen Alley Worcestershire jumper.
Oh.
Probably about 12 years ago. I did a bit of a deal. Basically, I was female umpire of the Devon League, who... Well-known umpire, actually. I won't name her. She was with me at the time, trying to get some kit at the end of the season, and she was, as an umpire, not a player anymore, was keen for clothing. I, as a player, was keen for kit. So Ben Cox's gloves came in. So I have Ben Cox's gloves at home.
Nice.
Never been a wicket keeper, but pretty cool. I've used them a couple of times. in a Sunday friendly. I once took 3 catches with Ben Cox's GM gloves.
Lovely. Players have had a quick drink. Gregory's back on. Libby on the back foot. I think that's an edge there.
Very genuine. Yeah, there were 4 slips in earlier.
Yeah, they've took
and
one
that
out.
Perfect for 4 slip. Would not have to move. Legs would stay completely planted. 2 hands could just take it at waist height to the right hand side with an easy catch. But these things happen.
They do happen. They have happened.
After a few more runs, they have to open the field up a bit, don't they? If Gregory had been more consistent earlier, maybe we've had more attack in the field now, and there would have been a wicket. But
moved on to 39, unbeaten. Come on then. So you've got Ollie Cox's.
Not Ollie Cox.
Oliver
You keep
Ben
saying
Cox.
that.
Well,
That's
it's
another
Oliver Ben Cox. That is
okay.
that
We're
is
letting you
real.
off that one.
You've got Ben Cox's wicket-keeping gloves. That's a much better stroke.
That's a lovely stroke.
Oh, he's just caressed that through the covers. No chance for the fielders. Back-to-back boundaries. Second better than the first there. But Lewis Gregory's a bit of a kick of the turf. He won't be too fussed by that. I mean, he's quite relaxed. He doesn't seem to get too wound up. He'll just come and go again.
Yeah, I think this will start to take its toll. It's been, a bowler can have 1 bad over and go for a couple of boundaries, but to have two overs, both with more than 2 boundaries in it already, I think that he will start to get frustrated now, especially a bowler of Lewis Gregory's calibre. So Moeen Ali's jumper came over the balcony. So I said, this umpire lady could have the jumper. I'd have Ben Cox's gloves, and then I can't remember who else. Someone else threw something over, and then there's another. I was only a teenager at the time. Another teenage lad tried to grab it right in front of a little kid and his mum, and I remember it being, I don't know, 6 or 7 of us all underneath trying to, get some of this kit, and just remember the horrified look of us that this teenage boy was trying to nick it off this poor youngster. But there's no fair, as you say, it's a scrum, isn't it? There's no fair delegation of who gets what.
Well, so you've touched a nerve there, Harry.
Oh no.
As Lewis Gregory, that's a better line and length, left alone outside off stump. I was on the other. Given our age difference, I don't think I can be the youngster in question, but I do remember having a shirt ripped from my hands. A Keith Dutch shirt, if we remember Keith Dutch, won the 4-rounder that came down from Middlesex with Richard Johnson, actually, ripped from my grip by an adult. I was a child, and I cried my eyes out.
Did no one step in and say, give it? See, in this situation, someone stepped in and made the teenage boy give it to the youngster.
I thought it was kind of an unwritten rule as well, 1 item each, but not everyone.
Yeah, I agree. It was, last season when I got when Timmy Groenewald threw me his T20 shirt, it was Jack Leach actually giving out some signed test match gear.
This is live. This is in the commentary box. Ben Warren's coming in to turn the effects mic up. We did tell them we'd forget about it.
Well, the thing is, we mentioned these chaps outside who are working. In our view, we're not criticising them, but I just am amazed at how they are doing their work, scraping off the solvent glue on the balcony glass, and they're not watching the cricket. If I was doing that job, I would do so much more cricket watching than working, or at least multitask. His eyes are never even on the cricket.
Well, we've established this morning that you can multitask very
Absolutely.
Well. He's working hard.
But I mean, the kind of job he's doing, he could be scraping with his right hand's on the barrier, his left hand scraping. He should be looking at the cricket while he's doing it.
End of the over there. Gregory, he's bowled 8 overs. A touch expensive. His figures have been ruined a little bit after lunch, where he's been a little bit loose. 37 runs off his 8. Just the 1 wicket. Worcestershire going along nicely. 80 for 2. Jack Haynes, 20 not out. Jake Libby, 43. 25 overs gone. So what? This 10 overs short of the total first innings. I don't think they're going to get bowled out in 35 overs.
No, definitely
this
not.
Time around.
Nicer batting conditions, as we've previously mentioned, with the sunshine. I've just had a tweet from Southwest Sports News, CO Plymouth Sports News as well. We've mentioned many times Jake Libby being, Cornwall cricket, but born and bred from Plymouth. Also, don't forget the Lewis Gregory Plymouth lad. So it's Plymouth against Plymouth is the thought here.
Big contest going on.
Absolutely.
Plymouth bragging rights.
They're probably Argyle fans. I don't know if we mentioned that.
Green RMO. Got to get good bounce there from Tom Abel. That one came through to Jamie Baird almost at chest height. Tidy again behind the stump from him.
Sorry, flat watch is still disappointing. Only the 2 chaps on the top. Where are they all?
There's you targeting your ire at the gent working in front of us. I'd be targeting over there.
Yeah,
got the perfect chance to watch some cricket. Plenty of time though this week. We've got tomorrow and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Somerset's final game. Oh, more good bounce there.
Good catch by Tom Banton. Baird's just spilt it again. He's had a couple. We've been impressed by Baird overall. There've just been a few sort of fumbly juggles, which he's got away with. This time he slapped it up in the air, and Tommy Banton's just helped him out, moving across sharply to his right and catching it one-handed. Ben's decided that our bloke working out in front of us is making too much noise, so the effects mic's been turned off.
It was an authoritative turning off of that button, wasn't it, from Ben Warren?
Disgust on his face. This bloke who's scraping the solvent glue and not even watching the cricket as he's doing it.
Beautiful shot there from Haynes. Just leans into that one. It's on that side of the boundary where we said it seems to be slowing up a little bit in the pitch. So they've only got a couple. It was a nice looking shot. Good shapes there.
Lesser spotted Ollie Sale walking around the pitch with, sadly, a funny shaped cast on his. We talked about his shoulder injuries and surgery yesterday. It's not like your normal cast where your arm's tucked into your chest. I don't really know. It's almost like, it's hard to describe. It's almost like 90 degrees with his big boot-shaped cast almost, with his arm in it down right by his waist. I don't really know how to describe it. As you can tell, I'm not a doctor.
I think you've described it quite well. No, you're not a doctor, fortunately. How many times does someone have to be spotted to no longer be lesser spotted?
I know. Yeah, good question. How many times does someone have to charge in to not be bustling?
Joe Leach will always bustle for the rest of his life.
Or how poor a commentator do you have to be to lose the dulcet tones tag?
Well, there was a response to that on Twitter.
Was there? Polite enough? Sure it wasn't.
I think it was the other night. Someone mentioned a great Australian leg spinner.
Ah, yes. I might have seen that one.
It wasn't Steve Smith.
The Steve Smith of recent times, or Steve Smith of the 1914 hat-trick?
Well, that's a good point. I confirm it's not the one of recent times. Still going on the Twitter. A mixed reaction, I think, to the Yorkshire Vikings new kit. Elliot quite likes it, don't you, Elliot?
Absolutely.
Elliot can be the fashion man in the commentary trio.
Right, Elliot is the most fashionable out of all of us. Look at those boots he's got on today. There's a nice pair of brown boots on yesterday.
Too hot for boots in this sunshine. And then he wore my flip-flops.
He's much smarter than you and I. He's a professional, Elliot.
I was going to wear a different cricket top each day this week, wasn't I?
What have you got?
Today's the Somerset Grown of Old. I was going to bring the Jack Leach one. Might make an appearance tomorrow. We've got an Aaron Thomason England top. I don't know whether he played youth cricket or England Lions. This is Aaron Thomason, the former Warwickshire all-rounder who's now at Sussex.
Yeah, I know the name. Well, I've still got my Worcestershire training top on, having, slated PE teachers for wearing the same pair of shorts. I got the same T-shirt on 2 days in a row. In the Kitman sale, I picked that one up.
Don't worry, we're 2 metres social distance in here, so exactly. I'm not smelling Sam's.
They've gone across. They're using Nike. I've also bought a Joe Leach. I've got a Joe Leach playing top as well.
You bought it?
Yeah, no, I bought it. They had a big Kitman sale at the end of last season, so I thought I'd support Worcestershire. I had a lovely time up there when I was at New Road. It was really welcoming.
So you've got more Worcestershire clothing than Somerset?
No, absolutely not.
Just checking.
Got a lovely Mike Burns 4-day shirt as well.
Davey into the attack then.
Yeah.
From the Marcus Gothic end. I do like watching Josh Davey bowl. Graceful, isn't he? Bounding, not a bustle. It's more of a bounding, graceful.
Yeah.
Sort of slides into the crease.
Yeah, replacing Gregory, he was a little bit loose there after lunch. Elliot and I were saying how well. It's great to see Josh Davey. I mean, when he first signed, wouldn't necessarily have imagined him being a frontline 4-day bowler, but at the moment, the new ball is his to lose. Solid forward defensive there from Libby.
Yeah, my North Molton CC WhatsApp group just discussing the Yorkshire kit, actually. So, various opinions on it, but
I was going to say, any of them you can actually say?
No, not many people's cup of tea. Josh Davey, the Scottish international bowler, coming in and well played by Libby. Solid Libby, approaching his 50. He's on 43. The only 50 we've seen in the match, I believe, is that Ben Cox. 51 yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Philip Bayliss on the YouTube has given us a bit of a stat about Gregory. So he went to a state school called Hells in Plympton, Plymouth. He played all of his Colts cricket for Plympton Cricket Club, who also had Jackie Walker, who's played England women's cricket. So not bad for a small club side there.
Plympton have got a good ladies team, actually. They still play now. I know a few Devon female cricketers who play down there.
Well, Heather Knights from Plymouth Way, I think.
Yeah.
Captain of the England ladies team at the moment.
That tell you what, that Jake Libby leave reminds me a lot of the Labuschagne Steve Smith when they're doing the exaggerated lightsaber leave kind of thing.
We're on that one again.
The lunge forward and the bat right in the air.
It's very exaggerated, isn't it? Do you remember Trescothics? We just pull the
Yes,
bat away.
I tried.
It was there and
Trescothic one. Yeah, then he went into a phase in his latter years of just playing inside the line, and the bowler would think it was a player miss, but you and I would know of having watched Somerset enough times. Trescothic would leave it by just playing inside the line, and it's probably an easy way of doing it. Saves effort. Into his 40s, didn't need to be doing this. Chuck his bat up in the air like an Australian number 3 or 4 batsman, but.
Oh, I've just reading back. Philip Bayliss, bit of a cricket coach. Philip, he did some one-on-one coaching with Jake Libby.
Trevor Bayliss' son. Are we
talking? Any relation to Trevor Phyllis? Oh, Philip Bayliss. That's what they. I'm trendy. I pull them together. I really can't do names. It's not great to be doing commentary. Also, coach Lewis Gregory in the West Devon's under-14s when he hated bowling, but he would have been quite quick at that point. Didn't enjoy it though.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played against Lewis Gregory. He come through the Devon League a couple of years older than myself.
Ooh, he's picked up the wicket there. Libby's gone, having said he was close to his half century.
Yeah, Mockers again. We have a few commentators' curse this week. Now, Josh Davey beat him just outside off stump the previous ball, didn't he? And then that's another wide waft. I seem to remember in the first innings, Jake Libby just had a few little wide wafts.
It wasn't his best delivery, was it? And you could see Libby's reaction. His kind of head threw his head up towards the air. He knew that. I suppose with that short boundary on that side, it's very tempting, though, isn't it?
Yeah, disappointing for Jake Libby, who again looked good against Somerset, often seems to. He departs for 43. Josh Davey taking the wicket, so Davey has 1 for 3 off his 5. What economical figures that is! Lewis Gregory at this end, before and after Davey's spell, was going the distance really. And Josh Davey comes off 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3. Such an underrated bowler for me, Josh Davey. I'd have him in my strongest Somerset side every week, to be honest with you. But I know that many might think they should play DeLanger and Overton and Gregory, and you might not have space for a 4th seamer with Abel going to bowl and a Leach, and in the summer they might go to 2 spinners with Van der Merwe as well. Some people would drop Davey out the side, but I think he's a superb bowler.
No, I think Josh Davey starts.
Yeah,
it's a different conversation if suddenly he goes out of form and is leaking runs. But at the moment, Josh Davey very much deserves to be in that Somerset side.
I think he's put himself well ahead of Jack Brooks in the pecking order last season and into this. Jack's had a few injury troubles and then struggled a bit when he had the ball yesterday.
It's good to have experience though, isn't it? Even as backup.
Not the Basil then. This is the grandson, Brett D'Oliveira, walking out to bat at number 5 for Worcestershire. Has already scored a century in pre-season.
Yeah, it was only last week, wasn't it, against the students of Durham. Good player, D'Oliveira.
Bowls some useful leg spin, doesn't he?
Oh no! I mean, John Hayes, he started #FlatWatch, which is great, but we've got the "Did we declare too early?" Somerset fans. We can't be having that, John.
Well, we've got a second innings, John.
Exactly.
I mean, we declared too early for Josh Davey and Mr. Baird to get their 50s. I'll give you that, but Josh Davey was looking in great touch. He's bowling with anger, perhaps, that he was robbed of runs.
Maybe that was deliberate from Tom Abel.
Wind him up.
Yeah, fire his man up. End of the over then, so it'll be Haynes on strike to Abel. Free slip still. Tom Banton persisting with the jumper. Stood next to Jamie Baird, giving him a few coaching pointers. Wicketkeeper to wicketkeeper.
Good fielding. Is that Goldsworthy again at point? Goldsworthy's been good at point. I've been impressed with him. Young lad, small, low to the ground, low centre of gravity. They talk about Lionel Messi in football being low centre of gravity so we can move, be agile, move both ways. I think that's similar in cricket. When you're a fielder at point, if you're too tall, it's hard to get down and stop that ball low to your left or to your right.
You expect it now, don't you, coming through the academy, these young lads to be brilliant fielders. Into the 28th over of the innings, so we'll have a change at the end of this one.
I also think on that note that it helps to have a left-hander at point, because so often there's a bigger gap between gully and point. So running around to his left, swooping to his left, picking up left-hander and throwing, whereas if it goes to your right hand, you've got cover there to field, and there's generally a smaller gap. So Goldsworthy will do more picking up with his stronger left hand to show out the stumps.
And that's a lovely shot again from Haynes. Strokes it through the covers. They'll pick up a couple. kind of scampers around, covers ground quite quickly, Lewis Goldsworthy, doesn't he?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, as you say, young and fit and quick. Hopefully get to see him have a bowl today. In some ways, as a Somerset fan, we want Worcestershire to score runs as they are doing, because the longer they keep Somerset out there, the more likely we are to see the likes of Goldsworthy and Van der Merwe. The Seamers bowled so well and Worcestershire batted so poorly in the first innings that 116 all out, they didn't require anything other than Seamers. Another great shot. Tell you what, this Haynes is really coming in some touch here. Tommy Abel now covered him for 4 off the middle of the bat. But the previous one was 2, wasn't it? And that was just nailed really through the covers for 4.
Yeah, really well timed that. No chance. Nowhere near the fielders. Beautiful shot. Haynes moves on to 30 unbeaten. So is there a chance Somerset start without a spinner at Lords, do you think?
Yeah, of all the pitches, you'd say Lords, well, of all the southern pitches as well, I tend to think Lords would swing and seam more than worry about a spinner. Yeah, I would be tempted to go with the likes of Davey, Overton, Gregory and Marchant DeLanger. I'd be tempted to go.
But I think you can even have those
one
with
more.
Leach, though, because of them batting. So I suppose you have a... But how much would that seam get used if you throw Tom Abel into the mix?
I think
as well?
I would go with who I just said, and then I wouldn't have a Leach. I'd have a Bartlett. The team we mentioned yesterday, poor old George Bartlett was missing out. And then if you have Bartlett in at 6, then you can push Davies, Gregory and Overton could be pushed down to 7, 8, 9, and even stronger batting night, especially in April. It'll be next week on a moving pitch. I think it's good to have better batting depth. We've got so many seamers anyway. I think Overton and Gregory.
Leaving Jack Leach out.
Wow.
I know it's a difficult one, isn't it? It's going to be one to ponder. Maybe we'll get a bit of a poll going on, and later in the week, get a few people's views. But anyway, I'm going to hand over to Elliot Trotman, looking smart, marching over here in those black boots. Look at him, got his grin on, still harking back to that baker's dozen pun.
There were some good baker's puns on that YouTube. Before we get off, too many conversation changes. Let's go on with that, Elliot. Then, so you and I, when we were on air yesterday, we sort of got to 11, didn't we? We had Byram opening, we had Banton down at 5. So we just refreshed. We were saying our team would be Byram, Lammonby, correct me if I'm wrong.
Abel at 3.
Hildeth at 4. We'll let this ball go from Davey. Well played. And then we had Hildeth at 4, didn't we? And then at 5 we went Banton, didn't we?
Yes.
And then we had Steve Davies 6, or Gregory either order 7, Craig Overton 8. Then we had, what do we have? DeLanger at 9, Davey at 10 and Leach at 11, I think.
Yeah.
So if we're saying at Middlesex, I don't know what your thoughts. Could we miss out? Could we take Leach out because we don't need a spinner at Lords in April and bring Bartlett into 6 and shut everyone else down 1?
Yeah, potentially.
Be a lot of batting. A lot of batting.
Somerset can bat all the way through to 11.
I mean, that'd be possibly one of the greatest 11s for batting there's ever been in the county championship. I mean, what did Leach score? 80 against Ireland in a test match. 92, that was it. If he can score 90 in a test match and be batting at number 11, be taken out the side and even strengthen number 11 even further, because then we'd have, well, we could have Josh Davey at 11. You could say Leach is a better batsman than Davey, perhaps, but Davey, as we said earlier, used to be a top order batsman in his youth. I think that would be a tremendous side either way. I mean, obviously no disrespect to England's number 1 spinner, but whether we play Leach or we go Bartlett and just go with the 4 seamers plus Tom Abel, I think that would be plenty either way.
With the strength of this attack, and especially as you said on a wicket like Lords, it makes sense.
We know last year Jack Leach, when he played, there were some games he barely got a bowl. Multiple games he didn't bowl in the first innings, and some games he bowled like 2 or 3 token overs in the second innings. Almost seemed a waste of such a talented England spinner.
You were talking earlier about Irish cricketers.
Yes.
There's someone out here right now on the fielding side who holds an Irish passport. Do you know who that is?
Have you stumped me here? Are you even doing some extra research? It's got to be one of the young lads. I would know if it was one of the more regular names, I would suggest. I actually played myself in Dublin 2 summers ago, and I thought I was an expert on the Irish county scene. When I was working for CricViz for a couple of months, I wrote a couple of pieces on the Irish squads and played against a few of the Irish internationals in club cricket. And yeah, I thought they would be almost my mastermind subject, and you might have stumped me here. So it's not Jack Brooks, it's not Josh Davey. I'm going to go through the 11. I'm going to go round the field. I mean, it could be any of the youngsters I don't know as well. Pretty sure it's not Banton or Abel or Roelof Van. Oh, it's not Van der Merwe, is it? No, he's Dutch, South African. It can be him. It's going to have to be one of the youngsters. So I'm going to say it's one of Baker, Leonard, Goldsworthy or Smead. Am I correct? It's one of those 4?
You're wrong.
Oh, wow. Not even one of those 4. Oh, I'm not doing well here, am I? Eddie Byram?
It is Eddie Byram.
Eddie Byram, there you go. I should have got that. Zimbabwean born.
And holds an Irish passport.
Wow. Well-travelled man. So, would he be eligible for Ireland, do you reckon?
That's what I was thinking.
Would he be pushing he wouldn't be pushing a Lorcan Tucker or a Balbernia or Sterling out the side. Would he be pushing a Harry Tector out the side, perhaps? No, not yet, I don't think. But the Ireland Wolves, Ireland Wolves side, you'd have thought could include an Eddie Byram. Thought it'd be good enough to get in there. As we see, Josh Davey beat the bat and stifled appeal. Nothing doing. 90 for 3 after 29 overs. There you go. You learnt something new today. Elliot cracking out the trivia. Eddie Byram with the Irish passport. Always useful, isn't it, in club cricket if you can get someone in. You get an Aussie with an English passport in, and you can effectively have 2 overseas.
Absolutely. That's definitely interesting, though.
Remember when I was first coming through at Sanford Peveril Youth, we used to get an Australian Irishman called Greg. He wasn't at all Irish, but he had an Irish passport, so we could play as non-overseas.
What was it, 2017 when they
First
given
test match?
Test status? Yeah.
Kevin O'Brien, ton, wasn't it? Tim Murtagh bowled superbly. Yeah, big soft spot for the Irish cricket side.
I cannot say I'm aware of so much all the Irish players. I know a few, but just seeing though that like a country like Ireland being given Test status is fantastic.
Brilliant,
really.
yeah, brilliant for the game. I love them. I was gutted when the World Cup was reduced to 10 teams, was it? Absolutely gutted. The 2015 World Cup, when you saw UAE, Scotland, Afghanistan, before Afghanistan were quite a big nation that they are now, Ireland, these teams did well. You know, the West Indies were struggling at one point against the UAE in the 2015 World Cup. England was struggling against, I can't remember if it was Ireland or Scotland. And it's just, I think it's so good. Well, do you remember that Richie Berrington scored a few runs, that Callum MacLeod for Scotland at the Grange in Edinburgh? Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid got tonked to all parts. That ODI, and we nearly lost. Yes, we might have been missing the likes of Butler and Morgan, but we still had 60% of England's first ODI squad, and we nearly lost to Scotland where the weather's so bad they can barely play cricket, you know, without having a jumper on all summer. I think it's great for the game to have as many smaller countries playing as possible. Anyway, while we've been waffling, Sonny Baker's come into the attack, and there's fire one just outside off stump. Baird only got a glove to it. Banton has gone for a chase. We're talking about his long-sleeved, cable-knitted woolen sweater.
Just offside, actually, quite a lot. Wide ball.
Wide ball, yeah, good from the umpires. Listen to us. He's given these wide balls they're not getting away with, which will hopefully encourage Sonny Baker to possibly slow his speed down. I know everyone wants everyone to be a quick bowler these days, but I'd rather see someone lose 2 miles per hour and get it accurate. There's no point bowling leg side and offside wide at 90 if you could bowl 88 and straight. It's my way of looking at it. Not that I think he's quite bowling 90 miles per hour. I'm afraid Ben Warren's yet to invest in a speed gun here, so I can't quite tell you that. That's on his shopping list or his Christmas list. And on the YouTube comment, yeah, and on the YouTube comments, who's got a spare speed gun going, please feel free to bring it to the Somerset Cricket Club, and we'll add it to the live stream facilities. What else is saying on the comments then, Elliot?
No, I've looked at the Facebook, and not a lot's coming up, so I need to.
YouTube seems to be the place that people.
Yeah, I'm going to head over to YouTube now.
Hopefully, there's going to be a Facebook live stream for every game this year. So if you do have problems with YouTube or fancy it on 2 screens or a bit of variety, then do check out both of them. Seagulls just...
Marnus Labuschagne played a season at Plymouth Cricket Club when he was 17-18.
Yes, correct. I did know that.
Yeah.
Similarly, Chris Rogers played at North Devon. We were talking earlier about Marcus Harris playing in Taunton.
Played at North Devon over the summer.
Yeah,
cricket tour. Lovely ground.
I played there 4 times last summer, and every time I had to wear 3 shirts and a couple of jumpers. It could be a glorious day like today, but in Stowe, Biddeford, the estuary, the wind whooshing across. Oh, it's just always always cold.
The wall
on the side, yeah.
And then I remember my brother hit a 6 over the top, and I was thinking it'd be like water. Get over the side. It was like a beach, and I was like thinking if there's like a youngster just walking around, like bombs coming down.
They had Carl Verreyn, South African first class, and I think made his international debut recently. He was playing there as an overseas a couple of years ago. They had a South African under-19 all-rounder, and Groenewald and the Overtons. They've had some very good cricketers played over the years. Glenn Quirl, who was captain of Railway Union, where I played with Kevin O'Brien a couple of summers ago. He was Zimbabwe international and North Devon's overseas for a while, about 10, 15 years ago, before we moved out to Dublin.
Sam Dyer just said, only half listening, but did the commentators just say that England beat Scotland at the Grange in 2018?
Didn't say they beat them.
I definitely didn't say Scotland beat England.
Said it was a close game.
As a Scot, I can say with great confidence that they did not.
No, we were saying how Rashid and Ali got carted around a bit, and it was an exciting ODI. I'd love to watch a game at the Grange, actually. I've got a brother and sister who live in Edinburgh, so the plan was to go up for the Fringe Festival and hope that there'll be a international game at the Grange in a couple of weeks in the same time. Kill a few birds with one stone. What was the other? Callum MacLeod was playing at Derbyshire, wasn't he? One of the Scots are going around the county circuit. We got Davey, of course, here. Sonny Baker still charging in. Final ball of his first over back. Little catching chance. Little dive just to his left from Eddie Barham at Shortman's wicket. Little chop back for just the one run. 94 for 3 after 30 overs. D'Oliveira yet to get off the mark. Haynes on to 31. Haynes wants a glove change. He's been out there a little while now, so we'll allow him that. I won't say he'll be sweating too much, although it's sunny. There's still a bit of wind across the Cooper Associates county ground.
Just looking at that scoreboard again. Fantastic figures from Josh Davey. I spoke about that a little bit earlier.
Really, just economical, isn't he? Every game he plays.
6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 runs, 1 wicket. That's how you do it, kids.
Yeah, top bowler. I've said it before and I'll say it many times again. I still remember that 2015 World Cup, New Zealand, Australia. Towards the end of the group stage, Trent Boult and Mitch Starc were behind Josh Davey at the top of the wicket-taking tree. Josh Davey of Scotland. Here he is again. Cover driven straight, extra cover. Well timed stroke by Haynes, but no run.
Abel will be hoping that he can stop this nice little innings from Haynes.
Yeah,
Davey, that is.
Good bit of resistance from Haynes here. Worcestershire faring much better than their first innings. Although you never know, there could be a collapse at any time in March pre-season cricket. I'd expect Ricky Vessels to be the next man in. But Haynes and D'Oliveira won't want that to happen anytime soon. Josh Davey with 38 on his back. Short ball. Unlike Josh Davey, you wouldn't say he's got the pace to bowl the short ball, but Haynes ducks underneath it. I think in a white ball game, someone just latched hold of that, but in a red ball game, you'd be less inclined to play the pull shot perhaps, and happy to just duck underneath it and see it pass over your head to young Baird with the gloves. And Josh Davey can walk on back to his mark.
Only 20, Jack Haynes. Still so young in his cricketing career.
England under 19, much like Tom Banton was a few years ago. Remember that under 19 World Cup a couple of years ago? It was on live on Sky, wasn't it? Good exposure for youngsters. Amazing. Great for the masses to be able to see on live on television.
Did Banton get a century against New Zealand, was it?
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Just seeing Jack Brooks still walking around quite stiffly. I think bowling would loosen him up a bit, but not yet to be called upon this afternoon. Surely they'll go to him soon enough. Mind you, we've got Leonard to bowl as well. So many bowling options that we mentioned before. The two Ians, the umpire's just signalling 2 balls left in the over. It does sometimes look like they're giving a no ball. I think when I'm umpiring, you've got to give the 2 fingers to say there's 2 fingers remaining, but don't put your arm out so they think it's a no ball. The sun now right over the whole county ground. Soon the retirement flats might block off the sun. Do we? Oh, come on. One more flat watch update for this afternoon, because we now have 8 retirees on the top. On the top tier, enjoying the sun and the cricket. Great to see. Bit of grey hair flowing in the wind. See, we might think, why are we harking on about this flat watch? But in a normal year, we'd be able to look at every stand. We could have a Marcus Gothic stand watch, couldn't we? We could have a white seats watch, or Andy Caddick Pavilion watch, you know. But when there's only the players hidden away in the Colin Atkinson and the Ondarchie Pavilion, the only other fans we can see are in the retirement flats. We've got to make the most of them. Got to give them a big shout out for their grandkids watch on the live stream all around the world.
Always good fun looking at the many outfits you get on TV, and then when they go round.
Yeah, those times will be back soon enough with a few more vaccines, hopefully.
Remember the beach ball incident?
Yes,
Was it a couple
do.
of years ago against West Indies?
Well, there's also the beach ball incident in football, wasn't there?
Oh yeah,
Darren
Liverpool
Bent
game
against Liverpool. And
yeah,
he scored, and it did Pepe Reina with a beach ball bounce. Beach ball's not good for football or cricket.
and they sent down a man dressed as Jesus to get that beach ball back. Joe Root was chucking away.
I remember I was at Headingley. Josh Butler in a test match was at Deep Square. It must have been Johnny Bairstow was keeping. Someone threw a tennis ball at him. Like in a friendly way, I think. But Josh was just chucking away and threw it back into the crowd. And we shouldn't encourage people throwing stuff onto the pitch, but some players deal with it in humour, don't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Someone like a Jofra Archer would, I've seen enjoy interventions like that. Anyway, the right arm quick from Torquay, Sonny Baker, wicketless this innings. He has been the talk of the town the last couple of days, or the talk of the virtual stream, the live stream anyway. Still bowling well, but not yet to have a wicket to his name. Worcestershire batting better than the first knock yesterday morning. What's going on here? The non-strikers end. Olivier is just taking his gloves off, rubbing his hands in the dirt, which you often see a spinner doing when they want to grip the ball better. Or, you know, when they're bowling, not when they're batting. Maybe he hasn't got any inners on. Maybe he's rubbing the dirt to, I don't know, betterly grip his gloves. I'm not sure. You ever seen that before?
I haven't actually. I know some batsmen like sort of like take off their gloves when they're not.
Yeah,
at the non-strikers end sometimes. Yeah. No, Roller van der Merwe does it quite a lot. I'd hate it. I'd be running down the wicket, probably drop a glove.
Yeah, I've done that before, but leave it and come back for it once the ball's dead. Yeah, you were talking about being run out of the non-strikers end. I had it once without even facing the ball. Wimple away when it was tipping down with rain. I was walking out to bat when the players came off for rain. As Beggy comes in again. And yeah, I never forget it. And then for about 3 hours, I was desperate to get on and play. The rest of the guys in my team, their team, were just happy to be in the pub, well, in the bar at Wimple, and just have a beer and relax and call the game off. I was desperate to get back out there. Really keen, helping with the covers and the sawdust. Went back out there, and my partner straight drove a ball. I hadn't faced the ball. It was very early after the break. Had not faced the ball after 2 hours of desperately keen. And my dad, who's not a cricket fan, had come to watch that game because he lived just around the corner, and the first time he'd seen me bat in years. And yeah, run out without facing the non-strikers end, backing up. Don't back up, kids. Should be the moral of the story after that. Yeah, you couldn't write that script. Not been timed out before. But other than that, I've not been out obstruction the field actually, but the other 8 dismissals I think I've had all of. Or handing the ball, maybe. No, not handing the ball. Maybe 7 out of 10 dismissals have I had then. But there's so many other different ways you can get out, bizarre ways, aren't there?
Absolutely.
That's what we love about the game of cricket. It's like that tea towel. You've seen that tea towel where explaining cricket to non-cricket fans, and it's about when 11 men go out and then 2 come out and they come back in. It's all the ins and outs of cricket. It's entertaining. To you and I, it makes sense, but you can see how it's confusing.
Yeah.
The ins and outs of cricket explained in a jovial way.
Got a friend from university who hails from Venezuela, and explained to him cricket and how it can go on for 5 days. I just think that's not normal. However, we've got him bowling the ball now, and he actually really enjoys it. So, you know.
Sam's just suggested from the back of the box, a Scottishman we might have forgotten about, Carl Kurtzer at Durham. Yeah, was he captain for a while, right-handed top-order batsman, while we're doing our Scottish cricketers mentioning. Bowled by Sonny Baker. A lot of noise from Sonny Baker, isn't there? He bowls the ball and gives a big ooh. Whatever happens, he's quite excited about it. So I reckon you're going to have 20 minutes of my tiring, sore-throated voice, and then you're going to have the man, the myth, the legend that is Ben Warren's going to come and join Elliot again. Elliot, you've had the privilege of Ben Warren with you 2 days in a row. How have you managed that?
It's just, I'm just so lucky to, you know, have his presence. You know,
absolute privilege to have the man himself on.
He was sort of my boss 2 seasons ago, so I've sort of like, you know,
best boss.
Gotta
in the world,
respect
I'm sure. Couldn't ask for a better boss than Ben Warren, I'm sure.
Both Liverpool fans.
That's it. I joined the club. Josh Davey back in again to D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira still not off the mark. Solidly into the leg side for no run. Do feel free to give us more engagements. We've got the laptop next to us with any YouTube comments, Facebook comments, or tweet us. Surrey at 85 for 7. George Garton doing a lot of damage this morning. How good for George Garton, left-hander youngster. Good for him.
Philip Baylor says, totally disagree about asking a young quick to bowl slower. England need 90-plus bowlers, not another 85-mile-an-hour swinger.
Everyone's jumping on that bandwagon, aren't they? I think we're going too far the other way. I think England are obsessed with quick bowlers. There's no point having a quick bowler who bowls 90 and wide. I mean, this obsession with going to Australia with someone like an Ollie Stone who might not be quite ready for Test cricket. If Mark Wood and Jofra Archer are fit, then great, we can have them in. But trying to pigeonhole somebody who's not quite consistent enough or good enough just because the pitches are more bouncy. Yeah, maybe Darren Stevens wouldn't work on the pitches like the Wacker. We all know that. I'm not being that daft. What a lovely
Fantastic
shot. That is the shot of the day. And D'Oliveira gets off the mark with the straightest of straight drives. Well, as straight as it can be without hitting the stumps.
Let's have a listen on replay. Just a bit too full there from Davey. However, D'Oliveira will do a job.
Yeah, it's a pet peeve of mine, actually, this obsession with pace. It's great to have pace, don't get me wrong, and it's not very nice for the batsman to face real sheer pace. But if you can move it, then that's a similarly very useful asset. Someone like Jimmy Anderson's the best bowler in the world, well, over the recent years, or the best bowler for England, because he bowls quick and he moves the ball. If Jimmy Anderson tried to bowl 3 or 4 miles an hour quicker, he'd lose his accuracy, might not swing as much, and he wouldn't be as good as a bowler. You know, he can bowl up to 90, or he could do in his prime maybe a couple of years ago. But even bowling in the 80s, that's quick enough with the swing, both ways, makes him a brilliant bowler.
I think backing up your point there, H, it's all about longevity.
Yeah, absolutely.
With some pace bowlers and the likes of Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, the reason why these guys have been in the game so long is, well, yeah, they don't necessarily bowl it as fast as the likes of Jofra Archer or Mark Wood, but they get line and length consistent.
I mean, Josh Davies not quick, but he's bowled a short ball that was ducked by Haynes. He's now bowled a short ball that's hit D'Oliveira because of accuracy. Josh Davey isn't quick enough to scare someone with his pace, but he's bowled 2 short balls that have been incredibly effective. They've both been dot balls. They've made Haynes have to duck it. They've made D'Oliveira be hit in the body because he's bowled it in a good area. If you bowl a rapid, J.V. Overton has suffered from it in previous years, he'd bowl some rapid ones that would go over the keeper's head for 5 wides or at least 4 byes. So I think you've got to be careful, because playing a Jofra Archer in your 11, yes, Jofra's brilliant, but sometimes he's over bowled and then he doesn't bowl as quickly. So again, it's about captain's management as well. It's a separate issue again. As Davey becomes another short ball. See, Josh Davey, who, as we said before, you wouldn't call him quick. He's bowled 3 short balls and they've all been dot balls. Good bowling and made the batsman think about it. But yeah, Jofra Archer, we've talked about Joe Root as captain, using him in the right way, because if Jofra's going to be like an enforcer, he'll only bowl quick short spells, bowl rapid, bit of quick gas and upset the batsman like Steve Smith, who did at Lords. But if you use him for 10 overs in a row, he's not going to bowl even an 8 over spell. It's too much for him. He's not going to keep the pace up. And would he hurt himself clean out the fish tank? I mean, little things like that. I seem to remember Liam Lawrence at Sunderland a few years ago tripped over his dog and broke his ankles out for a few games. It seems similar, but
I'm still very confused on this Jofra Archer story.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's got some sort of piranhas in his tank, and yeah.
I'm assuming that he tweeted about it 10 years ago. Looks like Jack Brooks is warming up. There's still going to be Baker from the far end. So yeah, we're going back to where this all started. Baker's bowled really well yesterday, but he's only a young lad. He will be more and more consistent. He's already bowling quickly, and when he gets real accuracy and consistency, he could be a top-notch bowler. The lovely natural action to swing it in is just such a great asset to have. I mean, so many bowlers can only swing it and they struggle to swing it away, but you've got to have something to start with, and then you can build upon with the coaching, with the likes of Jason Kerr coaching him and Steve Kirby now, he's only going to improve. So very exciting prospect.
Sonny Baker, the new nickname, I'm going to call him Hooper.
Not related to the West Indian Hoopers, Carl Hooper. So 99 for 3, Worcestershire about to bring up the 100 possibly. Much better batting effort from the pair's side than the previous innings.
Leading by 31. Good delivery that from Baker.
So 99 for 3, Haynes on 32, D'Oliveira on 4, but that 4 from D'Oliveira, that is one. Hopefully Ben's got the slow motion camera, but it's a bit of a gamble when you use that. You've got to guess which ball to try and use that camera for, but you can watch it back on the YouTube stream, slow it down. You can actually on YouTube, you can slow it right down. I remember being the sad bugger that I am, watching my North Devon innings, because every game at North Devon's live on YouTube, so I watched a few of my Devon Dumplings games and a few league games at North Devon last year, watched them back in slow motion, trying to analyse my horrendous batting technique. The bat lift coming from a bizarre. Oh, is that a fumble from Baird? I'm not sure if there was bat on that, but excitement from Baker and Van der Merwe, hands in the air. Then Baird dropped it. Hard to tell, and we're going to see a replay now. Was it a bit of glove or top of the bat? I'm not sure. It's come at Baird quickly, isn't it? It's almost hit him on the chest.
Judging from Haynes' reaction, sounds like looks like he considers himself lucky. I don't know.
Yeah, hard to tell from up here in just a one quick replay, but
they're rather relieved when it went down.
Yeah. If it was a drop, I'd say that'd be the first from Baird, to his credit. Not the easiest it takes, but yeah, he's just looking down at his gloves now. Looks a bit dejected, Baird, so that could be another 10-tail sign. We've got 2 slips now. Bit of a gap between Abel and then we've got a gully of Rudolf van der Merwe. Goldsworthy's still at point. Then we've got a sort of an extra cover / mid-off, trying to do both jobs. That's Davey, I think. And then Baker's charging in. Brooks at mid-on. Byron mid-wicket. Then we've got a square leg level with the umpire. Baker, that's a better line and length. Good from Baker. Just outside off stump. Haynes leaves it. Maybe tempted to play at it. And then umpire Ian Ramage is just calling on drinks. Is he calling for drinks? Nobody's there to accept the request for drinks. There's no 12 men around. Where are they all hiding? Hiding out in the sun? They don't want to be sunburnt? Jack Brooks is saying, come on guys, bring the drinks on. Here he comes out of the Colin Axon Pavilion. But he's probably just behind the bar, wasn't he? Oh, that's a nice sight. At top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, we've got a couple... Probably coaching side, it might even be the likes of Kirby and Kenneth. Can't actually tell from here. Sat right atop the Andy Caddick Pavilion. I'd get my binoculars out and see if I can. Well, I can only see their caps, so it's going to be quite hard to distinguish who they are. But
keeping himself in the shade.
Yeah, that could be Kirby and Kenneth. Actually, that guess I think is accurate for my binocular watch. So we've got drinks being taken at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Do you want to read any more comments, Elliot?
Yeah, let's have a look.
And then give you a little
Luke Ofield, was that a drop? Good question. Don't even think we know if it was a drop.
No, I think we're saying possibly.
Edwin Martin, not enough heads in hands for it to have been. Very true.
They're trying to be polite though to the youngsters in the team. They're trying to set the example and not be too dejected when there is a drop. Brooksy Ferret's trotting over to the umpire, headband on and ready. That was why he was desperate for a drink before he starts to bowl. Wants to get his run up sorted. He wants to get his run up ready before the fielders are in position, which I think is a sensible move from a bowler.
Jack Brooke, the man with 475 first-class wickets to his name,
and a first-class ton for Yorkshire. Don't forget that. I always think that's a remarkable stat. We've seen him slash a couple of 50s here last season, and a couple of 40s, but yeah, another useful tail ender with a bat for Somerset.
Remember him tweeting out that he was available for some local clubs. And I sort of replied saying, do you want to play on a Sunday for Blagdonell? and surprisingly he didn't reply, and I don't know why he wouldn't want to do that.
I've been Mr. Davidson has told me I've got to play at Blagden Hill sometime soon, and well, turn out against Jack Brooks on Sunday. What a story that would be! If he doesn't get picked for the Somerset team, he might be looking for a few more games this summer. Right, so Brooks is going to start with 3 slips, no gully, a point, an orthodox cover, and a fairly wide mid-off, and then a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Just poked into the offside. And that will be stopped for 1. Thrown in, and Tommy Abel's going to trot up to Davey, have a little shine of the ball, toss it to Davey, and then Davey's going to pass it on to Jack Brooks. Brooks with a slightly shorter run up than Davey. Probably shorter than Gregory also. What do you reckon? Similar pace to Davey though?
Yes, very similar. Big call.
Wraps the pads. What? Haynes has committed forward on the front foot. Definitely pad before.
Sure, we'll see that on replay here.
Yeah, umpire. The telltale signs when they straight away put their hands in their pockets, almost trying to stop themselves and put the finger up, ensuring that there's no decision to be made. Lovely
really
shot
nice
there.
shot that.
Another 4 to Haynes.
Haynes, lovely cover drive. Just pushing it along, using the pace of the ball there. Watching the ball roll away.
Getting close to Libby's top score of this second innings. Haynes on 36, Libby 43, and Ben Cox made 51 in the first innings for Worcestershire. Somerset's card was made up of many different contributions, wasn't it? There was a 30 from Goldsworthy and a few other helping hands. Talking of Goldsworthy, does well at point to stop that from Haynes, a sort of back foot punchless cut shot from Brooks.
Interesting to see if they go with the spin today.
Yeah,
Somerset.
I'd love to see him have a bowl. Or Van der Merwe. Either Goldsworthy or Van der Merwe. You think with a pre-season friendly it's worth trying as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we were talking earlier about next week at Lords, and a wicket where really you can get the job done with pace, and maybe that's in the back of Tom Abel's mind right now. He's thinking about that, testing out these seam bowlers.
I might just bring you up after Jack Brooks bowled this ball. I might talk you through his first class stats until this. We've already had his wicket tally from Elliot. So Jack Brooks, this is before this week. He's played 133 first class matches, 1,827 runs, an average of 17, and 475 wickets at 27.12. Decent average for a bowler like Jack Brooks. Go back to the cricketer 11 since 1921. I'll play the game with Sam earlier from Worcestershire. Go on, Elliot. One man in the Somerset squad, not actually playing today. One man in the Somerset squad is in Somerset's best 11 since 1921. Can you name him?
Who's playing today?
He's not playing today, but he's in the Somerset squad.
Best of all,
but he's still playing for Somerset and will probably play later in the week.
James Hildreth?
Yeah, he's batting 4 in Somerset's best 11 since 1921 in the Cricketer 100-year magazine. So,
do you see who that team is?
Do you
Marcus Trescothick opening up.
Yeah, with a man who's got an area of the ground named after him.
Surrey in both. Oh
no, not opening. Both of them's in there.
The Richard?
No, Richards is batting 3.
My knowledge of Somerset back in the day is poor.
Harold Gimlett. Gimlett's Hill just to our left.
Ah.
So Gimlett and Trescothick with Richards at 3, Hildreth at 4. Then at 5 is possibly a surprise name, an Australian overseas. Who's in ahead of Martin Crowe. Martin Crowe averaged 59.46 for Somerset. Jimmy Cook, as Sam kept mentioning, averaged 72.4. But this Australian averaged 78.76 in first-class cricket for Somerset. He He had a brother who played for Australia in the 90s. 2 brothers who played for Australia in the 90s. Not the Hussey brothers, not the Chappell brothers.
Go on, tell me.
Steve Waugh.
Steve Waugh.
Steve Waugh's in at 5 in this all-time 11 for Somerset. The wicket keeper, I think we've mentioned before actually. His batting average is only 32, but he's in ahead of Butler and Keyswetter in this team. Actually, Rob Turner. And then the bowling is Tom Cartwright, Jack White, Fred Rumsey, and one other name who's got a stand. The other more recent name is a man who's got a pavilion here. I just looked at it just to give you a clue.
Andy Caddick.
Yeah, Andy Caddick's made the 11. So yeah, there you go. I do quite like all the names from yesteryear. Somerset who were runners up in the Bob Willis Trophy last year. 4th in the T20 last year. A bit of a disappointing campaign, wasn't it, from the T20 front? There are a few games where Lewis Gregory entrusted youngsters with the final over of the game, and they were sort of 15 or 20 to defend, and we ended up losing a close match, a close contest. Bit gutting to the 2 or 3 close games that we really should have won, and if we won there, we'd have gone through to finals day. And finals day, you never know, the lottery. Oh, I think that would be out with a direct hit. Lewis Goldsworthy at covers, charged round to his right, picked up left-handed, pinged it, and I think that was well out if he hit, wasn't it? Don't know why they need to run there. Again, no need to push the running in this mid-afternoon session. Just a block into the offside, and Goldsworthy had sort of 2.5 stumps to aim at.
Haynes was going there. He was quick, and I think he thought to himself,
It was close, but the ball just missing the stump. So there's 2 balls left in this over, and then Sonny Baker is still bowling here. We'll probably have Jack Brooks from the other end. Sonny Baker was a big appeal. Looked quite high to me. So Sonny Baker's bowled 8.5 overs for 22 runs. No wickets yet.
I believe Ben Warren will be coming in soon.
I was about to say, should we give the man a nudge? He can replace me at the end of this over if he's ready. Give the Somerset people what they want. 106 for 3 after 35.5 overs.
Imagine that chant. We want Warren. It all goes.
He loves it. Fair enough, a bit more. Okay. Wow. 2 minutes early. Do you want to come on 2 minutes early, Ben? Yeah, go on. Go on, I'll make way. The legend that is. I'll just bow down to Ben Warren as he walks in and then give him the microphone.
Thanks, guys. Whole 2 minutes early. It's actually sending a tweet, guys. Feel like I've been given the absolute grand build up here for no apparent reason.
Fortunately for you, Tom Abel's not batting today, so you...
No, my first ever stint of commentary and the first ball I commentated on saw the back of the club captain. So I'm surprised I've been allowed back for more, to be honest. But it's nicely squirted away. Got a boundary, so I've done a wicket and a boundary.
It's been a different, well, I say it the same side, but different result today for Worcestershire. Put a really good performance here.
Yeah, it's just been looking on from next door, it's been a really classic afternoon's cricket, hasn't it? You know, it's been good, some good tight bowling, some good batting. It's what sort of competitive cricket in the afternoon can be about.
Dave having a quick chat with Brooks here.
Yeah, it's great to see Jack Brooks back bowling for Somerset. I know he's been working super hard to get back to this stage, and this is just the next step in his recovery.
Nice shot there from Haynes. Just flicking off the pads down to square leg.
But yeah, just on Jack Brooks, I say it's. I'm sure the Somerset physios and strength and conditioning guys will have given him some preset goals to hit during this game, and sure there'll be some limits on the number of overs he bowls, but it's just great to see him back out there.
Yeah, exactly. And as me and H were talking about earlier, like longevity, not just in the international game of these club cricketers, and someone like Brooks, he's got a long season ahead of him, and he doesn't want to go out the blocks too quickly. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
So have a look at his action in slow motion there. Yeah, it's Jack's been terrific since he's come in. Smashing lad as well. He's absolutely brilliant to work with.
Really enjoyed him in. Sorry, carry on, man.
I was just going to say he's had to go through quite significant surgery this winter in terms of his operations. I think it was on both ankles and that at one stage. So to see him out there is just fantastic, and I'm sure he's going to have a big part to play for Somerset this year.
You mentioned him being a smashing lad. He was really funny in the initiation of Marchant de Lang in that video, Marchant Langer. That was good fun.
Yeah, he was. He always likes getting involved with that sort of thing. He's not necessarily one that enjoys doing post-match press conferences, but give him a camera or get him to do behind-the-scenes stuff, and he's all over it.
Very good. Could potentially be rivaling sort of Jack Leach as like a cult hero with the headband and the character.
I think the pitch has just flattened out a bit though, hasn't it, this afternoon? Conditions look a lot easier for batting than they did this time yesterday. And I think we're fairly certain now that we'll be going into a third day, barring anything crazy happen in the next couple of hours, but looks like we're going to see some spin.
Exactly, here we go. Ola van der Merwe.
This is the first over of spin in the innings.
Exactly, yeah. Abel's gone with a change.
I thought Sonny Baker's spell was really interesting, actually. I think obviously with the new ball yesterday caused a lot of problems, but it was interesting to see he was still swinging it with a ball that was 35 overs old. And I think that's going to be part of the challenge for him, isn't it, to come in second and third spells and with his pace cause batsman problems, and I felt he certainly did that.
Absolutely. I know there was a great start yesterday, and I'm sure he wanted to carry on his good form, and he looked good. All about finding his feet in a team like this.
See, Banton's gone in there at short leg for the spin.
Always a brave position, that silly mid. Helmet on.
Yeah, it's a pretty short boundary over there, as we mentioned yesterday. So if the Worcester batsman look to go against the spin here, it's pretty inviting.
Ball's holding up. Not gone for
just
four.
Going to get there. Alfred's a little slower down at that part of the ground at the moment. I feel Roelof van der Merwe's got an interesting role to play this year in the red ball cricket with Don Bess's departure. I think, although he's still a left-arm spinner like Jack Leach, he's quite a different bowler to Jack. I think when they've played together in the past, Roelof and Jack, they do pose different problems for batsmen. So it's well fielded. It's not many better in that extra cover position to a spinner than Tom Abel.
I was going to say, I remember watching the T20s, and he's very active in those covers, Tom Abel. Not afraid to jump around.
That's a great captaincy position, is it, fielding it cover for the spinner. You're always in the game there.
Good start that from Van der Merwe.
Yeah, pretty tidy. He's very reliable, isn't he? And I think he'll always be known for his white ball performances for Somerset. But I think whenever he's been called on in red ball cricket, he's always performed admirably and contributes vital runs as well in his very unorthodox manners, but really difficult to bowl at. And he's pinpoint accurate with his left arm spin.
You say reliable and sort of when called upon delivers. Sort of look about that innings in, was it September of 2019 in the final game in the county championship season. That really, entertaining innings to say the least.
It certainly was, yeah. I mean, it's difficult to picture back that far now, isn't it? That was the last game that there were crowds in it at Taunton. But he batted brilliantly, if I can remember rightly, and played some really unorthodox shots and took Somerset up to a really competitive score.
If I'm right, I feel like he reversed. It was definitely a reverse sweep 6.
I think it might have been Simon Harmer.
It was Harmer, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. It was a bit of a reverse flap sweep over point.
I feel like it just went as well, and it was all like just crept over the boundary. See if any comments on the old YouTube, keep sending them in.
Yeah, thanks again to everyone who's been tuning in to the live streams this pre-season. We're just putting all the final pieces of the jigsaw in place for the county championship. We're having a couple of issues with our effects mic today, so for people that are watching, you might notice that you can't hear the bat on ball as well today as usual. But as the guys have been saying, we've got a few builders doing a few bits and pieces that are we don't want them to say anything rude and get picked up on our effects mic.
Flicked on there from Haynes.
Good shot that. He's been really quick, Haynes, hasn't he, to punish anything wide or short. It's been a good knock.
Tidy cricketer and only 20 years of age, so bright future for the young star.
Yeah, he looks really composed, doesn't he? Looks like he's going to be around for a while.
Really nice shot again, as we just said. Brings up Haynes' 50, I believe.
50,
that is.
Well batted. Runs away there, doesn't it? It's just lean on it again, and we've seen a couple of instances. Just plays it really late. You get good value here at Taunton still. Our cameraman showing a very small panel that's out of our big screen there. I'll have to get that fixed, didn't I? The famous Somerset scoreboards.
No, really nice batting performance from Haynes, which is still going, of course. Just looks very mature out there. Not phased at all.
Yeah, it does look a really good time to bat, doesn't it? The sun's shining, the ball's old. Somerset have been very disciplined with the ball, but still full value for shots. And we could invariably set up an exciting finish. You know, if Worcester can get 300 on the board or get 350 on the board, it could be. You know, I know that the result's not that important, but could be some good competitive action on day 3.
Exactly. Roller head and hands there.
Be interesting to see that on the replay, whether that ball just gripped a bit. Be interesting to see if there is any spin available for.
Been there, Roller. I've had that many a time. Off spin delivery goes through.
Yeah, it does look like that. The ball's just starting to. So again, forgive us. We are at sort of third man when we're looking at this live, but it does just look like we've got a couple of balls there that's starting to grip. Saw something very exciting a minute ago, Elliot. I saw the first draft of the Marcus Trescothick board that's being put up to in as a thank you for all of the amazing donations we've had as
Very
part
nice.
of the membership campaign. So we've had a huge amount of names silhouetted into this picture of Marcus. I've just seen the first draft and it looks really, really great. So that won't be long before that's
Ideal.
that can hopefully get put up in the ground and members can come and see where they stand. I was looking around for a few familiar faces in it. As there's over 1,000 names on it, so it's but it's great. Yeah,
I was going to say, for those football fans listening in, Sergio Aguero is leaving Man City at the end of the season, or his contract isn't being renewed, and he's getting a statue at the Etihad. Would we ever see a statue at the county ground? Or is a stand, a pavilion, and a pavilion enough?
think statues are quite expensive these days, aren't they? Not sure that a solid bronze statue is within our financial remit at the moment. So.
Yes. Oh, that'd be entertainment.
But maybe one day
Gets carried onto the field as like an acknowledgement of a Marcus.
got to go to the chief exec to get a paperclip signed off these days.
That would be entertainment. Quick drinks break here. Wonder what Tom Abel's telling his team right now.
Yeah, it's pretty warm out there today, isn't it? It's a lovely day of cricket. So this very much feels like an afternoon of championship cricket. You know, it's been competitive. I've just been out walking around and there's a lot of chat out there, you know, in sort of encouragement. Tom Abel's been very vocal. I heard him say to D'Oliveira that he was still on naught when he was still on naught. There was a bit of chat going around. So there is a competitive edge to this game, even though it is a friendly.
Absolutely. And as you said, even without fans in attendance, there still is an atmosphere. And he said that yesterday.
It's well played again. Jack Brooks will pitch it up. You know, he's very much one of those guys who's going to bowl full and hope to swing it and get edges and beat the bat and the pads. So it's very much a rhythm bowler, I feel. Jack, you know, you can tell when it's almost effortlessly coming out. And
A little bit like yourself, Ben, when you bowl.
wow, not too sure about that. It's been
Got you left arm.
left arm slow.
Lovely.
Middlesbrough Cricket Club. Been liaising in the lower leagues of the shrubbery division for
It's now the Monmouth Scientific League if the new sponsors of the league are listening. But yeah, it'd be great to get club cricket back this year, won't it?
Absolutely.
It was fantastic effort from all of the guys around the Somerset Cricket Board to get cricket back on in clubs for a couple of months there, but it's not quite the same when you don't have promotion and relegation and all that sort of thing, is it? It's be great to have a proper full season of club cricket.
Of course. I haven't actually got my pads out yet. I need to go into the garage and fish them all out. They sort of go in hiding in September and then don't come out until April.
The guys at Middlesbrough are having a net tomorrow night. Because obviously yesterday the rules slightly changed, didn't they? So that you could have outdoor nets and things, and it's very, very tempting to get the pads back on. The weather's going to be like this.
Get in the mix. I know we spoke about the WPA sort of predictions earlier. Have you done your predictions, Ben?
Well, I'm exempt from winning any prizes, of course, as a Somerset County Cricket Club employee. But it's been really interesting seeing, because I can actually see what the live dashboard at the other end, so I can see what people have been predicting so far. So yeah, massively appreciative of all I think we've had a couple of hundred so far enter. So still time. We've still got until we've got until the 7th of April for people to get their predictions in. Who do you think is going to be the leading run scorer, wicket taker, all those sorts of things? It's on the Somerset website.
Can you give us any names and who's sticking out at the moment? Like who's the most common sort of, if we go batting?
Well, I can exclusively reveal that Tom Abel has been getting a lot of votes for leading run scorer. What's quite interesting is that one of the questions was, do we think that Somerset will win either the Bob Willis Trophy or the County Championship this year? And over 75% have said yes.
Nice.
So there's some confident people out there, which is great.
Nice shot there from D'Oliveira. Comes across on the back foot.
Just slightly short, wasn't it, from Van der Merwe, and it did as a fairly slow pitch, as you would expect this time of year. So yeah, D'Oliveira's had plenty of time there to go back and cut that and races away. Does look there is just something there for Van der Merwe. So it's hard from the angle we're at and to sort of see exactly, but it does look like there is just something starting to happen for him outside off stump. Don't think it's ever going to be quite Ahmedabad in Taunton in March, but
that was a really interesting day. I was on the sports blog duties for my news day with my university, and I was like, oh yeah, I get to sit down and watch the cricket for just all day, and I was really excited. And then suddenly, it was just the wicket had other ideas, and I was covering. My job was done at like 2:00, and I need to be on for another 2.5 hours.
Yeah, well, I'd committed to. We ran a competition where people could draw Jack Leach. We targeted some local schools and local children who were in lockdown and asked them to hand draw Jack Leach, and we had loads of people submit their hand drawn sketches of Jack, and I sort of committed to every time Jack took a wicket using some of those drawings, and I was setting my alarm at 4:00 and by sort of 5:30, he'd already ran through a few
Yeah.
of them. So yeah, I was. But yeah, brilliant to see Jack do well this winter, and I'm sure it's not going to be too long before we see him in a Somerset shirt.
It's good resilience as well. It's tough winter season before, but to come back like that, and yeah, really good to see him take wickets out in India. And as you said, I'm sure we'll be seeing him again very soon in an England shirt.
Yeah, he has been around the ground last week or so. He's been back bowling the nets and things, so he's not far away, I'm sure. But managing his workload again is going to be crucial. Even as a spinner, it's going to be a long summer for him, potentially with England commitments as well. Well, not potentially with England commitments, I'm sure he will be.
Yeah.
Playing for England the way he's gone. So. So we just say replay of. I leave just a bit of movement on offer for Jack Brooks, shaping away from the right-hander.
And again, really nice delivery that.
Yeah, you can just see it coming, can't you? You can just see him starting to settle into a rhythm, and it's good to see. It's good to see. So this is very much as a part of his rehab, I think, rather than genuinely getting him to come and bowl 20 overs today. I think this is generally the next step along his journey to full fitness. So another example of how these pre-season games have come about and can help a lot of the guys get ready for the season in more ways than one.
You spoke to DeLang last week following the game against. Was it these guys?
Gloucester.
It was Gloucester.
Gloucester.
And he said it was sort of getting his feet, like getting his legs out there, running really, and just going through the strides. It's so important for these fast bowlers.
Yeah, and I think what Marchant gives you is something totally unique to the rest of the attack, and I'm sure he'll come into contention again for the game on Friday.
How excited is you as a sort of working member of Somerset, and you could say even from a young age, a Somerset fan, how excited are you seeing Marchant in action for Somerset?
Yeah, really much so. I think that when he played down here for Glamorgan, it was sort of the first time that we'd seen him play red ball cricket, and we were really impressed. Everyone, from myself to the guys, commentary team, Anthony Gibson alike, very, very impressed with how he went about it. He just looked a really threatening bowler, but he actually had a lot of accuracy and consistency as well. So if you can bowl like he did against Somerset for Somerset, then he'll complement the attack beautifully. I think I think he's going to be a real X factor signing. But yeah, he's a fantastic guy as well. He's only been around the group for a few months, but he's been very, very helpful, and he's been very quick to offer his help for anything that we need.
In the last couple of days, we've been sort of talking about people's heights and all that. He looks like quite a big man.
He's very, very strong.
Yeah.
He's So the other day, we you see the LED boards that are the advertising boards that are around the ground. Those go into storage throughout the winter. So we have every summer and every winter having to build them and take them down again, and then they're quite heavy. They're quite heavy, and normally it's sort of a ground staff and everyone sort of pitches in to help out. And obviously with COVID, it's been a bit more difficult this year with the distancing rules, but Marchant helped us out a bit, and I can only describe that for two people to lift one of these panels, they're all segmented into panels, it's a tough ask for two people, and then Marchant rocks up and just picks one up on his own and just sort of like walks it halfway around the ground, just this huge panel, and I just don't know how that's possible. You can see a bleeding edge there from Haynes.
I've played rugby with a lot of South Africans through school, and he looks like he played a lot. Well, I'll be amazed if he hadn't played rugby as a kid, because he looks like he could do some damage. Big man.
Good friends with Roelof van der Merwe as well. They both played together at Titans back in South Africa, so a really good connection there. And you know, I think he settled in really well. I think he settled in superbly well.
Both speak a bit of Afrikaans today. Do they do that bit in the change room, or you probably wouldn't know?
I wouldn't know. I know that that Roelof can still speak Afrikaans, and also the Dutch element of that. I remember when Paul van Meekeren was at Somerset, and we got him to sing Jingle Bells in Dutch once. That took about 300 takes, but it was good fun.
Got there eventually. I know we mentioned yesterday about a 6 challenge. I just saw it came up on my YouTube. Andrew Flintoff versus Joss Butler is like a little batting challenge.
So we've got a change of bowling. We've got Ned Leonard back in attack. That makes sense. Jack Brooks, a spell there that I think he'll be really pleased with in terms of that getting back to full fitness. But in comes Ned Leonard from the, I think we need to call it the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion End, although that is quite a mouthful, isn't it? It was the Somerset Pavilion End. Don't think we've quite decided what the end should be named, because the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion End is maybe it just should be the Tres End.
Tres End.
We can just get away with just Tres End, but the River End's pretty set in stone. That's quite an easy mouthful, isn't it? But the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion End. Don't know. Any suggestions?
Marcus Edward Trescothick.
Any suggestions on what we should
nice
call
shot
this?
That.
Good shot that, wasn't it? Just guided away.
He's bowled well, Ned Leonard.
Yeah.
Before that,
it's a little
5
bit,
overs,
little
4
short,
mains.
wasn't it? But
yeah,
it was quite well directed. It was just leaned on from D'Oliveira.
Yeah, 5.2 overs, 4 maidens. He's looked tidy.
He has, and I think the pace bowling coming through with him and Sonny and Casey Aldridge also is something that's really exciting. I don't think it's going to be an easy ride for any of them to break in to the bowling attack because of the strength and depth that Somerset have got, but I know that conveyor belt is certainly there, and I'm sure that over the next few years we'll see a lot more of these guys playing for the first team.
Tom Banton walking around in the jumper, and that is a silly mid on in Roelof van der Merwe's over. He's also wearing the pads as well.
Still got the pads on. Yeah.
He'll be struggling to move around.
It's just about pulling it off, isn't he?
Yeah.
got quite a consistent line, Lennon, hasn't he, this afternoon? He's been probing away outside that off stump. And it can't be easy for a young bowler knowing that with a short boundary to the offside, pretty much anything that's 5 yards wide of the field is going to be 4. There's going to be no singles in that. It's either 4 or dot.
Really nice again. Yeah, he's been tidy.
Yeah, he sort of kisses the top of the surface, doesn't he? He's a different style of bowler to what we've seen in Casey Aldridge, who's taller, who sort of likes to hit that sort of back of a length, and Sonny, who's got the that sort of in swing and is more skiddy. So those three pace bowlers have each got different attributes. I think that's going to hopefully stand them in good stead.
Abel and Banton both close there.
Yeah, I got two men in now. Does just look like he's got that line dialed in now. Just be interested to see whether he is tempted to ask Haynes whether he would like to play against the spin. It's got a deep square leg out there, but there's plenty of gaps to the side of mid wicket if he wanted to play against the spin. But Haynes has been very, very careful against him so far, which suggests that there might just be some sort of grip in the surface, even if it is marginal.
See the gap from long off. It's a big gap there. And you see where the fielder's in. Olive's trying to get him to take him on. Haynes staying strong though, disciplined.
It was Lewis Goldsworthy there running. He was around quick. Jamie Baird's been impressive behind the stumps, hasn't he? And again, this is another challenge for him, standing up to the spin, but he's been very accomplished so far, I'd say, with the gloves.
And you think standing beside someone like Tom Banton, who's kept in big games around the world, you think there'd be not so much intimidation, but there's an element of pressure, and he seems to have done a really, as you said, a fantastic job.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, and he looked pretty accomplished with the bat as well earlier, didn't he? And I think it's a good option for Somerset to have, because if in a scenario that if Tom Banton was playing in tournaments, and no doubt he will do at certain points, and Steve Davis was to break a finger, then it might be falling on to Jamie Baird to come in and play first team cricket. So it wouldn't be the wildest scenario in the world that we might see Jamie Baird play for Somerset this year.
With the opportunity of playing second 11 cricket, just the fact that you're behind someone like Steve Davis and the likes of Tom Banton, two really good people to learn from there and craft your skills.
Yeah, Steve Davis is obviously one of the very, very best around. So, is that carried or
carried all the way?
Just carried. Yeah, it's a great catch. It's a brilliant catch. That has gone very, very low through to second slip, I think it was. Another wicket for Ned Leonard. Just see that on the replay. Yeah, it's a really good ball. That's the end of Haynes. It's a big wicket for Somerset and for Ned Leonard.
Really nice 57 though from Jack Haynes. Looked tidy. No silly shots. But good bowling there from Leonard.
It's Lewis Gregory there. It's second slip. I think it was second slip. But that has gone very, very low to the ground. Be one of those that if you had the zoomed in action replay of that, it would have, no doubt he caught it, but it would have been right to the turf, I'm sure.
Yeah, wicket that Somerset needed.
Yeah, 4 down now, Worcestershire. So 140 on the board. So what they leaded about
72.
72. Yeah. So if Somerset do take another couple of wickets quickly, we could still see this finish today. But I still think that the odds are on us playing some cricket tomorrow. At the tea interval, guys, we're going to play highlights of the game at Edgbaston between Worcestershire and Somerset that took place last season in the T20 Blast. So that's coming up at tea. So you see the new Worcester batsman, who is, let's have a look, I think that's Ricky Wessels, isn't it? Yep, Ricky Wessels coming out. A guy who scored an absolute remarkable 100 the other day. It was unbelievable in terms of he scored 96 of his 101 runs in boundaries. And I know that they were short boundaries, but
still got to put them away.
We were just trying to find out whether, had that been an official match, whether it would have been some sort of record. And as he gets off the mark with he did that a lot a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, lots of runs through backward point. Yeah, so this 96 out of 101 in boundaries, fairly sure that had that been an official match, that would have been some sort of record. I think that we've looked on tried to find the statistics, and we couldn't really delve into whether it would have been, but I think the record in Test cricket is sort of about 85 out of 100. But to get 96,
that's very impressive.
All in back, no sixes either, just all in fours. It's absolutely hot off the mark in the season. Looks like he's going to be a danger man for Worcestershire in all formats. But yeah, it'd be important for the Somerset guys to test him around about that sort of area, I think, early on. I think that's, and when they come back after tea will be, I think we might just sneak one more over in if they're quick, make it 39, so we might see one more over.
Nice shot that.
Lovely little punch. You'll get 2.
Banson's struggling along in those pads. Probably would have been a single. No, good chase there from Banson.
I still make it 39 minutes past, but being a friendly, they might decide to. No, looks like they're going to have one more.
We have opted for it.
No, we're going to go. I think we're going to go get some tea. I think we have decided that now the clock has ticked over to 40. We will have some tea. Can't blame the players. It's been pretty warm out there. They probably want a bit of a rest. So we watch the players depart for some tea, and we're going to play the Worcestershire versus Somerset highlights from last year at Edgbaston in the Vitality Blast.
ready to go in Birmingham. Off the mark immediately. Flashed away. Lovely shot. Lovely wrists as well from Babar Azam.
This is perfect technique. Absolutely perfect.
Oh, he's connected well. He's gone all the way, searing into the stands. Short boundary. Now this is high and safe and 6. Didn't quite connect, but it doesn't really matter when the boundary is short to the leg side for Stephen Davis. Now it's been hit hard all the way as well. No need to move, no need to run.
Got him! Would you believe it? Babar Azam has probably not seen a great deal of this type of bowling in his international career. Career that has taken him to the top of the charts in terms of T20 international batting. And he's been undone by Darrell of Worcester. Oh dear. Length again, and it's absolutely dispatched. Paul Pollard with the arms in the air. James Hildreth, right-handed, over mid-wicket, 6.
Catch that!
Over the head of the man on the point boundary. Switch hit for 6. Looking for that leg side boundary. He's got him. The ball was full. He couldn't get underneath it. It caused the miscue. And that is the end of Hildreth. Wickets, please. And Worcestershire have got one.
That's very clever. Very clever indeed. Late movement from Tom Abel. Bowler couldn't adjust. He's done it again. And just as successful. Oh, well done. Very nicely done. Adam Finch it is on the boundary. High in the air. Fielder underneath it. Safely pouched. The end of Davis. How Worcestershire needed that breakthrough. Ross Whiteley it is on the boundary edge. And a very classy looking knock comes to an end.
Catch that!
Shouts of catch. I don't think he's going to get the chance. He isn't.
Yes,
Yeah, it got him in the end though. One too many times. Wily customer is Darrell Mitchell.
Catch!
Oh, 2 and 2. In and out for Lewis Gregory. Mitchell reeling back the years with a bit of athleticism off his own bowling. Pat Brown. A key at the death for Worcestershire, but that is a pretty ordinary start. Shouts a catch and taken. Just trying to guide it away, Green. Dylan Pennington it was, with the safe hands. That's looking over waist height, perhaps. It doesn't matter for Somerset. Well, there's another one, surely. It's 6 this time. Van der Merwe swatting it away. Over backward point for a maximum. Another no ball. He's already been called for over waist height and now has to be removed from the attack. Anything else you want to pile on top of Worcestershire? Oh, 6 more. Can we have it back, please? Now, shouts of catch. And he's done well. The captain has managed to clutch on. So a small ray of sunshine in which has been a very cloudy Worcestershire day. Slashed away. Oh, no, no. It's all going wrong for the Rapids. That has been smoked a long way by Van der Merwe. Longest boundary of the ground. Going to push the second if they can. Sacrificing themselves in the process. Josh Davey it was, coming back for the second, but overall it matters not. He won't care one jot when he has the ball in hand, and he's got 229 runs to defend. Brilliant from Somerset.
Up and over the man at square leg. Babar Azam chasing another boundary. What a start. This is the start that Worcester would have wanted. That's gone up. Should be the end of Ricky Vessels. Is the end of Ricky Vessels. And an important wicket for Somerset. Lewis Gregory gets the first. Look at that pace as well. Unfortunately, he's going to get dealt with there. That's going to fly all the way for 6, backward point, but it's what you get. He's bowling up in the high 80s. Pulled, tugged, should be out, is out. Good catch. Good catch by Babar Azam. Judged it really well. Nick out. Little bit of a juggle from Stephen Davies, but another wicket for Ollie Sale, and it's the end of Jack Haynes. Chipped. What a catch! What a catch! Josh Davey. Change of direction. And what a start this has been by Somerset.
That is brutal. Murderous stroke over extra cover from Ross Whiteley.
Sliced away, beautiful. That's really clever. Really, really clever. Third man in the ring, stays leg side, slices for 4. Oh, big appeal gone, yeah. Fairly straightforward decision.
Beautifully connected. Gone a long way back as well over mid-wicket. Again, it's that area, and again, it's 6 more. Daryl Mitchell just enjoying what Ben Green's offering him at the moment. A full toss and a third 6. Again, the short boundary proves fruitful for Mitchell. Yeah, he can. There's one of them. That's been well stroked, but it's gone very, very high in the air. The judgment is good from Roelof van der Merwe. Daryl Mitchell trying to make use of that short boundary, and he perishes. Full toss, he's not connected correctly. It's still 6. They might get a boundary as well, just to boost the average of Dylan Pennington. But overall, it was relatively one-sided in the end. Even though the margin of victory for Somerset was 16 runs, they were comfortable. They take the points back down to Taunton.
Back out on the field at the Cooper Associates County Ground, we've got Brett D'Oliveira and Ricky Vessels facing up to Rudolf van der Merwe. And myself and Sam on commentary this afternoon.
Now the second 11 are back. We've had the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Warren, in that session immediately before tea. Some wonderful insights into what goes on day to day here at Somerset County Cricket Club.
Trying to sort us out an effects mic to get the sound effects in front of us.
He never stops, does he, Ben Warren? He's always working.
Nah, he's flashing now. We've got to stop bigging him up, Sam. Come on. He'll trip me up with a wire if you upset him.
Rudolf van der Merwe then continuing from the river end. Decent session there for Worcestershire just before tea. Their best session of the game, I think you can probably say.
Most definitely. I love the way Ricky Vessel's coming in at his first ball for 4. Dismissively, the intent, the imperious sort of slap. He has a cut shot, but just slap to the boundary dismissively. He's on 6, and I send to Jeff, the cameraman, the way he bats is just brilliant.
He's fun to watch, isn't he, Ricky Vessels? As Van der Merwe continues, couple of men in there, kind of at short catching cover position. So game situation is Worcestershire 146 for 4. Now my very basic maths, well I say basic, I could have got it wrong. I make it a lead of 78 in the second innings. Of course Somerset still to bat again. 6 wickets remaining. We've got 13 aside, but only 11 can bat. So they might be tempted to shift it around and play we haven't seen Gareth Roderick yet, have we?
No, you said that a few times. You're desperate to watch him bat.
I am really excited.
Big Roderick fan.
I get a big payout if Gareth Roderick comes out to bat. Surprised I haven't called him by the wrong first name.
No, it's great to see spin. I mean, I do get a bit fed up with just seeing all the time. I like to see it change up. I like to see a spinner bowler get fast overs in, bit of pressure on the batsman, building it up, and Rudolph, such a competitor. Great to watch.
Feisty cricketer, isn't he?
Feisty, great word. No, I just while you guys were commentating before tea, I had a good time on the Thatcher's deck above the Marcus Gothic Pavilion. Stood with Jeff, the cameraman. I had a great education from a man who's been a member here for years. He was telling me all about being a cameraman for Sky Sports and BBC from the 90s right through to 2014. His last Test match on the camera at Headingley. He said he did not miss a single home international for England for about 20 years. So every single Gothic home international Test, he was there. What a bloke.
That's a serious achievement, isn't it? It's hard work as well. They're long days with the camera. I mean, those guys are packing in at, early hours of the morning and then finishing. It's quite physical work. You stood up all day.
Absolutely. And what a bloke, just volunteering to help out the camera team here and just trying to get us that moving camera, the roaming camera, so we can see the camera focusing on the ball as opposed to just seeing the fixed camera.
So we're going to have Ned Leonard here at the Marcus Truscoffic end. Continuing with Marcus Truscoffic Pavilion end. Giving him a whole end. Won't be long though. I think he has got, Ben was telling us before about a kind of collage that's coming up. Good pace there.
Leonard, that's fired through. Again, Bears had to juggle that. The pace is raced through to him. At key breakthrough before tea of Haynes. Haynes who looked really good for 57. Cox got 51 yesterday. Haynes with the second top score of the match. Although Somerset got the lead on first innings, the 2 top scores in the match have both come from Worcestershire, 250s. Haynes today and Cox yesterday. Haynes, really impressed with his 57.
Yeah, very good player. Libby looked decent. Vessels out here. D'Oliveira 17 not out. At the non-striker's end, I think this is the 57th consecutive season there has been a D'Oliveira either on the playing staff or the coaching staff at Worcestershire. How about that?
Where did you get these stats from?
That's a Nick Friend article on the Cricketer, yes. I can't take credit for that, but that is quite something, isn't it? Talk about family associations. We talk about Trez having been here for 30-odd years.
Or more, yeah. We get the first names right of the D'Oliveiras. We'll get the...
Grandfather Basil was the first one.
And Brett played that glorious straight drive earlier on in the afternoon.
Shot of the day for you, that one?
Definitely. I love a shot of the day. That's my thing. You have a man of the match in football or rugby, you need a shot of the day in cricket. You could have a ball of the day, but I think a shot of the day's got more to it.
Still a hive of activity away to our right on the outfield.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what's going on. Someone in keeping pads, but don't seem to be doing any keeping. A few various bits of sort of cricket paraphernalia going around, aren't there? Sort of fielding equipment and various bits and bobs on the outfield. Well, I say on the outfield, where the outfield normally would be, but it's just off the boundary rope as Ricky Vessels smashes one of Jack Brooks.
Hit that
Jack
hard.
Brooks has spent a lot of time on the floor today.
He has. He's got the dirtiest whites out of anyone. He's throwing himself around there at mid-on. Did well to get down to there. Probably less stiff now he's had a bowl.
I'm pretty sure he lived with Don Best for a while. And I was about to say he's replaced Don Best as being the dirtiest whites in the 11.
I think Don Best starts with he kind of gets in the mud before he started the game.
I wouldn't like to be the washer of whites in the Best Brooks household last season.
No, you certainly need some. I won't name any washing powders. We're not advertising. But you certainly need some strong stuff to keep the whites white.
Not just a bit of elbow grease.
Just
name that without getting in trouble.
Just see Max Waller strolling off. He's bred a little bowl, bit of a gym session. Almost certainly
fielding.
Off for a bit of golf.
Definitely. Or tea bag throwing into a mug, perhaps.
Or art.
Or tennis. He's good. A man of many talents.
He really is, Max Waller. Of course, he had that. There's a few pictures he's been selling of a portrait of Jack Leach. He presented Trez with that
was cool, wasn't it?
A wonderful gift.
Lovely touch.
We'll have to get. Jim Troughton has been named as assistant coach. He's going to come in and work with some of the younger players. I think he's going to work alongside Greg Kennis. What a man he'll be to have.
What a man.
At Somerset. Lots of experience. Well, similar to Trez, he's a kind of Truscoffic of Warwickshire. He was there for 30 odd years as a player, captain, won the championship, first team head coach. So he's going to come in. But he's a bit of an artist too, so we'll have to chat to him a bit later on.
An art off?
Yeah, I think we'll have to have a can you call it a draw off? I'm not quite sure what the proper term is for that.
Russell to be the umpire.
But we'll definitely have to get some competition. I'm sure Max will be up to it. Van der Merwe continues. Could be important this year, Van der Merwe. If Jack Leach, there isn't Don Best this year, so we've got Jack Leach. If he gets called up to the test side, Van der Merwe might be called on to bowl a little bit more.
Yeah, he started well today. What's he bowled? 6.1 overs, 2 maidens, just for 12 runs. Really feisty competitor, as we always describe him. He'll get those eyes popping in a T20 game. Don't like a decision going against him, but calm so far. Ricky Vessel's gone down for the paddle sweep. I mean, Ricky Vessel's a talented stroke maker. I'm not sure he needs to do a little cute touch around the corner when he can just, we've seen him before, just stand and deliver and just slap the spinners over their heads. He's already got a long off back. Although, long off is back, but 5 yards in from the rope? Almost like a 3/4 long off. Just in front of the Ian Botham stand.
Yeah, he's out there with they've got the 2 short fielders in at cover. A man boundary riding out on the offside. Backward point.
Out in the long grass, they say, don't they? Maybe it's a golf term. The long grass that is of no different length. Well, I suppose it's slightly longer than the wicket, but...
You'd hope so. Unless Scott Hawkins has had a few days off.
Well, there was a comment on the YouTube stream saying, where's the wicket? You get that on some New Zealand pitches, don't they, when it's so green they can't tell.
Oh, bold. Onto the back foot there. Wessels watches that one. Able at first slip. Man at deep square leg. I think it's Ned Leonard out there. Eddie Byram at mid-wicket. Just had a Robert Kingston on the YouTube. Do you agree or disagree with this, H? No other cricketer in history has looked quite so much like they're literally throwing a kitchen sink at something while they're batting as rule off.
I think he was referring to that Worcestershire T20 game, wasn't he? That was that was an example of rule off. The way he plays that sort of the fall over, the roll over shot. Do you remember that was that was coined a phrase last summer? He'd try and scoop it and sort of fall over and play it still for 4.
You've not quite got the balance of the Abel scoop. The grace of there's Abel's grace and there's Ruler's.
Same outcome often though, so I guess he won't mind too much.
In the scorebook.
That's it. What have we got here? Leonard again. Yeah, Leonard who bowled a quick couple of deliveries in that last over. Got that key breakthrough of Haynes, we said. He's on 2 for 18 off his 8 overs. Didn't bowl so much yesterday. He's bowled 8 overs in this innings. Running in from the Truscoffic Pavilion end with 19 on his back. Just hurries D'Oliveira there, who could only flick that down to fine leg for one. Square fine leg. Almost on the 45, but deep on the boundary. Seagull still buzzing around the Cooper Associates county ground.
Sounded like I was next to the sea there, didn't we?
Yes, absolutely.
Wonder if the effects might pick that up. That's so expertly put out by Ben Warren.
Well, they call it Scarbados. People try to call it Hyderabad. We must be able to get a way that we can make Taunton sound like it's by the sea, can't we? Taunton on sea?
If only Elliot was on comms. He's the kind of puns man for today. He heard that. You can hear you can see he's clocked it. His brain's working. Yeah. He won't let us know. He'll wait until he comes back on.
35 minutes time, he'll be straight in with a little pun. Surely better than Taunton on Sea.
One of our another comment on YouTube. Then we got SCC Artist of the Year is going to be the competition. That's probably what people are going to be wanting to be win. Forget Player of the Season 2021. SCC Artist of the Season.
I think if we had shot of the day, if I had to have comment of the day, I should probably attribute it to someone, but I'm sure we can check. as we see Wrestles just miss out on 4. Lewis Goldworthy has been superb at point today, saving another 4 runs. My comment of the day was someone saying that they coached Viv Richards at Wiveliscombe under 9s. That was my comment of the day. I'm sure Wiveliscombe would have been delighted to have had Viv Richards at under 9s.
I'm sure they'd be delighted to have him now.
And under 90s. Ricky Vessels as well, back on the back foot. I was chatting to Jeff the cameraman, with a bit of a bonding session while you guys were on commentary, and he was telling me all about, we were talking about Kepler, and we were trying to work out, we don't think Ricky Vessels has played international cricket for any of the above, Australia, South Africa or the Netherlands, but having thought he played for Sydney Sixers, then feel free to correct me.
You've seen him in the magenta, in your dreams.
Yes, absolutely. I think he's another of these underrated players. Great, I talked about how I loved him batting with Hales for Nottinghamshire, and how he had those explosive partnerships in the white ball game with Rutherford and Guptill for Worcestershire.
There's your boy Goldsworthy again, doing the fielding at backward point.
He's my favourite fielder of this. Well, we know Abel's a good fielder, but he's my new improved top fielder for this Somerset lineup.
Yeah, just bowling just back of a length here, Leonard.
Yeah.
It's good carry through to Baird. Could be a good battle, this. Vessels is aesthetically pleasing, isn't he? He's nice player to watch.
Yeah, sort of casual, but
smart casual.
He's smart casual. Yeah, I like that. That is a great description. Thank you for helping me out. I didn't quite know. Almost West Indian flair the way he bats, perhaps.
A decent drive there back at Leonard, who just gets a hand to stop the boundary.
Yeah, stops it dead. So Baird's going to have his helmet ready to stand up to Van der Merwe. Still not seen Goldsworthy ever bowl. Bigged up his fielding. Rula Van der Merwe's into his 8th over.
Economical spell as well, this from Rula.
He's straight through, isn't he? He's had the tea break, but
he's tying up an end.
He is.
7 overs, just the 12 runs conceded.
Could we see twin spin or
You'd
tandem
like that,
spin
you?
in March? I'd love that.
You'd love that.
Get through the overs. Oh, I love a bit of twin spin.
2 slow left armers on as D'Oliveira just turns that one around the corner. They'll pick up a couple.
Tommy Abel doesn't look quite as quick as he looked earlier in the game. Has he had a big tee? Oh, the poor Somerset captain. Has
he got pads on? Is that?
Oh, has he got? Maybe. No.
I don't know though.
No, I don't think he has. You're trying to be too generous.
Yeah,
Sam.
it was.
I think he's very quick in the field, but just had a caravan attached to him with that chase.
D'Oliveira just turns that one around. Doesn't quite get hold of it. He throws his head up. I think he felt he should have steered that one around the corner again for a couple of runs. He's on 21 not out here. He's been around a while. 10 years since he made his debut now.
Wow. Seems like only yesterday. Opened with Triscothic, if I remember rightly. Well, he did
I was talking about D'Oliveira.
Oh, D'Oliveira. I was talking about Tom Abel.
I know you were. Can't quite be 10 years for Tom Abel, but
surely not.
6 or 7, maybe 2013, 2014.
Well, I'm 25 and he's 2 years older than me. He's 27, so yeah, not far off 10 years. He might have played at 18.
Testimonial year then soon.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
We've got a testimonial this year.
Don't think we have. Well, I'm sure we could arrange it. Should we have a word with our contacts and see what things sort? The Ben Warren testimonial? Oh, sorry. we're not embarrassing anything.
I'm glad that you said that, because we're in risk of going 5 minutes without name checking Ben Warren.
Right, what do we got here? We've got a helmet coming on for Rula. Are we going to have left arm spin away from the right-handed batsman? I would be surprised if it was leg side. Could be wrong. Maybe a silly point. Maybe a short extra cover. I'm only guessing. I like to predict the field before we see Tom Abel's plan. Or even one of those Triscothic on the knees equivalents where he comes in really close. We haven't seen that for a while. Oh, he's going leg side. Interesting, with Rula turning it away from the right-hander.
He's tried to play that shot. He got 2 a couple of balls ago, and then the ball after he did it, it just popped up in the air. So maybe there's a man there to discourage that shot.
So Tom Abel is exactly the same distance from the bat at first slip on the offside, normal orthodox slip, as Sam Young is at leg slip. But Sam Young on the leg side obviously thinks it's a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah.
The sweep, it might come off a bit quicker, whereas Abel will be more there for a prodded defensive stroke, which would come slowly to him at first slip, I guess.
And I suppose he might be slightly blinded. He goes on a back foot. Big appeal there.
Big bluff. All a bluff, Sam.
Just fired in. Looked a little bit quicker though.
Yeah, I like that. Get a leg slip in, make the batsman think about something different, get in his head, then fire in quick at the pads, and decent LBW shout.
He's almost even a little bit closer there, Sam Young. But I think when you're coming around the corner, you might be blinded by the batsman a little bit, whereas Tom Abel can see it.
What was wrong with that shout, by the way?
I don't have missed a replay.
On replay, I'm giving that out.
Harry's called it. Van der Merwe should have had his first wicket of the game.
Oh, and then what? I think D'Oliveira knows he was lucky. The next ball.
He is. That's a lovely shot there, isn't he?
But
Very nonchalant in the way he's just kind of taken a couple of steps. Huge. Well, I was going to call it a heave, but it was a better shot than that.
It was better than a heave.
Over
Spinner to spinner.
Long on.
Why is he?
Is it Eddie Byron that's had to go over there? He's almost having to leave the ground.
It does make me laugh with spinners. D'Oliveira's been here for 27 runs. Probably most of the time Van der Merwe's bowled is 8 overs. What made him decide to come down the wicket? Was it the leg slip? Was it the close to LBW shot the ball before? I mean, that ball was not much more flight than any other ball Van der Merwe's bowled. It's almost like the spinners are given a certain amount of overs in the Red Bull game before the batsman decides it's worth a charge.
Batting by numbers, do you think, H?
Batting by numbers, yeah. I used to play with a farmer bloke who used to do that. I remember playing at a pottery, and he used to block, whack 6. Like, set a number in the oval would just be a 6 ball. And he would just forearm smoke it over the leg side.
I mean, I couldn't tell you for certain, but I'd be relatively comfortable in saying that Brett D'Oliveira isn't batting by numbers.
No, but it's an interesting theory, because I'm sure there's a lot of village cricketers who do bat by numbers. They, against spin particularly, don't they? They decide that a certain number of ball in the over is going to go. Wherever it, block a couple, then the third or the fourth, I'll have a go at this one.
We've got the ball back eventually. Ian Ramage is going to have a quick look at it. There's kind of a gaggle of 3 or 4 Somerset players that thought about going to help out, but ultimately decided not to make the run down to the boundary. And
a gaggle of geese?
A gaggle of Somerset players.
Yeah, I like that.
So I was just having a quick look. Really, so he only bowled 6 overs in first-class cricket last year. There was only those 5 games in the Bob Willis Trophy, and the Somerset Seamers were taking so many wickets, it wasn't necessary for him to bowl, but... Well, and also he didn't play the last 2 games, which doesn't help his cause. So maybe he played four games, but I'm almost certain we'll see more overs from him this summer. Probably still ahead of Lewis Goldsworthy. I know Lewis is developing quickly, but
although hard to judge when we haven't seen Goldsworthy bowled this match.
But that I suppose suggests that he's ahead of him in the pecking order.
Although, we now see Goldsworthy's number 4 batsman based upon yesterday. Interesting to see where he bats tomorrow, and if he gets another decent innings in. So Ned Leonard to bowl from the pavilion end again. Last wicket fell on 140, so 16 needs to put on. Vessels to take strike. And see, Vessels does that a lot, doesn't he? Because the way he leans on his bat when he's waiting to face up, and then he looks like he'd be prone to an in-swinging leg stump LBW shout. He looks like he would be not quite a Shane Watson, but an LBW candidate, the way he tries to whip everything through the leg side. But
it's funny you say that. I was just looking at that. He really does lean down on that bat. I used to play club cricket with a chap called Nigel Manley. Shout out to Nigel. He really would almost have the bat surface, like bat face padding into the surface, really lent on it. But it is a proper lean.
I remember being so drastically out of form with the bat last season that towards the end, I don't know, it must have been September, I think it was, because the season went on a bit longer last season. So drastically out of form with the bat, I tried a completely different technique. And I tried that leaning on the bat. I got a Sunday 70 with it, but it didn't work on a Saturday still. But yeah, just a different, because I was wobbling with it up here and didn't know where to hold the bat, and it was moving away from my back hip, and I didn't quite know what I was doing. I needed Greg Kennis to come and sort me out, really. But yeah, so I tried just really resting on it. I mean, it felt very odd for me to just be resting on the bat like Vessels does. Well played. Nice shot. I like that from D'Oliveira. Just, you can tell when the batsman's in when they play that shot, when they can just rock back, no foot movement, and just play it into the offside and a yard either side of gully. That's probably 4 runs. Because that's not the slow side of the ground over there. We reckon it's a bit quicker away to the Triscothic stand, don't we?
It does seem to be. Maybe it's downhill. Maybe it's like Chard, another local town, Chard Football Club. Maybe it's downhill. Yeah, just flicks the bat. Quite fidgety. Well, Ricky Vessels is very still at the crease, I've noticed. He doesn't... There's not much bat tapping. Yeah, not much bat tapping going on. Ooh.
Oh, Baird's been done for pace again.
That's really flown through from Ned Leonard, hasn't it? Big bounce. Baird was up. Club's up by his head almost.
Yeah.
He's only a short man.
I guess that's a difficulty for a smaller keeper. It's easier for Bice to go over his head. But then they're better at getting down low, perhaps take a low grab.
Yeah, it's he's very springy, but yeah, that is up there. So I think back to someone like Rob Turner, who was 6'2", 6'3". I'm pretty sure he was quite a tall wicketkeeper.
I don't think you were on commentary when I announced the Somerset best 11 since 1921.
Was Rob Turner the wicketkeeper?
Rob Turner.
No, I wasn't on, but that does not surprise me in the slightest. As Vessel
Guess his batting average. Rob Turner's batting average in first class cricket.
33.
Very good. 32.2.
I was going to say he scored key runs at key times. He was a very early proponent of the little paddle sweep. He used to do it when people weren't really a shot you wouldn't see at all. He'd be down just flicking it over his head. He did it in the old C&G Trophy quarter-final, semi-final games.
Sort of a Dilshan, or more of the, like we saw Vessels try and paddle it leg side a minute ago?
It was more, just standing up, I'm just trying to think.
Demonstration.
It was more of a flick over his head. He was kind of crouching. So not really, it was just a little flick over his head.
There's so many names for these shots, aren't there? The lap sweep, the paddle, the what do you want to call it? The scoop, the ramp.
Yeah, I suppose it was a ramp. It was a ramp style shot.
Okay.
So we reached the end of the over, 158 for 4. It's good to see Rob Turner in there though. Good to get him a name check.
Would you like to know the averages of a Keysvetter and a Butler who were possibly competing in the best 11 since 1921 for Somerset?
I think Butler would be very similar. I think actually, in fact, Butler's probably a bit lower in first class cricket, nearer 29-30.
Actually, no. Butler 35.76.
Really, in first class cricket, there you go.
And Keysvetter?
Is that to now, or is that just for Somerset? As Van der Merwe comes in again.
This was just for Somerset.
D'Oliveira on the back foot pushes that out to Goldsworthy, Harry's man.
Great fielder. He's been my top fielder today. Fielder of the game.
Keys were a bit higher, 38, 39.
Yeah, very good. 38.68. 2 of the 3 you got nearly bang on.
All fine players, very different, but
very
fine
different,
players.
Yeah.
Couple of World Cup winners in there.
Good golfer in there as well.
Rob Turner played his club cricket up at Weston-super-Mare for many years. Pete Trago as well, Weston boy. Yeah.
I reckon Trigo could be watching this. Is he in the knock side today?
It's a lovely shot there from Brett D'Oliveira.
I do like a sweep. I love a sweep shot.
In complete control of that. Sam Young trotting away to the boundary with the helmet on.
I would go as far as saying that's a poor ball from Van der Merwe, sliding down the leg side. That's not even going to hit leg stump. I think for a batsman in this day and age, anything middle and leg off a slow bowler is sweep material. And Van der Merwe is really straight down the leg side, almost a free hit for D'Oliveira. But he's not tried to slog it for 6. He's just helped around the corner for 4. And now tickled a 1 into the leg side. So 5 off 2 balls. Yes, let's see. We'll have to see if we can get the Nottinghamshire scorecard up and see if Pete Trigo's having an appearance.
He did all right for them last year, didn't he?
I was impressed with his batting in the T20 final. Do you remember that?
Yeah, picked up another winner's medal.
Well, yeah, Chris Nash got injured in the semi-final. Trigo came in for the final, having not played for weeks, in the second weekend of October, and with under the lights and a mopped-up outfield at Edgbaston, Trigo scored a blistering 30-odd and helped his side to win another trophy for Nottinghamshire.
They're a formidable, as you said, white ball outfit. They haven't run a red ball game since it's something like June 2018.
God, they were awful, weren't they? Was it
they got relegated.
Summer before they were
2019.
Terrible.
They got relegated. They didn't win a game.
Possibly the best lineup on paper in the whole league, and they were Duckett, Hamid, Clark, Slater.
It's funny, isn't it, how it goes?
Libby, probably then.
They didn't win a game last year, but some of the guys started to score runs. Joe Clark scored a few runs. Slater scored a few runs.
Joe Clark scored a lot of white ball franchise runs in the winter. Did you see him in that T10 league I dare mention again? He's smoking it everywhere, and I didn't think of him as that destructive kind of player. My most remarkable shot of last summer was in the T20, was it last? Yeah, T20 finals day, I think it was. And Joe Clark, first ball, went to play a back foot punch. A back foot punch, right, you know as much as I do, that back foot punch is a hard shot to hit for 4. Especially if there's a cover ring. Just see Leonard come into Ricky Vessels again here. Who's smoked that off the outside edge. Slightly square. He's gone for a big old shot there, Ricky Vessels. Just squared it off the outside edge, through backward point for 4. What was I saying? Yes, Joe Clark, that back foot punch for 6 over mid-off. I mean, that was the most remarkable shot of the whole finals day.
Well, he started his career at Worcestershire, of course, before he made the move to Notts. Had a difficult first couple of years. I think that 2019 averaged under 30 in the side where it wasn't a great side, but got 100 last year. I think he played a bit for the in the Big Bash as Vessels just rocked onto that pass point, flown for back-to-back boundaries. That shot was much more in control of that one. Joe Clark played a bit for Perth Scorchers as well, I think, as a replacement player.
Yeah, good knowledge with Liam Livingston was there. Jason Roy was there.
Yeah, so I think Joe Clark went in when the England bubble sort of got extended. But
yeah.
Roy and Livingston touched down a bit late, and Joe Clark got a gig out there. Good to see some other young Englishmen. Will Jacks, Surrey opener.
Yeah.
He had a really good time. I mean, Surrey.
Hobart Hurricanes, wasn't it?
Yeah, he didn't play that. He didn't play much, but it'll be good experience as Leonard beats Vessels there beating for a bit of pace there.
Yeah, surprisingly quick, Leonard. The odd ball seems to really burst through and surprise the batsman.
See Tom Abel. Bit of stretching there, upper body stretching from Tom Abel. Could we see him ball in hand soon enough?
Well, he's bowled a fair bit the last couple of days, actually. I mean, he's bowled well and he deserves to bowl, but I just want to see Goldsworthy bowl. I'm going to keep banging the drum.
You won't be happy, will you?
Give Lewis Goldsworthy a bowl.
I tell you what, if there's one man that can make that happen, he's sat next door. No, he's not. He's just walked into the room. Well, Goldsworthy is going to be. Oh, I hate to use it. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to call it the tournament that shall not be named.
Yes.
But
the Voldemort equivalent.
So Somerset, we've got 7 players we're going to lose during that period. They'll be playing their cricket elsewhere, and Jason Kerr, I think, is going to be involved in the coaching with the Welsh Fire. But
okay, yeah. Are we allowed to mention that?
Are we? Well, yeah.
Okay.
I have. So
you mentioned the team.
I've mentioned it.
We're not going to say the team that cannot be named as well.
He's playing for one of the teams.
One of the
teams,
yeah.
But that gives an opportunity for people like Lewis Goldsworthy, who are maybe 14, 15, 16 in the squad, to actually have a run of games. We'll have 4 home games here, 50 over cricket, full houses. Hopefully at Taunton, there'll be crowds back in by then.
I absolutely love the 50 over game. I mean, I love all 3 formats. I mean, you could say there's more than 3 formats now with the T10 and these other things popping up all over the place, but what a delivery that is. Ricky Vessels, who we've been bigging up, who has looked completely at ease, just as his leg pole completely knocked out of the ground by Leonard, who's cheekily got up to little 3 for here. We've bigged up Sonny Baker all week. Leonard's got a fairly sharp ball there, particularly. He's got a 3 for him. We've barely said anything about him.
He's been really impressive, hasn't he? That's the last ball of his 11th over. He's got 3 for 27. He's just bowled a consistent line, just back of a length, outside off stump.
What are the YouTube comments saying, Sam?
What are the YouTube?
Have we got any celebrations of that wicket, or are they? What are they thinking so far? Because that was incredibly well bowled by Mr. Leonard. So Vessels departs for 15, 172 for 5 now, Worcestershire. I'm trying to guess who might come in next. Might be Barnard, might be Cox, probably before Barnard. Pack number 7, yeah, I'm going to go Ben Cox. Although they might change it up based upon the first innings not. Give someone else a go.
Wonderful delivery, says James Reed, and I'm inclined to agree. Luke Oldfield said that was aesthetically pleasing.
Aesthetically pleasing.
It really was.
Phrase, yes.
As a bowler, there's nothing greater than seeing a stump fly out of the ground, and it was leg stump, I think, that went.
Leg stump, yeah, in swinger, uprooted the leg stump. So, does that go back? Do you remember my theory about 10 minutes ago? I brought up Ricky Vessels falling over slightly to the offside and trying to whip it through the leg side, being an LBW candidate. I think that is very similar. The way he leans on his bat and just topples over to the offside, and he is very strong, particularly in the white ball game, whipping it through mid-wicket, but there he's missed out. Vessels
has been sunk. Again, I can't take credit.
You can't take credit.
Andy Miles has come out with that one. So yeah, 50 over games, your preferred format?
Well, I don't like to pigeonhole and say my preferred format, but the 2015 World Cup, I was working out in New Zealand for a year, and I just fell in love with the game from that World Cup. I thought it was a phenomenal World Cup. Every game New Zealand seemed to play was remarkable. Grant Elliott was in the form of his life, and I'd never heard of Grant Elliott. Before that tournament, I'd never heard of Grant Elliott, and he shouldn't really have been picked in the New Zealand squad with James Neesham and Corey Anthony in form. It was a real shock of a decision to be selected, and he did so well. There was that, when they blew us apart at Wellington and England were embarrassed when Saudi took 8 for. There was that New Zealand-South Africa game when Grant Elliott batted so well. There was that Australia-New Zealand game when Williamson shimmied down the wicket and smashed a 6 when they were 9 down to win the game. And that really got me into it. And then coming to Somerset, I remember Jennings and Stoneman both scoring hundreds, I think. We're talking 5 or 6 years ago, before Jennings went to Lancashire and Stoneman went to Surrey. They were both playing for Durham. They must have been 210 for naught one day here. And normally I enjoy, obviously, Somerset's success, but I just found having a conclusion in the day and spending a 100 over day of watching white ball cricket, but not just the whacking it of T20. I think it's an underrated format. And then, of course, England won the World Cup last year. Was it last year? No.
2 years ago.
2 years
now,
ago. God, time flies.
Well, it's another argument, isn't it, for another day. But having just won a World Championship, as Oliveira tucks that one away into the leg side, but just pick up a single there. Then Leonard having a busy afternoon doing the fielding. Yeah, having just won a World Cup and then not necessarily playing a format.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
But I agree.
Absolutely bizarre.
You get the whole day. You can be down at the ground the whole day. You get a result. It's not. There's a lot more tactic, a lot more nous involved, and we've seen that the ODI series that England and India have just finished. Like
phenomenal,
fantastic games.
And they were still trying to hit sixes in the middle overs. People have this argument that the first 10 overs of the power play is good. The last 10 overs when they try and get 100 off the 40 to 50 over, and then the middle 30 overs is just boring. Well, Stokes went ballistic. His 12 ball 49 was in the middle overs. Bairstow was going fairly ballistic at the other end when he got some strike. I mean, they don't just knock it around the middle overs anymore.
Well, I see some absolutely huge scores, don't we? 400s.
And then the bowlers like a Lockie Ferguson and Liam Plunkett, it's a special art to bowl seam up, particularly in those middle overs. It's not just the spinners. Liam Plunkett was phenomenal at it and bizarrely got dropped after that World Cup. I don't quite understand that decision.
Haven't really replaced him in those middle overs.
I mean, it was an art that probably only Lockie Ferguson in world cricket does a similar role. Ferguson's a bit quicker, but yeah, Plunkett he got 3-fers in so many games, just helpfully in those middle overs. Ball's not swinging. He doesn't really go to cutters and death bowling. It's that in-between period. Anyway, while we're on the topic of 50 over cricket and Rollo van der Merwe's bowling, we really should mention his knock against Surrey a few years ago. I did bring it up yesterday.
We did have every day.
Oh, it's worth it. It's worth it. Watch it back on YouTube if you're bored this evening. Rollo van der Merwe against Surrey in the 50 over game a few years ago. Glorious 100.
But it always was county cricket's big day out, the final at Lords. It was Benson and Hedges for a long year was the first tournament. It was almost the football equivalent of the League Cup, and then you had the FA Cup final in September. Somerset beating Worcestershire, and then went back the following year and lost to Yorkshire. But it's great to see it back in that format, and there'll be games as we reach the end of the day of 173 for 5, 56 gone. There'll be games where people like Goldsworthy, Jack Leach, who might not playing in the tournament, that must not be named, but he's keen to play a bit more one-day cricket. So we'll see him. Likewise, Josh Davey. See him as a batting all-rounder. So there'll be players who will be hungry to play. And here we go.
No,
Tommy Abel.
Talk of the man. Our bowling attack will still be very useful. You'd like to think Marchant, DeLange, Jack Brooks, Josh Davey, and then one or two of Baker, Leonard, even Casey Aldridge. We've talked about Ollie Sale when he gets fit again, maybe even Ben Green and Tom Lammonby.
In the batting, Steve Davis will still be around. Hildreth's around. Eddie Byram will get a chance in there.
Yeah, Davies an interesting one. I was just thinking. We haven't talked about him at all this week. Not playing in this particular game, but he'd probably be playing on Friday, we would guess. He's opened a bit in the T20 cricket. In this 50 over game, this 50 over tournament this year, with a few key players missing, maybe might have a chance to open, because he got some serious runs opening the batting for Surrey in the was it the YB40 to CB40 back in the day?
But that's how he got into the England side as an opening batter. I think when he first joined a couple of years ago, and they were playing, whether it was 45 or 50 overs, I think he had a run of ducks, didn't score a run early in the season. I think he maybe batted 4 games and scored about 3 runs, and got dropped and didn't play one-day cricket for a little bit. But he came back into the side for that win, the Royal London one-day win in 2019, but batted a bit further down the order. But he's certainly a candidate. I mean, Tom Lammonby won't be around. Tom Banton won't be around. Tom Abel won't be around. So there's spots. Ben Green will get a chance as well.
Yeah, I think Ben Green should definitely get a chance with bat and ball. I, for one, will definitely be keen to come and watch the 50 over tournament.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. We'll have full grounds, 4 home games, I think it'll be in July and August.
Get your tickets now.
Having a look, back end of July, Sunday the 25th of July.
Have a look on the Somerset website, buy tickets for those games and a few of the latter T20s too.
Under floodlights, and so Steve Kirby was due before the pandemic, was due to coach the Derbyshire side. So he might be coaching the Somerset side, so it's the Steve Kirby derby.
Oh, we've got a wicket while you're talking about that. What a bizarre dismissal. D'Oliveira leaves one outside off stump. It must have nipped in a touch or just really poor judgment from D'Oliveira. and he's just left a straight one. I always remember Glenn Maxwell doing it in the Big Bash, but a bit different when Glenn Maxwell charged on the wicket and leaves one. This is a red ball game. Yeah, the ball has come in a touch, but D'Oliveira is appalled at himself. What kind of decision is that? He's on 35, looking good, looking solid. Still has a shot of the day to his award, but that's his personal award he can take with him. But he'll be gutted, really, to have not carried on going.
Tom Abel, the man with the golden arm.
That's it. So, 175 for 6 now. Worcestershire's second innings is coming up to eclipse Somerset's first innings of 184. Remember that was declared though, only 8 down, and we're still slightly bemused by Josh Davey being robbed of possible first class best. Well, he wasn't that close to it, but him and Baird look good.
Nor is it first class, but that aside.
I just like Josh Davey batting, so
I enjoy watching that. That is aesthetically pleasing.
Aesthetically pleasing, that's it.
107 the lead. So what do you? So if Somerset take a couple of quick wickets here and it's are we too worried about the lead? Do you think they'll just bat all day tomorrow?
I don't think
do you think
they'll about the lead as?
Do you think okay? So Somerset might win the game, but it's more about practice, and the Worcester bowlers want to get some overs.
I mean, it depends. If there's a big old partnership now, Somerset might not get to bat till late tomorrow, and then it might be a serious proper chase. It all depends on how these last 4 men do for Worcestershire. I mean, we've still got the man, Ben Cox. You said the vessel was sunk. Was that what was the line you nicked?
The vessels were sunk. Yes,
vessels were sunk, and then we got the Cox to steer the ship.
Beautiful.
That was my own work, actually.
Yeah, it really was.
Off YouTube, like the.
Well, I didn't try and take credit for it. I did.
You're an honest bloke. I'll give you credit for
am.
that. So I make that a lead of 107. We've got Tom Abel in to bowl to Roderick, your man Roderick. We've been wanting him to bat for so long.
Here he is.
Coming at number 8. What's going on?
Oh, man.
I know it's pre-season, but why is he batting number 8? That's a bit harsh, isn't it? He's a much better batsman than number 8.
I've been doing maths on my calculator. I didn't realise the lead was on the screen.
No, I was going to tell you earlier, but I thought it was quite funny watching you stumble with the maths, so I let you suffer.
Thank you for that, H.
As you see, a massive aeroplane just hovering low over the ground. I'm not going to pretend to tell you what it was, could you?
No, I
haven't got an army background, I'm afraid.
2 quick wickets then. So Worcestershire have 2 brand new batters at the crease. Cox and Roderick, both on 0. 2 keepers.
2 bold wickets to bring them here, actually, wasn't it? Leg stump Vessels and then a weird off-stump leave off Abel for that man D'Oliveira. So yes, 2 wicket keepers.
Batted nicely. Well, we've got 4 wicket keepers on the field at the moment, so you're close. You're almost halfway to your wicket keepers 11 just on this afternoon's game.
Who would bowl out of Roderick, Cox, Banton and Baird? I'm not sure I can see any of them bowling.
I don't know. Banton's just so talented, I suspect he would probably be able to turn his arm over.
Dibbly dobblers, yeah. Swing it both ways. He could do a Tom Abel job, could he?
Good carry there from Tom Abel as well.
Let me consult if... Has Tom Banton bowled in first class? I'm pretty sure he hasn't. No, never bowled a ball in first.
I'd have been surprised.
14 first class matches, no, he's not bowled a ball. Good. I'm glad I haven't missed out, because that would be a sight to see, I'm sure.
Oh, lovely evening here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
You stood up to give us what we haven't mentioned, our favourite hashtag.
I hadn't actually, but I can do.
Oh, go on.
If you've led me into it, are we doing flat wash? We've got three on the top deck.
Okay.
So that's improved from earlier. Now one's just as we started flat watch, someone just moseyed back into their kitchen.
Should we say that the sun has just gone in?
Yes, the sun has gone in.
Does get chilly when the
sun. Couple on the middle deck. There's real dense population on that far right hand side, doesn't it?
It's
popular cricket over there. They are the cricket badgers.
I reckon. You know what it is, Sam? I reckon that's a lovely shot. We should pause to admire that. It looked like a Ricky Vessels sweep, although it is not Ricky Vessels because he's just got out. But similar technique, similar style of the paddle sweep.
It's a nice way to get off the mark.
Lovely from Ben Cox, yeah. I'm just thinking that little congregation at the end of the flats is as cow corner as it can get in the retirement flats. They know they've got Rolf van der Merwe on. I think they fancy a catch. They're there to try and get a catch.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's where they're popular. They've got club games to get to this season. They need some balls for pre-season nets, so they're.
Or it was that World Cup I keep mentioning, the 2015 World Cup in New Zealand, when it was that Catch a Million initiative, and you had an orange TUI T-shirt.
Yes,
you had to take a one-handed catch to catch them a share of $1 million, I think it was. Maybe they just got those old T-shirts out and they fancy having a go at that.
Cox just gets onto the front foot and prods that one back towards Van der Merwe. Halfway through the over, we'll have a change at the end of this one.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Zooming in on the retirement flats at Cow Corner.
There they are. had their moment of fame.
Thanks, Jeff. Sounds like we're on Soccer Saturday, doesn't it?
It's good to know Jeff's listening.
Am I Chris Kamara? Oh yeah, when I had a little chat with Jeff before tea, he said, we should make sure we sync the commentary up and make sure I zoom in and talk through what I'm zooming in on, so make an effort.
It's just, even late in the day up there on his own, Jeff is still following, still doing a wonderful job.
Oh, that's
just
another
a full
great
ball
shot
from Van der Merwe. Cox down on one knee, sweeps it away. That's second boundary of the over.
It's the kind of ball that, yes, it looks like a full toss, but if you don't lunge forward and paddle sweep it, it's probably not a full toss. If you stand up in your crease, that's the ball you just block into leg side for dot or one. But because he's paddled forward, lunge, Cox can just whip that behind square for four with a little paddle sweep.
I mean, a fair old strike rate here. What did he get? 51 off 54 in the first innings. Raced on to 8 here. A couple of boundaries in this over off Van der Merwe already. Last ball of the over, gets forward, prods it back down. Baird comes round in the helmet, picks it up, and I'm gonna leave you, Elliot Trotman, the puns man. Well, I don't know. You're both level now, Harry. You had a good
that
line.
Cox, have I made it level? Have I?
Wow, there's going to be some serious competition in this last session. One apiece. Who's going to be the winner?
No more puns from me.
We'll get you back on at 20 past 5, Sam, and you can have 40 minutes now to practice your puns.
I need 2.
Did you say you haven't seen Tom Banton bowl?
No, you're going to tell us you have?
Yeah, well, it was a Bath CC live stream, I think a couple of years ago, against Taunton St Andrews. I definitely saw him turn his arm over.
Oh, Tom Abel, what a catch that is. That is a superb catch from Somerset's skipper. We've seen the video of Abel versus Waller in the fielding masterclass, and that is one of the best catches you'll see in red ball cricket. Two-handed, caught on bowl, straight back at him. How has he reacted so quickly to catch that?
That's a duck for Roderick.
It's almost like he hasn't. It's one of those you don't think, isn't it? One of those, it's come back so quickly, you've got no time to think, it's just reactions. It's almost protecting his face. Two hands. We've seen Chris Jordan take some screamers, not quite in the Chris Jordan calibre, but to get two hands at that pace, I'm very impressed by that catch. And poor old Roderick, he didn't get a bat in the first innings. I mean, he's an experienced professional. I'm not quite sure why he didn't get a bat in the first innings and then didn't bat till late in the second innings, but he's now come in and it wasn't a terrible shot, just a bit early on it and straight driven it straight into the hands of skipper Abel.
He got up quite slow there, Abel. Took a fall.
Right, he's probably enjoying celebrating from the floor. All right, I'm going to guess Joe Leach, but it could be anyone coming out to bat. 183 for 7 are Worcestershire. So what have you seen on the comments in recent times? Anything exciting?
There's not actually been...
Maybe our fans are enjoying listening in so much they don't feel the need to comment. Abel's up to 2 wickets now. 2 wickets for 23 of his 6.1 overs.
Luke Ofield, genuine question for Somerset fans. Could we make more of Abel's all-round status, or are his wickets just enjoyable bonuses?
I think he's becoming an all-rounder, yeah. I mean, we've always said Gregory and Overton as the all-rounders, but I think Abel's coming into that bracket now. He's a better batsman than both of the other two, and not as good a bowler as the other two. Fine, he's a batting... But you could call him a batting all-rounder, whereas you'd call Gregory and Overton a bowling all-rounder. I think you'd go along with that. Van der Merwe, you'd probably call a bowling all-rounder.
And let's not forget he's a very good fielder, as they all are.
Absolutely.
An all-round cricketer.
He does make it look easy the way he's got a knack for taking wickets. So it's Barnard, not Joe Leach. So Barnard's at 9 and Leach at 10. They've got a bit more depth in this innings of Worcestershire with, well, having Gareth Roderick in it. Well, in at 8, but got a duck, yes, but does show better batting depth in this second dig for Worcestershire. So Tommy Abel is loosening up again. Just had a 2-minute delay. We'll wait for the next batsman to come in. What's he got here? 2 slips in the gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg.
It's been a really good 30 minutes for Somerset.
Yes, because they were looking good before tea with Worcestershire. Was it Haynes' wicket kind of triggered it, I guess? Vessels looked good for... Well, he always looks good, Vessels, when he comes in and just commands the situation. But when he got bowled, it sort of surprised me. Then D'Oliveira leaving a straight one, well, nipped in a tiny bit. Those wickets both surprised me. I think those bonus bowled wickets of 2 key Worcestershire batsmen with a real surprise. That's a lovely 4 runs for Barnard behind point. There's been a few of those sort of late square drives just behind point. 4 runs. Yeah, we just had a tweet in. Great catch off his own bowling by Tom Abel from Stephen. Yes, totally agree with you, Stephen. Totally agree with that. Great catch. Tom Abel still bowling from the Marshall Gothic end. Well left by Barnard. So what are your thoughts on the day so far, Elliot?
Yeah, it's been really good. You know, I thought for a second, you know, Worcestershire, you know, they didn't look like they could be stopped at one point. And as I said, those wickets have been really key for Somerset. We've got a game on our hands, though. I think this time yesterday, our attitude towards this 3-day game was totally different. Now, yeah, it could be interesting.
Yeah, what are we, 187 for 7? Lead of 119 for Worcestershire. That's a challenging chase already in a March game in a fourth innings with an inexperienced batting lineup for Somerset. Shan't be easy.
In the break, I was sort of getting I was looking for a little cricket top for the beginning of the season. So like yourself with the Somerset shirt, found a Pakistan 2019 long sleeve shirt for £15.
Did you order it?
I haven't ordered it, but
why
I've spoken
Pakistan?
to I love a long sleeve jersey. Love a one-day jersey.
Name on the back, or
no name on the back?
Is that in honour of Babar Azam or Azhar Ali?
Yeah, could be.
Or even Abdur Rahman if we go back a few years. Somerset's young guns really catching the eye, as Ben's just tweeted. Yeah, totally agree. Leonard, we got Baker, we got Goldsworthy, Baird behind the stumps. I mean, we say young guns. I mean, it's not like Banton and Lammerby's not playing, but it's not like Banton and Byron are even particularly old. But compared to the other guys, they feel like, I guess if they were playing with the likes of Hildreth and Davies, then they'd be the youngsters. But such a vast array of age differences. And another
nice shot, that.
Lovely paddle sweep. He's played it, what, 3 times now as Ben Cox? Is that all? All of his runs have come with that shot, I think I'm right in saying. 2 paddle sweeps for 4, and that little paddle sweep for 2. Onto 10 Ben Cox. And he plays effortlessly, doesn't he?
Talking to the young lads, Ned Leonard's been fantastic today. Seen 11 overs, 6 maidens, 3 wickets. He's been exceptional.
Absolutely. Yeah, Leonard and Baker, the 2 standouts of the week with respective 3-fers. My Met Office app says we're up to 21 degrees right now in Taunton. 21 degrees in March. That's quite remarkable, and I'd always trust the Met Office. Taunton exactly. 21 degrees. That's pretty good going. Just had another tweet in from Charlie Strange. He says, very jealous. Ricky was always my favourite player when he was at Notts. Yeah, totally understand that. We love watching Ricky Vessels play. Well, Somerset probably don't after his 100 here last week, but not quite as prolific this week, but still looked very positive as he always does. So we've got Roller bowling from the River End. Are we going to get Lewis Goldsworthy, Elliot? Come on, are we going to get dual spin?
I'd like to see it. However, the pace bowling over the last 30 minutes has been the most effective, so wouldn't surprise me if Abel keeps as it is.
Cloud cover just coming over and blocking out the sun at the moment. A little bit overcast, still not chilly, as we just said, 21 degrees, but maybe humid, maybe cloud cover will be slightly different effect on the ball. Maybe Abel might think about going back to pace. But Van der Merwe's, what's he bowled? 12 overs, 2 maidens, 37 runs, no wickets, but economical. 12 for 37. I mean, he was very economical before Ben Cox came in, actually. Those couple of paddle sweeps have slightly ruined his figures, but still not bad. What's that, 3 and over? It's not bad. So Abel coming in with 2 slips of gully, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg.
Ooh.
Third slip
finds
required.
the gap.
Third slip required, 4th slip required. Would have been catching height, wouldn't it? Easy catching height. Probably a 3.5 slip. 3rd or 4th could have snagged that. Just telling you the field. And what do you think? Get rid of the deep backward square leg? Tommy Abel's not going to buy anything leg side, is he? Do they need a deep square? Get another slip in. Despite it being 193 for 7, you've still got a new batsman in. Abel's bowling well. Easy to say in hindsight after the edge, but I can't remember seeing a one from Abel down to fine leg, because he generally targets outside off stump, doesn't he, Abel? He's not bowling in swinging Yorker like a Baker or Leonard might, or even just a normal in swinger. Abel tend to move it away here, although that one to D'Oliveira did come in, didn't it? Just clipped his off stump, but still off stump rather than leg side. So what we had 60 overs and half an over. 60 overs longest innings of the match so far. No declaration from Worcestershire. I don't expect to see a declaration. Do you, Elliot?
Absolutely not. Long time to go in this match. Oh.
False stroke there from Barnard. Just playing a little bit away from his body. Abel with a moral victory. Just missing the ball, swinging away.
People are right though. We talk about Abel as a batsman. You know, I guess as Somerset fans, you do bring up his bowling, but I think potentially around the county championship circuit, it's not discussed. Oh, again, Abel's going to be frustrated with that one.
I think that one not a catching chance, but what's that, more 5th slip or a finer gully? Probably betterly played by Barnard. Soft hands, played it down, as opposed to previous one, which was a flash aerially, which could have been caught. He's now overtaken Cox. Cox was on 10, Barnard on to 12 now. But 2, streaky-ish boundaries to the offside. He's now rehearsing his front foot defensive stroke. Get a 3rd man in, Tom Abel. 12 runs between the slip and gully region. That one was almost straight over Davies' head at gully. Brings the 200 up for Worcestershire.
Barnard's loving life.
3 fours down there. 201 for 7. Yeah, Barnard on 16.
Here we go, folks. We've got T20 this summer. Many big fixtures. The likes of Hampshire, Middlesex, Gloucestershire, local derby on a Sunday. Some really good fixtures there. I'm very much looking forward to the Middlesex replay here. Brings back some dark memories as a Somerset fan. However, it's always good to have another crack at it.
Yeah, get your tickets online now. You've seen the link on your screen. You know you can pause or rewind the YouTube if you want. Make sure you got that link, or go on the Somerset website and buy your tickets. See, that's good field placement. We know that Cox likes that little paddle sweep now. Josh Davies gone in at a 45 on the 1. And Van der Merwe is saved of conceding at least 2, probably 4 runs if he wasn't there. Paddle sweep straight to the man. Van der Merwe reports his run up. We've got likes of Greg Kennis and Paul Tweddle just wandering around the outfield in front of us, wandering around the boundary rope. And a lap and a chat, as you do. Rode off with a lovely flighted delivery just outside our stun. That's a good line and length, isn't it? Not much more Cox can do with that. What do you think of Roderick coming into bat at 8, having not batted in the first innings?
Yeah, it'd be... it's so frustrating as well, the way he got out. Yes, as you said, probably a little early on the shot. However, it wasn't like it was half-hearted. He was in the shot. And a good take from Tom Abel. as we all know, though, that is the game of cricket. You can wait all day, or a couple of days, and you get your opportunity, and you could be out like that.
Absolutely.
Richard Walsh tweeting out, good work from Ned Leonard today. Go Somerset. Agree, Walshy.
Good old Richard Walsh. Go Somerset. Picture him singing that and dance around the press box singing Go Somerset. Another tidy over from Willa van der Merwe. More tidy because of the man on the 45 saving the paddle sweep for 4. You can see the scorecard on your screen and catch up with what you've missed from today. What's Roloff bowled? Is that 13 overs on the trot if you go by the T interval?
13 overs, 3 maidens, 37 runs, no wickets.
Possibly deserved a wicket, hasn't bowled badly. Tommy able to continue from the Triscothic Pavilion end. 2 for 39 off 8. Very calm, quiet Cooper Associates County Ground.
Really nice shot that from Barnard. Found the gap, front foot.
It's a really nice batting from Worcestershire today, isn't there? Those cover drive strokes.
Let's have a look at this on the replay. Proper cricket shot.
Indeed. Oh no, almost carbon copy. That's not a replay. Barnard has done exactly the same thing to Abel. Next ball, this time a little bit close to the fielder, but Byram can't stop it. 2 cracking shots like a tracer bullet to the cover fence. Holds the pose, doesn't he? Telecricketer's completely in control when his balance is perfect and he just holds the pose afterwards. Sangakkara was probably the best at doing it with his forearm guard and his right arm. Just holding the pose afterwards. That swung away. Swung away past Baird, past Gregory at first slip. He's wringing his hands and Rilla van der Merwe was having to chase it to the fence. It's going to be held up and they're only going to get 2. But good bit of swing from Tom Abel there. Having been driven for 4 the previous 2 balls, he'd be annoyed to then concede 2 byes, but at least he doesn't go against his figures.
Ed Barnard's had a really tidy game. Bowled well. He'll be happy with his batting performance.
Yeah, been impressed by Barnard. We've said he'd played for England Lions before and useful bowling around for Worcestershire. Watch this slow motion replay from Van der Merwe. Bigged up this cracking bit of kit, the slow motion camera. Solid. Absolutely solid, isn't it? You're not getting through that, says Ben Cox. You can tell from here, even though we're a bit away, sort of wide mid-on at the moment. Real good bit of away swing from Tom Abel there. Pitch slightly shorter, swung away from Barnard, who's happy to just leave that through to Baird, who takes it cleanly. Just coming up to 5 o'clock, we've got another hour's play. 211 for 7 with 1 ball remaining of the 63rd over. A few muffled, stifled shouts, but Barnard and Cox safely threw that over.
We'll still be taking confidence from this. Putting on the runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Brought up a lead of 143 now. What sort of lead do you think Somerset would be confident to chase?
I think, this lineup's... I mean, what would be a fair comment? 200, I feel like right now would be safe,
Don't want it to go much above 200. Yeah, take 200, but they
need 3 more wickets.
So Van der Merwe's going to continue from the river end. Looks like Josh Davey is trotting off. Substitute fielder for him.
I was more worth of player at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Davey trotting over the Andy Cannock Pavilion. And then I see a slight change of field now. The substitute will come on at field at point. And Lewis Goldsworthy, who's been so good at point, is now being moved over to the 45. I think that's a poor decision, actually. I think they could have just waited because Goldsworthy's been so good at point. Oh, it's Banton who's come back on. Not sure why Banton was off the field. So Banton will now come to point. Goldsworthy at 45 where Josh Davey was. So we've got Tom Abel at a short extra cover just on the map protecting the wicket just to the right of the one we're playing on. As we look on from the wicket keeping end.
Sonny Baker at deep cover.
Yeah, we've got deep cover and a deep long off. Which is interesting because Cox hasn't played anything over the top or through the offside. His only runs have come with the paddle sweep so far, Van der Merwe. It's literally been a forward defensive shot or a paddle sweep, isn't it? That's all we've seen from Cox from Van der Merwe.
Good bowling this from Roller.
Cox not quite ready. See, a spinner likes to get through the over quite quickly. There we go. There's the paddle sweep. We said he's playing 2 shots against the spinner. I mean, Alistair Cook made a career out of 2 or 3 shots he played, didn't he? Josh Davies run along the car park in his spikes and his whites. He's gone back to the Andy Cannock Pavilion. Maybe he's got something in the old changing room or the gym or the indoor school that he wants that's not in the Colin Atkinson temporary pavilion. He shan't be bowling anytime soon then. Yeah, so Alistair Cook would play a pull, a cut and flick off his legs perhaps, the odd poke through the offside, but Ben Cox has maybe decided with the bowling of Van der Merwe he's just going to block forward or wait for the ball slightly on leg stump to sort of paddle sweep to leg side. No need for risks to be taken. So Tom Abel is going to take himself off and give Sonny Baker the ball. This is good actually. Sonny Baker bowled really well from this end yesterday morning. That was when we were all raving about him. Today he was tried from the other end and has been less effective. Still wicketless so far. So Baker back the first bowl today from the pavilion end. I think will be better for him. You know, even if it's just psychological. This is where he took the 3 wickets. Takes a big deep breath as he prepares himself for the end of his run. Good chat with Sam Young, who's at mid-on.
I'm convinced he's wearing his school cricket top. And I'm not even lying. I'm convinced.
Well, he probably hasn't got Somerset whites yet, has he? Yeah. Can't find ones that fit him. COVID, you can't really borrow or lend, I suppose. Just loosening up. This will be a good challenge for Barnard to face the young, quick Sonny Baker. First ball, quick, great fielding, superb fielding. Was that Van der Merwe? Mostly, yeah, Van der Merwe at gully, just been bowling, flings himself to his right and pulls it in superbly to make sure there's no run. Any more comments on the live stream? Baker charging again from the pavilion end, the Marshall's Gothic pavilion end. Just leaves it outside off stump, does Barnard.
God, imagine that, getting bowled out by a lad playing in his school cricket whites.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I can see the emblem in the top left. Just look at that. Good spot. Same top he wore yesterday, definitely. Wonder if he washed it overnight.
Yeah, hopefully.
Maybe he's got 2 or 3 of the same top. Village, do we say, when you wear the wrong whites?
Maybe his Somerset top's in the wash.
Yeah.
Couldn't turn it around in time.
I reckon he was wearing this one yesterday, you know. Completely plain white on the back. Definitely. You're still counting his steps on his Fitbit on his left wrist. Maybe he's going to Strava his performance today. You have all the lines going in and out. From flying leg to bowling.
Big fan of the old Strava.
Yeah, I love it. I'm a bit obsessed actually, yeah. Any walk, any cycle, any run. That's been another lockdown hobby, get me going. Even, Strava, walking to the shops or anything. Give it a nice comment, give it a nice title and a few pictures. A few of the Somerset players have been on Strava. Seen a few of the Somerset players mapping their runs and cycles on Strava. Interesting to, you can compete against them and see if you're as fit as they are. Can you do 5k as well as professional cricketer can?
It reveals the time you went out running, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Somerset players suddenly get joined by 10 loyal Somerset fans cheering them on as they run.
Sure they wouldn't mind, I might gee them on. Don't give anyone ideas.
Ooh.
Oh, that stayed low, didn't it, from Sonny Bacon? Just a bit skidded on, perhaps. Wouldn't be expecting the ball to swing as much now, going into the final session of the day. Well played, good loud shout from Cox at non-strikers and telling Barnard to wait there. No run, just blocked into gully.
Good over that from Baker.
Yeah, he's going straight off the field though, isn't he? We'll just get a drink. I think we're going to have a drinks break here actually. We got some comments to read out during this drinks break, Elliot? Any interactions or are our fans all falling asleep?
Don't know the full name, but hang on. Dave Walker, not sure we have solved our opening batsman issue from last season, but both openers definitely have the potential to become our settled partnerships for years to come. Partnership for years to come.
Do feel free to keep tweeting in, commenting, send any thoughts or comments or predictions. We talked about the WPA Predictions League on the Somerset website. Have a go at predicting your top run scorer, your top wicket taker for the season, etc, etc. I'll be writing a Somerset season preview for Deep Extra Cover. I'll finish it off this week based on these last 2 pre-season games and I'll publish that. And I've got a few predictions on there. I've done them at WPA Predictions League, as you can see on the screen now. You've had a go, haven't you, Elliot?
I have indeed, yeah.
Have a go online and nothing to lose, just have a little bit of fun.
Believe it closes, like sort of registration on predictions close on the 5th of April.
Get it in before that Middlesex
so plenty
game.
of time. Busy week for these Somerset boys. See this 3-day game here. We're back again on Friday for the 3-day game against Glamorgan. And then the big one next week up in London against Middlesex.
Yep, off to Lords, aren't they?
What a way to start the county championship season.
Yeah, what a place. Home of cricket. I wonder if they'll still have steak on the menu. Great stories about. I remember speaking to Carl Hogg of Lancashire a few years ago and he was saying, oh yeah, the steak at Lords is phenomenal. The cricketers look forward to their 4 days there. The regionalised Bob Willis Trophy, I guess some of the counties were gutted to not be able to go there.
This is Lewis Goldsworthy. Here we go.
This is the moment I've been crying out for all afternoon. No offence to Roland van der Merwe, bowled very well, but just wanted to see the young lad have a bowl, having batted so well and fielded well at point. Deserves a crack. Lewis Goldsworthy, left arm spin, Young lad, bowling all-rounder. 44 on his back, and he's going to bowl to Ben Cox.
Lead of 143. A few wickets here from Goldsworthy. He's really helpful right now.
I agree.
See what he can do.
Even shorter run up than Van der Merwe. Smaller lad again, I suppose. First ball is a full toss, just dinked into leg side for 2. Tom Banton's not the quickest in the field, is he? I think if there was a bit more importance on this game, he might have stopped that for 1. Bit of an amble over, a bit of a casual pick up and throw, and they easily get back for 2. I'd like to think that in a competitive county championship game he'd stop that for 1, but
he's got rid of the fielding pads.
Yeah, just the 3 jumpers on now, is it? Weighing him down. It's not that cold, Tom. That's it from Goldsworthy. First ball, a little bit loose, full toss on leg stump. That ball, nicely on the spot. Lovely sweep shot, but there's a man out there, deep backward square. He stops it for 1. Goldsworthy is so swept for 1 by Barnard.
Oh, got a gentleman coming out here. Flat watch.
Flat watch, where's he coming from? Got a couple on the top tier.
He's got binoculars out. He's having a look.
Cox and Barnard facing the youngster, the young left-arm spinner Lewis Goldsworthy.
Big cool. Oh, I say big cool.
Stifled.
Stifled, yeah.
Might have been a big call if you were out there fielding. You might have called.
If I was bowling, I'm a big cooler.
Aggressive stroke from Ed Barnard. Shimmy down the wicket and just sort of bunted it to mid-on, no run. Also got here deep cover, deep backward square, the 2 boundary riders at the moment for Lewis Goldsworthy. That's gone into mid-wicket for 1. Tidy first over from Lewis Goldsworthy, I'd say. Happy enough with that?
Yeah, really nice. Nice flight, wasn't afraid to, float it up there. And I think he wants the batsman to sort of take him on, you know. We might see a battle these last 45 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had a tweet from Stephen Berkhamsted saying, are there any injuries within the squad, or is everyone fit and eager to play? So we've mentioned the surgery Jack Brooks has recovered from over the winter, problems with his heel and Achilles. Ollie Sale, we talked about he's currently in this sort of funny sling support thing on his right arm, that this big black sort of, don't even know what you describe it as, I was trying to be a doctor earlier, but yeah, Ollie Sale is definitely unfit at the moment. Otherwise, over the winter, a lot of the Somerset players have sort of had injuries they've recovered from. So Ollie Sale is the main injury worry at the moment. Can't think of any other injuries in the squad.
I cannot.
So now a lot of players to select from for next week's Middlesex match.
Just looking at some of the YouTube comments, and the opening pair debate has sort of sparked some comments here. Simon Hingley, I still reckon there's a place for Jack Leach as an opener. Not to get the innings off to a good start, but to blunt the initial attack. Yeah, we wouldn't mind that.
Had comments on the Yorkshire kit. Charlie says short arms and long pockets. The picture of Live and Lauren Winfield Hill, hands in pockets, modelling this fairly bizarre new kit.
I know a lot of people have sort of rather negative towards the Yorkshire kit, but I actually really like it. Really like the collared one as well. Very nice.
Fair enough. And another news has been back-to-back Test 50s for Raheem Cornwall in the West Indies Sri Lanka Test match. A lot of time for Raheem Cornwall. He went to his 50 off 64 balls with 1-6 at a strike of 81. And this is just catching up on the West Indies Sri Lanka scorecard as Baker comes into Cox, who plays it solidly back. There have been 65 instances of a player carrying his bat in Test cricket, Andrew Sampson tells us. And there have now been 28 instances of an opening batsman last out in innings. Openers who have been last out most often was Desmond Haynes, who carried his bat 3 times as well, and Craig Brathwaite, who carried his bat once. There you go, a little extra fact for you. Danny Rubin says it's the best kit Yorkshire's had in years. Love the T20 kit. I'll be purchasing it. So he's on your side.
There we go. Really nice delivery that from Baker. Sort of a swinging in. Is on replay now.
Baker with his first wicket of the innings.
Sort of going for a Yorker. Held up a bit and...
Baker, 10.4 overs, 1 for 22. With that catching, mid-wicket I suppose. 214 for 8. 214 for 8? Is that the 9th wicket to fall?
Cox just got under that, you know.
Surprising, because we were so impressed with Ben Cox in the first innings. As the sun's coming back out in Taunton. Yeah, Ben Cox trots off.
Just remember, guys, if you're out there and you'd like to sponsor the shirt, have your sponsor on a sleeve, please do get in touch with Somerset. Plenty of opportunities there for advertising.
So who's going to be the last guy to walk out the bat? Not the last person, but the next person, I should say. $214 for 8. And who is it walking out to bat? Could be a Finch, it could be a Pennington, could be a Morris. The fun guessing game of who's next to bat. So as Will Smear took the catch off Baker, easy enough catch, and it's Leach who's going to come out to bat. Leach down at 10 in this innings because we've seen Gareth Roderick bat, who didn't bat in the first. Do you think they'll try and attack here, Worcestershire, or will they try and see it out to the close?
It's actually a really good question. I think they'll probably try and see it. Well, they'll try and see out to the close, yeah.
So I'll give you a couple more minutes and then we'll have Sam come in to take the close with Elliot. What might be the innings wrapped up by Somerset? There's that tricky period of if Somerset were to bowl Worcestershire out now in the next 10 or 20 minutes or so, then there'd be a 10 minutes changeover and then Somerset have got to bat again for 10 minutes. And I mean, it's not been roasting hot and it's not been a really hard day of toil in the field, but I don't think batsmen would probably rather start tomorrow than have to have a tricky 10-minute period tonight and then start again tomorrow. It's almost like having to start batting again twice. So Sonny Baker is got the ball in hand. He's going to run into Leach. Barnard is on 24 at the non-strikers end. 214 from Worcestershire. So if it was a county championship game, they would have the first batting. Well, they wouldn't have the first batting point in the match if it was a county championship game because it's the second innings. But you know what I'm getting at here. The first innings of the 3 to surpass 200. Baker with that lovely
Great delivery.
Good luck playing that first ball.
That will certainly wake up Leach, I was going to say.
Yorker just outside off stump. Shaping in. Get a replay now. Well played by Leach, actually.
Josh Cooper, no, they'll attack. Leach will smack it around. He won't be doing if... He will not be doing that if Baker bowls like that.
Baker in again to Leach. Bit short, a lovely shot from Leach.
Looks like I've got to eat my words.
Worcestershire have played that shot well. That's probably been the best shot they have played. That back foot punch for 4 through the covers. Right, and I'm going to leave you for the rest of the day. Leave you to Sam and Elliot, and I'll be back on first thing tomorrow morning. Be sure to listen at 11 o'clock tomorrow, and I'll leave you in these two's capable hands for the remaining 40 minutes or so.
Top work from H there.
Yeah, he must have been a happy man. Watching, I must confess, I haven't been listening. I've been in another room, but Lewis Goldsworthy on to bowl, so Harry must be happy.
He wasn't leaving until it happened. So,
what's he got? A tea time now?
Yeah.
You off for a bit of golf, eh?
Second over coming up. Goldsworthy hit.
I've got exciting news.
Have you?
With official confirmation. Just hot off the press. Just been chatting to Jim Troughton. He's coming in as Somerset's assistant coach starting next week. He's up for the competition, the Somerset.
Oh.
Max Waller versus Jim Troughton. You heard it here first. Going to bring his pencils down with him. Just got himself a new car, so maybe he can pack the full easel. Get the artwork in. It's going to get serious. He's impressed by Max Waller's work. Something to look forward to.
See Max Waller's post-cricketing career being potentially an influencer on TikTok, an artist. I see a certain Max Waller owning his own sort of tea company.
Talented man, Max Waller. Fine cricketer, first and foremost.
Definitely.
Don't think anyone's got more wickets for Somerset in T20 cricket. Off the top of my head, I may have made that up, but I'm pretty sure that's true. Wonderful fielder and a great artist. Beautiful evening here in the West Country. Few shadows just creeping across the pitch from the flats as Goldsworthy finishes that over. 68 gone. Worcester 219 for 8. What did I miss pun-wise, Elliot?
Didn't really have any puns this time, You
peaked early though, didn't you?
Yeah,
You peaked early in the day.
There's, and I wouldn't want to put it on our listeners,
Well, sometimes
it's hard enough having to listen to us for all the time, Add on some puns and nightmare.
Here we go. Going to see Sonny Baker again then at the River End, or maybe he's already been bowling. Actually, I said that. I've been on the phone, so I've missed it. Apologies.
We found it funny. We're pretty sure he's got his school shirt on, which is.
Oh really? King shirt?
Yeah.
Couldn't find him a Somerset shirt.
No. Could be in the wash.
Yeah, maybe his parents haven't dried it in time for the game. He's been impressive though, hasn't he? Zip through. I mean, as we said, Ben Warren hasn't yet invested in the speed gun, but to the naked eye, he's certainly the quickest bowler on display.
That's definitely going to be happening next. Just a word from Warren. We just passed 20,000 views.
I was going to say 20.
I was going to say 20 views.
Wow.
20 views. 20,000 views for the day just on YouTube. So thanks very much, folks, for listening in and tuning. I should not say listening. You're watching.
A multi-sensory experience for the viewers and listeners. It really is fabulous. We've said it before. We'll no doubt say it again, but to have these live streams up and running, not just here at Somerset, all around the county cricket, you can watch pre-season friendlies. Plenty of people. Maybe they've just finished work, been working from home. I expect there's plenty with it on in the background. No boss peeking in anymore.
I think I was wrong as well. After 30 minutes of talking about it, Sonny Baker has got a Somerset shirt on.
Oh, sold me out.
So yeah.
Baker comes in then. A couple of slips. Beautiful stroke.
Fantastic shot there.
It's a lovely shot from Ed Barnard. Punched it through the covers. Raced away for 4. Fielders were chasing it, but only really because they had to go and recover the ball.
Played some really nice shots this afternoon. Really nice shots.
It's got a really lovely feel. It's that early evening, kind of like a county championship game. It's what everyone has missed. It'll be wonderful when the fans can get back in. We're very privileged, really, to be here doing this. Half an LBW appeal, but not really interested. Yeah, I was going to say we really would have turned people off if we were just passing 20 views.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we must have done something
at 5:20.
Drastically wrong. They're still here though.
Yeah. Hopefully people are with us, joining in for that last hour. Hopefully a few more have been doing the WPA Predictions League as well.
Absolutely.
Prizes to be won. I don't know if we mentioned that earlier. Memberships for 2022.
Big call here.
They were more interested in that one, weren't they, than the previous ball?
Not as high as the last one. See how close it was on replay here. Probably going down. Lovely in swing here from Baker.
Just steadies himself, doesn't he? Gets that ball ready in front of him at the end of his run. Ooh. So we're a bit harsh there on the wicketkeeper there. That's where you want a 1 day wide. 4 byes conceded by Jamie Baird, but he only sprung across. But it's that late swing from Baker. It might have started on middle stump line, but it swung away to the leg side. End of the over, 227 for 8, Worcestershire. Joe Leach not really doing much bustling when he's batting. Joe Leach.
No. Just looking at some of the comments here.
You're on the YouTube?
I am indeed, yeah. Jim Matthew, Byron 1, Banton 2, Lammerby 3, Abel 4, Hildreth 5, Barla in at 6, Davey 7, Gregory 8, over to 9, Leach 10, Davey 11.
Is this for Lords?
Believe so.
I don't mind it as Goldsworthy comes in.
Simon Hingley with his performance. How can they not play Baker?
I'd be surprised if Baker... He has bowled beautifully. I'd be very surprised if he comes in to start with. But he wouldn't be surprised if he gets to go at some point this season as Leach comes down the track. Smashes one to Abel. Those safe hands, bump ball. But Abel does the fielding, gives a little clap. Do we have Lammonby at 3? I'm not sure about that. I would definitely have Lammonby opening. Did so well up there last year, those 300s. Stephen on the Twitter. The We Are Somerset stream is brilliant.
No idea.
Thank you, Stephen. It's impressive that our volunteer camera op has all the credentials one might ask for. I mean, the serious credentials from Jeff at the top there. Probably not a better CV in the county when it comes to camera work. Again, Leach goes down the track and Abel does the fielding at short cover.
Goldsworthy's been really solid here. Hitting his lines. Big call. And there it is. Leach goes for 4. Fantastic bowling from Goldsworthy there.
That's a rare case of commentary working well. Talked him up. More than solid there. Trapped him LBW on the front foot. It looks like a very repeatable action there, Lewis Goldsworthy. He just gives it a little skip before he comes in. First wicket of the game for him. As you say, 3 overs gone. 1 for 4. You'd have taken that at the start. Worcestershire 9 down now then. 227. I don't have to do the maths. The lead's 159. It's written in front of me. Don't need to get my calculator out. Might see Somerset bat again this evening.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't forget them back here tomorrow for day 3. Got another half an hour to go today, but back again tomorrow. Back again Friday, day off. No rest for the wicked. 3 more days. Final pre-season friendly against Glamorgan. Set to be interesting. I think the 2s get underway next Tuesday. I think they're playing at Taunton Bay. I think they're playing Glamorgan. 4-day game for them. Brilliant to see second team cricket back this year. Missed that last year. It's been a big push. So Jim Troughton was saying a big push to play 4-day games, to try and replicate. It was always 3 days, but it's up to the counties. But actually, they're looking to replicate first-class cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
Try and create those environments. Get used to playing 4 days.
I think these 3-day games are perfect. I know these two sides met for a 2-day game last week, but you really don't get that in a 3-day game. Perfect opportunity.
Yeah, it's good for pre-season, isn't it? Second team cricket, I think you want the 4 days just to closely replicate what the players. They're pushing to be in the first team, so you want to replicate as closely as possible having that county championship game. But yeah, I agree. 3 days.
Exactly.
Well, I don't think we'd have got 4 days. We wouldn't have got 4 days here. Impressive from Somerset. Much better from Worcestershire second time around with the bat. Oliver Cox with that really impressive 50 in the first innings. Oliveira looked good.
Certainly made the game interesting with the rest of the evening and certainly tomorrow morning.
Might get an afternoon off.
I'll be looking very closely at the tea times tonight.
You got around this evening?
I was booked in, but I've had to cancel this morning because I thought, I'll make a sensible decision.
Too close for comfort.
Yeah,
the model pro putting work first, Elliot.
Have
Topman. That's what I'd like to see. Excellent Yorker there. Dug out well by Ed Barnard. Into his 13th over then. Sonny Baker. Seagulls enjoying themselves outside.
Really want to be out there. Phil. Hey, it's great being in the commentary box and seeing cricket for free in a sense, but I'd love to be out there.
When does the club season start then? So many clubs in the
End
local
of
area.
April for myself.
Still a bit of time to wait then.
Ooh, that's a cracking delivery, that.
Yeah, pulled the bat away, but that was too late. I think it beat him for pace there. Ed Barnard. Sharp from Baker. Impressive, 5:30. Long day. Still bowling with good pace into his 13th over. Got Josh Davey there at mid-on, having a word. Experienced man. Double hat, of course. Umpires no longer able to take the hat, so it's become the new fashion. Cricketers with 2 hats on. The stack.
Josh Davey asking him, how do you bowl that fast?
You reckon it's the other way round, do you? Baker giving Davey tips. He comes in again. Oh, glorious.
Fantastic shot.
Lent into that. It's one of those, he's marked his guard out again. It's one of those, you hit it, and you just kind of say to yourself, yeah, that was a proper cricket shot. Moves into the 30s then, Barnard.
I know we talk about the small boundary, but that certainly didn't make a difference there at all. Would have raced away on any boundary.
See what Baker's got in response.
Nice shot again there from Barnard. Pushing 2 here. They'll get it. Yeah, good work there from the Worcestershire batsman.
Yeah, a good bit of fielding, but the longer boundary out there. Push 2. Good to see that intent as well, as you said. Running hard out there. You've got to. I know it's a pre-season game, but you've got to approach it. Okay, the result isn't as important, but you've got to try and bring some intensity into it.
Yeah, and I said it yesterday. This 3 months down the line, this is vital. This experience you gain with these pre-season games. And just on that as well, pre-season, or an actual competition, we all like to bat. I'm pretty sure you speak to anyone, they don't. If I spoke to someone and said, oh no, I don't enjoy batting, you love it. Anytime you get out in the middle, use it. That's what Barnard's certainly doing, eh?
Yeah, he looks good out there. You can spend many hours in the nets as you want. There's nothing quite like being out there. Good ball to finish the over there. Barnard plays it towards mid-off. Eddie Byram does the fielding. 71 gone. Worcestershire ticking along nicely. 2-3-3 for 9. Strongly suspect we'll see Lewis Goldsworthy continue after his wicket in that last over. He's bowling well. Jamie Baird puts the helmet on. Charlie Morris, not Chris Morris, will be on strike.
Got to remember that.
I've done that since there was money involved. I've done well.
I was tempted to come down this one, just like right at the bottom, just cross out Chris and write Charlie.
Yeah, I keep meaning to do it.
In capitals, yeah.
It's one of those.
No excuse.
I know. Another Devon boy, I've just been informed. Charlie Morris, not Chris Morris.
Charlie Morris
started his cricketing career in Yelverton in Devon. So the links to Devon and Cornwall,
they're taking over.
There's big battles out there in terms of who, is it cream or jam first on the scone. There's going to be a huge divergence of opinions amongst both sides. It's kind of a sub-battle, as well as winning the game. Goldsworthy continues. Got that field with a couple of men catching in the covers again. Van der Merwe and Abel. Looks like Abel's the double cap man here.
They should combine Devon and Cornwall. Even though that's probably sacrilege from...
Oh, good luck. Good luck from that, my friend. As a man who goes to university down in Cornwall, you should know better than that. You got Gregory in at first slip. Will Smead, backward point. Ooh. Finds the inside edge there of Morris. He kind of prodded forward. Somerset hold their hand, heads in their hands. Takes a single. Eddie Byron picks up the ball down it. Comes across from deep square leg where he is fielding. Bit of a change. Van der Merwe's gone in at a slip there. Lewis Gregory. Man on the 45, as he used to call it. Played out towards mid-wicket. Good to see the long barrier used there. Don't see that often enough. Do you remember that as a kid? We were always
taught long barrier.
And it becomes so good at their fielding now that you just see them pick it up one-handed. Don't see it. Lovely shot there from Barnard. A little bit of width, a little bit short from Goldsworthy, but he's in good touch. Barnard cut that away, raced away to the boundary. Moves on to 39.
Bar that delivery there, and even then it wasn't super short. It was just, as you said, good touch from Barnard, putting it away.
A shot of a man with his eye in.
Absolutely.
Goldsworthy comes back when the final ball is over. And he's got his
man.
There we go. I was about to say, what's he going to come back with? He's going to come back with a wicket. Not going, though. Doesn't want to go, Barnard. He obviously thinks that's a bump ball. Somerset are celebrating, and I think he's gone, and that's all out. Yeah, Worcestershire, 2-3-8, all out. Lewis Goldsworthy wrapped up the innings then. Nice and, for those of us who like a nice even scorecard, 4 overs there from Lewis Goldsworthy. Doesn't ends innings on the last ball of the over, so we've got a nice even number of overs there.
Sorry, I was just looking at the replay again there. I was just seeing how close it was.
Barnard didn't like it, did he? But Somerset were pretty sure they had their wicket. It just came down we're at the opposite end of the ground to where Lewis Goldsworthy took the catch. But ultimately his views on it are immaterial. He is gone. 2-3-8, all out. Worcestershire, 170 lead, so 171 for Somerset to win. Will we come out for? I don't think we will. Well, they might come out for 10 minutes. That could be the end of play. We'll wait and see.
It's good bowling though from Goldsworthy. Yeah. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, 2 wickets. Solid.
Yeah, he finishes with a couple of wickets and a bit more to cheer for Worcestershire fans in that second innings than first time around. We'll just run through the scorecard quickly. While umpires, the 2 Ians, Blackwell and Ramage are still hanging around, so it looks like we will come back out. Daryl Mitchell, he fell for the first man to go, fell for 1. Hasn't had a particularly brilliant game with the bat. 14 runs in total for him. Jake Libby batted nicely, made 43. Tom Fell, one of Ned Lennon's victims, he went for 10. Jack Haynes, the second half century of the match, he batted really well, didn't he? He looked a proper player, don't you think?
Absolutely.
57 from him, off 116 balls, patient knock. Brett D'Oliveira also looked good. He played Harry Everett's shot of the day, that drive down the ground. Before lunch, I think it was, for 35, but then Tom Abel, the golden arm, came on and, well, he kind of left it, didn't he? Swung back a bit, but he got clean bowled. Ricky Vessels made 15, Ben Cox 13, Gareth Roderick, my man, I was talking him up, I was ready to see him bat, and he made a duck. Tom Abel caught and bowled, wonderful catch from Tom Abel.
Very good catch indeed.
Serious athlete. Ed Barnard, last man to go to 39 to Lewis Goldsworthy, caught and bowled. Joe Leach trapped the over before, LBW for 4 by Lewis Goldsworthy, and Charlie Morris, another Devon man, he's not out on 1. Do you want to run us through the bowling figures for Somerset?
Okay, Lewis Gregory with 8 overs, 0 maidens, 37 runs conceded, picked up a wicket. Sonny Baker, the man of Monday, 13 overs, 4 maidens and 36 runs, and picked up a really nice wicket at the end there. Ed Leonard, probably the pick of the bowlers today, with 11 overs, 6 maidens, 27 runs and 3 wickets, was absolutely fantastic. Josh Davey, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 8 runs and 1 wicket, showing his experience in that one. Tom Abel, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 47 runs and 2 wickets. Really had a nice spell there when he got 2 key wickets that really set Somerset going in the bowling. Jack Brooks, 5 overs, 0 maidens, 21 runs and 0 wickets. Nice to get out though, looked a lot better yesterday, finding his form, finding his rhythm. Roller van der Merwe, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 37 runs and 0 wickets. Very tidy. And then his other spin partner, Lewis Goldsworthy, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs and 1 wicket, or 2 wickets I should say. Yeah, it's been a really, really nice evening session's been very good so far. I think Somerset will be happy to, yes, they may be coming into bat for a brief moment, but good to get Worcestershire all out and give themselves all of tomorrow to chase down these runs.
Yeah, it's been a decent day for both sides. There's definitely positives in it. Jack Haynes is half century. Brett D'Oliveira for Worcestershire, they batted really well. Ned Lennon, really impressive. Took the new ball, finished with 3 for 27. We were talking up Sonny Baker yesterday, and rightly so, but Ned Lennon was impressive today. He bowled really consistently, outside off stump, got a good carry through to Jamie Baird, who again kept tidily. It doesn't look an easy pitch to keep on. He's been had to work hard, a few down the leg side, but he looks a decent prospect behind the stumps. And Rudolph van der Merwe and Lewis Goldsworthy will be pleased to have had a bowl as well.
Absolutely.
Bit of left arm spin. Something about Somerset and left arm spinners. Jack Leach, of course, is our premier left arm spinner. George Dockrell was here for a few years. Murray Kartik.
Murray Kartik, yeah.
Abdur Rahman, I think he got 9 for Abdur Rahman in the first spell. 2012 maybe he played, took 9 wickets. I think he had the first 8, and then Peter Trigo had the audacity to take the 9th, take it away from him. He got 5 for in the second though, so 14, 1 more than a baker's dozen.
Yeah,
in the match for him.
Just going back, there's obviously sponsorship opportunities for you folks out there. If you're looking to get a shirt sponsor on the side with a sleeve, please do get in contact with Somerset and the commercial team. Plenty of opportunities there to have your company, grow your brand. What better place also to come down here and see your shirt being represented by one of the most historic, well, I'd argue the most historic team in the country now. There's probably Yorkshire and all that lot.
Definitely a brilliant opportunity, that. Different, chance to have your company's name on a shirt for the whole competition. You just think, what did we have? 81,000 views yesterday for a pre-season game. Imagine that if it's a 2020 game and Babar Azam's batting, or James Hildreth making 100 in a championship game. They're going to have huge numbers of people tuning in and seeing your company logo. Got to act fast though, season starting soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to get that kit ready.
Just on the pitch there, rolling it out.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to get here. Will we get? In theory, we finish at 6 o'clock, but I don't know if they might say, well, we'll at least go for 5 or 6 overs. Get a couple of bowlers warmed up, you want to give them at least 2 or 3 overs this evening. A few more long sleeve shirts on tonight, but it's still March, isn't it? It's a bit warm all day, but you can still feel it in the evening. I tell you what, the umpire's wandering back up the middle. There's another left arm spinner, Mr. Ian Blackwell. Also a fine bowler. Took many a one-day wicket in particular for Somerset and England.
Can't escape it. Can't escape the game.
It's good to see in cricket, actually. It's the difference often with cricket and football. There's a lot of footballers. Well, there's a lot more. You see former professional cricketers go into umpiring. There's a lot of football referees don't necessarily haven't played the game at the highest level. But it's nice to see it happen at cricket. There's a few guys around. Mike Burns, formerly of Somerset, I think he's on the umpires list. Still a couple of floppy caps there. Ollie Cox has got his on behind the stumps. Wait to see who opens the batting for Somerset. We had Tom Banton and Eddie Byram in the first innings, didn't we? But they might change it around this time up.
Looks like Joe Leach assessing. Looks like he'll be opening up here. Just on that, Sam, how many people do you think have tuned in for a live stream here at Somerset?
Oh, today or in total?
Just for a game once. What do you?
I mean, is it a push to say we get towards 1 million for a T20 game?
Not a bad shout.
Go on, you're gonna.
It is indeed for a T20. I don't know exactly what game. 1.1 million views.
No one watches county cricket though. No one watches it.
Not a true fan.
1.1 million is a record. I wonder if we can beat that this year.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not bad that though, is it? You know, you're gonna good sponsorship opportunity. You can have 11 guys out there on the field with your firm's name on their sleeve. People carrying the drinks on and off.
Perfect. Who have we got opening up here? Similar to last time. Tom Banton, Eddie Byram.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it?
So that's on the scoreboard.
It's definitely Eddie Byram, the left-hander. I can always tell him from a distance because he has a lot of green in his kit.
Kookaburra, didn't he? Yeah, the green Kookaburra
gloves,
kit, yeah.
Green handle. And yeah, Tom Banton must sleep in that jumper. Good to see the
Probably goes through these jumpers.
The old cable knit sweater. I've still got one. I've never confessed that I've still got a friend of mine. His dad played for Taunton Cricket Club for years, and he lent me his jumper once. And occasionally, my friend, this is 20 years ago, my mum put it through the wash. Well, so it's much smaller than it used to be. So I've still got it. I've never quite owned up to that.
It's actually amazing you say that because I had one as well, and my mum put it in the wash, and now we put it on a teddy that we still have in the spare room.
Occasionally, I
very, very frustrating because it's a really nice, vest sort of jumper. Really nice.
So here we go, evening session, 170 to win. Last 15-20 minutes, if you're just tuning in for us, Eddie Byram's going to take strike. Joe Leach could come around the wicket. 3 slips in a gully, or 4 slips if you like in there. There's that bustle we like to see. Good start from Joe Leach.
I think these two would just like to build something, get through these next 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. Go again tomorrow, get in the nets early, come out at 11 o'clock.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because in the back of their minds, well, maybe further forward than the back, that they'll know there's competition here. There's only one opening slot really available. Tom Lammonby's going to be there.
Cracking delivery there from Leach.
Was dangerous bowler, particularly with the new ball. Wobbles it around a little bit. But yeah, I mean, you imagine if Banton doesn't open, he's probably more certain of his place in the side. But Lammonby's got one of the 2 slots nailed. Maybe we'll run a poll later in the week. We'll keep promising Twitter polls, and eventually we'll run one. Half an appeal there, but there's definitely a couple of sounds. They weren't really that interested. What have we got fielding wise? Got a man at point. vacant current cover area. Mid on, mid off. Saving the single. Mid wicket. Deep fine leg. Byram just setting himself. Twiddling around with his equipment, making sure he's set. Couple of pats. Gets quite low, doesn't he? Got that. He has that little trigger movement just as the bowler's approaching. What are you like as a batter? How do you set up?
I sort of, I take my middle stump. I have a slight trigger movement. Yeah, I like just play everything off the front foot. Fortunately, when you play, you don't play on these top wickets, and you rarely see some bloke bowl 80, 85 miles an hour. So, fortunately for me, a short ball's not the most intimidating. Lovely shot there from Eddie Byram. Push down the ground, not going to go. 2 runs. I'm trying to blow my own trumpet. That's sort of how I play cricket, Eddie. There, just batting in the V.
It's a lovely stroke. Yeah, it sounded like he'd really middled it to start with. I thought it was going to race away down here, but it's for some reason slightly slower on this side of the ground. Picks up a couple though. Nice to get off the mark.
Certainly my favourite shot in cricket, sort of like D'Oliveira earlier. Just that nice push along the ground. Push, I should say punch.
Good comeback there from Leach to end the over. Genuinely beat the batter there. Good. So within 10 seconds, you've compared yourself to Eddie Byron and Brett D'Oliveira. Nice.
That's how you do it. Self-proclaimed village pro me. No, I do like you as an opening batsman, and you see it, the best in the world. It's challenging, and but it's a battle, and I think that's what people don't think about when they think about Test cricket. They just see it as like a long format of the game, 5 days. But I remember watching the Test it was last summer. I watched the Test, not the and just on Amazon, Amazon Prime, of the Australian team.
Yes,
and just shows you the love of sort of these long format cricket. You can have some great time in 3 hours at a T20, but long format.
We're going to see Charlie Morris then from the River End. He just bowled that one over this morning before Tom Abel's declaration. Went through his looseness, got warm for a one over spell. He might get 2 in tonight. Change of the field. Joe Leach there sent his big tall fast bowler Adam Finch down to fine leg. He thought about keeping it mid off but decided against it. So he's sent the quick bowler down to fine leg. 4 slips again. Banton with that Marnus Labuschagne style.
Yeah, definitely sort of, certainly new sort of style of leaving. I'm certainly plant your sort of foot back up and just leave it there, sort of. See Banton slightly out of his crease. Trigger movement just stepping back, really. Getting behind the ball.
Yeah, a decent looking shot there. Flicked away to the leg side. Straight to the fielder. Either side of him, and he's picked up 4. Slightly too straight from Charlie Morris. Oh, soon, if you're just tuning in, it won't be long before we can get fans back in the Cooper Associates County Ground. What is there? We mentioned it earlier. Is it 3 T20s? Got
3 T20s. 2 Friday night games against Hampshire and Middlesex, and then a cracker of one on a Sunday against local rivals Gloucestershire.
The old enemy.
Yeah, the old enemy. So yeah, 3 really, really good T20s there.
You going to come down for those, Elliot?
Hopefully I'll be working them. Try and get in as a member of the press. See if Ben Warren can sort that out. Fantastic shot there from Tom Banton. Just flick of the wrists. Punches it through mid-wicket. Races away.
Yeah, it was a good shot, that, from Banton. If you are thinking about heading down to those 2020 games, you better ask fast. They're selling out. unsurprisingly, kind of condensing 3 games. Of course, usually we'd have the 7 home games, but just the 3 with the crowds, full crowds allowed in. So don't hang about. Perfect Easter present, lovely Easter gift, wouldn't it? Nice on a Easter Sunday to wake up with a few Somerset T20 tickets. I'd much rather have that than a chocolate egg. You could double up. You could put them inside a chocolate egg.
Not bad, that. Good delivery, that from Morris. It's going to be tough for these two. Both respected batsmen. It's never easy, though, opening up, especially at the end of March.
Who have we got in front of us here? Have we seen Trescothick today? Have we had our triple shreds Tuesday?
I saw him heading into the changing rooms.
Did you? Got Steve Kirby's in tracksuit, Jason Kerr always in shorts. They'll be happy with how the day's gone. End of the over. Somerset 6 for 0. That lovely shot, really nice shot from Banton.
Yeah, just didn't put a lot of effort into it. Sort of head over the ball. And yeah, used to the wrist and just pushed it through. Using the pace of the ball, rolled away to the boundary for 4.
You still on the old YouTube, Elliot?
I am still on the old.
Have we got anything going?
I am still on the YouTube.
I'm really terrible at social media at checking it all. It's my age. I get forgetful. Good ball there from Joe Leach.
From Leach. A lot of comments on the YouTube. People are probably starting to fall asleep from us speaking. Follow that from Eddie Byram. Not long to go now, folks. Put your tea in the oven. Essentially have time for one more over after this.
Eddie Byram there again. Pats the ground. See that little trigger movement forward? That's that one sail through to Ben Cox in his sombrero. Getting left alone there by Byram. Come on, Leach, here's the cry from the fielders. Still good energy out there from Worcestershire.
They've got to be happy. They've set themselves a really respectable total. As we've seen with this game, you know, teams get on a run with the bowling and wickets fall fast. And that's happened with both sides.
Yes, Leach switches to over the wicket. Again, got that angle coming across the left-hander. Eddie Byram leaves well alone. He's not nibbling at those this late in the evening. Yeah, they had the toughest of batting conditions, I think, that first morning. Definitely diddle it. Sonny Baker had a lot to do with it. He was hooping it around, unknown quantity to them. Probably surprised them. Maybe hadn't expected someone with that amount of pace. With the Langer not playing. That little experiment. That's just a one ball as Leach comes back around the wicket. A few mind games. Bit straighter there, and Byram just prods it out towards mid-on, and that will be
that would be it.
Somerset end the day 6 without loss then. Eddie Barham a couple not out. Tom Banton 4 not out. He played a glorious stroke there in the previous over. Trail by 164. So we should get a decent day out of things tomorrow. The weather's set to be really good, and we've had a decent day's cricket today as well, I think.
Absolutely. Thanks to the folks for tuning in today and the last 2 days. And it looks like we're actually set up for a cracker of a finish tomorrow.